Hello and welcome to the LCK. We're here on a wonderful Friday afternoon for OK Man Breon up against D plus Kia. In this one, the first time around, OK Savings Bank Breon was able to take the victory over Bro. Deft was dealing with COVID at the time. And we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen this time around, Chronicler.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that, of course, does have a lot of history. We've seen Breon be able to get these upset wins against D+ in the past as well. I do think that the addition of Deft changes things a little bit because
a little bit, yeah.
D+ is somewhat reliant on them because, as it turns out, you have a really good AD carry, subbing in Rahel from Challengers. Even though I think Rahel was perfectly fine, not really going to fill that gap, and the drafting also left something to be desired. And for Breon, if they can even get a single game win here, would be really big for the playoffs run.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting, as you can see, on the right side of the bracket. Taking a look at this first, everybody is pretty much tied up. Quantum Freaks, of course, with the extra win, have a better chance of making playoffs. We'll take a deeper look at this in a bit. DK trying to win just to get a better seed at this point, as Gen G and KT, the only two teams that have secured a playoff spot. Although Homelife Esports, DK, and T1 are all at like 99% chance to make it. If DK wins tonight, they will secure their playoff spot.
And we're going to take a look at what is ahead here. When it comes to the odds, tiebreakers actually look pretty likely, right? Given that Breon, for example, yes, they face T1 today, but it's mostly the matches against Sandbox, Nongshim, and DRX that they need to win. And if they do, and Kwangdong is able to win their matches as well, might actually end up seeing these two teams tied, depending on what the game score will be. Other team that looks pretty okay when it comes to the up-and-coming schedule is DRX, but yesterday's loss against Nongshim really put a spanner in the works for them. That would have really been an opportunity for them to really solidify, because if they won that, and then they were looking at 3 matches that definitely should be winnable, will be feeling great, but instead it might be the Bro Leavers at the end after all.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it so many times before. What's one more? I mean, they absolutely can do it, even if they are not the favorites, as DK kind of in an interesting spot nowadays. They are a stronger team in the LCK than the right side of the standings, but, you know, they're bringing up Bible, they're changing around their shot calling, definitely mixing, matching a bunch, while Canyon is just picking up all the POGs whenever they win.
And it is General versus the Polar Bear. We have, of course, a lot of bears in our league at the moment.
Yeah.
They've been doing...
we just added a new one, too.
Yeah, we did.
Actually, 2.
Yeah, Poby Bear as well, which
yeah.
we both forgot about. And Umti needs to get stuff going early on. I think if Breon lose control, I don't see them winning against D+. D+, we saw against KT as well. In game number 2, they did kind of get blown out, but in game number 1, they actually were able to get a pretty sizable lead against KT, a team with a very strong early game, and the team fighting for Breon, not quite on the level of the team fighting of KT.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see here that Karis...
Oh no.
He doesn't have the best record, but he definitely is leveling up. It has been 130 days since they have faced off, because the last time these two teams met, it was Ivory in the mid lane for OK Savings Bank Breon. It wasn't Karis. Karis was actually taking some quote-unquote time off in Challengers, trying to improve his game, and to be honest, he has improved in game, so his game rather. So will that be the backbreaker that gets them across the line?
There's been a lot of successful players taking a break. Kroko is another example who looked very, very rough and then came back, looked a lot better. Karis, it felt like replacing with Ivory was basically a side grade, but Karis actually looked a lot better after coming back from Challengers. Is it going to be enough, though? That is our big question, because the match record that we saw there between these two players, the Breon record against D+, not too bad, but that was a different lineup, right? We're looking at Delight still being there. We're looking at Lol King Lava actually being on the roster. And this time, I think they did have a lot more struggles against D+ this year. And the one win that they did get was, of course, with Deft being subbed out, which not going to be the case today. But if you're a Bro fan, none of that matters, because you're going to Bro leave anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean,
irrelevant.
You can just skip this first part, and you can skip to the game, and then you're like, I'm going to put all my channel points on Bro.
That's what you do.
Because that's what you do.
Draft doesn't matter.
There's no question. I mean, you don't have to think about it. On the side of DK, they haven't necessarily left their fans as questionless, if that's a thing. you know, with a lot of the changes that I have mentioned before, with Bible coming in, he has been a very loud voice here in the comms.
Literally.
Yeah, very literally. Even Showmaker going as far to call him annoying, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. You're here to win games. You're not here to, you know, to make friends necessarily, although I'm not saying that they're not friends. So, you know, Bible's coming in. They're mixing some stuff up. They're not exactly on top of the world right now.
This is also a team that you know, played with Barrel. So as Deft, his stats in round 2 have been pretty exceptional, as we can see here. Now, I do think it's important to note that D+ have faced a lot of the weaker teams, and the only really strong team I think that they faced was specifically D+, right? At T1 that was kind of struggling, Live Sandbox, and DRX are some of the other teams that they faced. So I think that the stats are a little bit favorably skewed, but even taking that into account, the fact is that Deft has had a great split, had some individual games where it didn't look too hot, and I have kind of been convinced by Hannah. I think that he is much better than he was last split, but the problem for him is that the rest of his team isn't really catching up, and you can see it in the stats as well. He really isn't able to get that much going because when the AD carries like guild forcing in the mid lane just have something happen, that's not good. It's not a good sign.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. As you know, taking a look at that top lane matchup, Morgan versus Kana, definitely one we've seen many times before. Both of these guys love Renekton. I feel like this is a meta where both of these top laners can definitely pop off. A lot of Cassante play as well, especially from Morgan, but yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I do want to see Cars versus Showmaker as well. You know, what is this mid lane going to look like? Are we going to see the Akali coming out here tonight? Because both of these guys absolutely can pick it up. Question is, do they want to? As Karis has gotten a lot more aggressive with his playstyle.
I also hope that Showmaker lets the LeBlanc go, because that just didn't really work out. In game number 1 against KT, it was okay. Game number 2 just didn't have any impact whatsoever. Felt like they really needed that impact of Showmaker, something that he used to provide so reliably, but is of course still dealing with a lot of stuff, both physically and mentally when it comes to burnout within the game. We'll see if Brion can capitalize on that, because I do agree, Karis has gone from being a Crown victor to a Ludens victor.
Yeah.
And from Merc Treads to Sorkpan Boots, which, you know, it's a big shift in mentality, and it's something that Brion need, because pre-15 minutes we've seen this team look great. We've even seen them look great in individual games, and then just go back to the Brion special, which is not a whole lot happening.
Don't bring me back to that last team fight.
Against Cassante?
That Cassante fight.
That against Kwang,
oh,
that one scarred you, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did.
Left a mark.
I need to see something else than that today, Chronicler. I will not accept something less than that. Kais is going to be taken away, which is very important. We've been talking about how strong this pick is nowadays. Azir also banned away, so that's probably going to, funnily enough, take down some of the Akali prio. But let's see what else we get banned here. Will LeBlanc be taken away?
Tristana, another pick that is still very high up the priority ladder. We've seen that the Ivern has kind of fallen off. Although I do think specifically D+, if they can snatch up a Tristana Ivern, I'm pretty sure that they will. Aphelios is also a pick that Deft really excels at, so might force Brion into a situation where they prioritize that. Because to me, this feels like a B1 Renekton type of game. And we'll see whether that actually does end up happening.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to pick up the LeBlanc when you know that Tristana is available?
Yeah, I think Tristana
is
a lot better. Now I expect D+ to go at least Renekton. I don't know what else they want to combine with this. Again, the LeBlanc, to me, I hope they let it go. D+ was not able to really make it work last time around, and I hope that they've learned from that match against KT. Now, that was against KT, who is a very different level of opponent, but it still, to me, feels like if Canyon and Showmaker have a good 2v2, this team looks unrecognizable, and it's going to be the Aphelios actually prioritized here. Maybe also wanting to deny the Tristana-Aphelios combo that we've seen be so successful. And
any Maokai focus?
Could be.
This one?
Yeah.
What with all the AD carrying going on and the potential for double AD carry on the side of Bro. Can be a way to force fights, but also give Def some space. But let's see what they do want to go for. The Renekton you mentioned will be picked up. a big power pick nowadays in the top lane.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise anyone with these two top laners and the level of play we've seen from the Renekton recently. Brion going to lock in their bot lane as well. So we're going to have the Xayah and the Rakan here available. Do really run the risk of the jungle pool being pinched here. We'll see if they're able to still get something going. I do think that there are still a lot of junglers. And Umti also has been very happy to play things like the Skarner, for example.
Yeah.
And you know, if you ban Skarner as D+, I don't think Brion are going to be too sad about it.
Yeah, you're not really pinching the pool
still there.
Yeah. I think it's a good point. You know, Umti is definitely one of these guys that can play a myriad of different weird picks. So maybe just focus on Morgan.
Looks that way.
Well, at least they're going to take away the Jax. I think that's fine. You don't have to focus both bans to the top side, but to give Kana a stronger, even stronger matchup in the Renekton one. You know, will they even go as far as to ban like a Cassante or another tank on the top side?
Wonder if we're going to save the counter pick for Canyon here, because this is something that D+ could definitely benefit from. Canyon has a very deep champion pool, picked up POG in a lot of different champions, and you already know the mid lane matchup. There is, of course, the potential for Tristana to flex towards top, but I don't think you really have to take that one into account too much, because no team has really been doing that, as the LeBlanc is still going to get taken away here. So Viego is the obvious one here that comes. Oh my god. Showmaker?
Wait,
oh my
what?
god, it's going to be Diana. They're going to R5 Diana.
It is. And there's nothing that Bro can do about it.
No.
They're like, okay, well, you're playing Diana. What are we going to do about this?
I'm like thinking, what
Could also be Gragas.
Yeah, Gragas is the other one. But to me, Gragas jungle
it, right?
is... Yeah, Diana is in an interesting spot, though, because she actually did get puffed on 13-14 because her nerf to the tank build actually made the pick as a whole pretty weak. And a lot of her scaling got buffed. But in this setup, I don't think it really matters. You just want a AP source that can provide the knockdown. Now, you do also have Rel, so I don't even... it might just be Diana, that's the obvious one, but like you can go any high damage AP jungler here, right? You can really see what Umti picks up. It is indeed his Lilia that comes through. This is the obvious one. This is the one that we're expecting. We'll see if he actually locks it in, or if we're going to see something even crazier. But no, the Diana! The throwback here from the plus Edgar smiling as well as like, oh, boys. We're in for a treat here.
Yeah, and I actually really like it. I mean, when you look at Bro's comp, everything they want to do is basically create space, right? You get that AP jungler, so you have some AP damage, and you can get some great setups with Lilia. But you want to disengage, you want to create space, you want to carry as the game comes along.
Yeah, kite back with your double AD carries.
Yeah, and then DK is like, how many buttons do we need to press? All of them at the same time, ideally. As this is going mid lane, right? Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, current Renekton mid doesn't sound like the best of time.
Yeah, don't do that. This makes more sense, also. You can put up a wall. You know, if Tristana wants to go for some kind of all-in, you can potentially get that in front and give yourself a chance.
Yeah, jumping on top of Yasuo also is generally ill-advised.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
No, don't really win that one. As we see the bottom left picture of Showmaker in particular, personal favorite. The OK Brion fans out in full force as always.
Oh, yeah. That handwriting on the right, the English handwriting, is very neat.
Yeah,
I
nice.
wish I have my sheet here. I've down. You want to see it?
I've seen your handwriting, Val. It is not.
I always get
best.
impressed because I can't do that.
That's okay. You have your own talents.
True.
Just not calligraphy.
Yeah, no, not going to go into that one. This is going to be very interesting. We're gifted with a really fun comp here, especially from the side of D+, in game number 1, right from the get-go, right from the start. So tell your friends to get in the channel as we are getting into the Rift for game number 1. Here we are, game 1. We're on the D+ side. Shout out to Atlas. He loves to mention the fan cheers. And we just had a pretty loud one. from the side of D+. They're getting excited, and it's understandable because Showmaker's playing Yasuo and Canyon's playing Diana.
I just love the Bard emote.
And top laners are doing top laner things.
They hear the horn. Well, they don't quite do it like if, you know, a certain top laner would be in the game. Then it would be straight up dancing. They still respect each other. They don't trust each other enough to go for the auto. I wonder if Canyon swapped to Sweeper. Looks like that is indeed the case. We'll see if he's in time to actually clear the wood. Could be nice. I think the time might not quite work out, but we'll see. Also did go for the shield here, or the green smite rather. I assume he will go still for full AP, I think.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah, particularly within the setup that you have here, having actual AP damage is definitely something that you want to look towards. And looks like it's not going to be the case. Canyon going to just make his way towards the top half of the map. Looking at the rune setups, not seeing anything too crazy. Deft going for absolute focus and gathering Storm. Love to see it.
Yeah. No conditioning overgrowth. Shout out to Ox, who's on the desk. We also had Umpty with the Futures Market. He's going to be picking up some early items.
Nice. Good catch. And Lilia, of course, does benefit from Chapter. Although I do feel like in jungle specifically, the main Futures Market value that you see is for Lethality champions, so you can guarantee an early Dirk buy. Because, you know, you have so much mana regen anyway. Lilia, of course, also got buffed. I forgot which patch, you know, the patch notes.
It's like 13,
eventually
11?
Yeah, something like that. So she has a little bit more health in the early jungle. Passive just keeping her a little bit more topped up, but this is an Umpty special. Pick hasn't really been at the forefront, and I gotta say, into the amount of lockdown and hard engage that's available from D+, I'd be a little bit worried, but we'll see whether he can still have the traditional Umpty early impact to set up Bro for a good mid game, because if this goes to 5v5s, I am scared for Brion if it's even, because D+, they might not have been on the most consistent streak, but this composition we've seen them execute repeatedly and pretty well over the last few years.
Yeah, no, these guys know how to play it. It's as if you give them Talia nowadays, you'd be like, okay, well, both of these, the jungle player, they can both play this pick. And,
Nico, yeah.
Yeah, right, like you just can't really give it. And of course, people are leaving Yasuo and Diana open because that's just not a thing in this meta. People don't do that. But if there's one duo that will do it, it will be these two. So DK's always been kind of a rough team to pick ban against because they do have some weird and strong picks like this. Yeah, almost just a little bit over a year. 376 against Umpty and Lava.
With Wukong and Seraphine. Love that. As we do have, I don't know. We'll see who gets first move here. Nice dodge from Canyon there with the E.
Yeah. In goes Karis, and Canyon has to flash away, but he's burned down. That's a free kill. First blood given over to Karis. As he flashed and hopped on in, he is ready to go. And he picks up a first blood already on this one. I think Canyon, he needs to understand that, especially against the Lilia, you got to know it. And as you were mentioning, the first person to get there is Karis, not Showmaker.
That's the main thing. Like, Tristana is always going to be first on the roam, and the 1v1 against Lilia, I think you're fine. Obviously, you can't really take her down because she has way too much movement speed, but as long as she's close, you can do decent amount of damage, and your shield, particularly in short trades, is pretty valuable. But the moment Tristana gets involved as well, it becomes a very different equation. This is exactly the type of early leads that you wanted to be looking for if you are Brion. And a little scary here as Showmaker is going to show Karis that he hasn't spent his gold yet. Still needs to respect his Yasuo. And, you know, this combo will work. That part is fine, but falling behind early and getting more gold on top of your carry. Really nice early game start here for Brion.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, this is exactly what you need. You need a good lead so that you can take away, engage potential from the side of DK. As you see here, okay, there's a ward down. Umpty's waiting for the Raptors, and Canyon's like, well, we're going to take this fight.
And then it looks kind of okay. He's able to get the dodge of the sweet spot. And again, I think in a 1v1, you might be fine, but Karis straight up just like jumps over the wall. And he already had prio. So even without, you see with Rocket Jump, you're just going to be earlier to that play. So disrespectful here from D+. Taking the 2v2 pre-6 in particular, not really where this Yasuo Diana combo excels, and they get promptly punished for it.
Yeah. I kind of like, in a weird way, you know, nothing against the Yasuo Diana or obviously the DK players, but I kind of like how everybody's like geared up. They're like, oh, this is so cool. We got Yasuo Diana. Like, these guys are going to come in. They're going to stomp once again. And then all of a sudden, Kara's like, no, I'm just going to first blood you. Like, I'm just going to take you down. No, this game is now about me, not about your Yasuo and Diana and your cool history and anything like that. He's like, all right, I'm going to carry the game now. And let's see. I mean, this is new Karis. He went back to the shop. He got refurbished. He did. Got a little patch, a little update.
And key thing here is because of that early play, although Kenyon was able to sweep the ward and get his camp, Kenyon is only level 5, whereas it's double 6 for Umti and Karis. They might be able to turn that pressure into something. Topside camps are not currently up, although the Krugs are spawning. We'll see if Umti is able to do something with the tempo lead he has right now, because as soon as 6 is hit, Kenyon Showmaker is going to have to be respected a whole lot more. And Kenyon is actually making his way back up. They do have a lot of control, and Umti is waiting.
Yeah, Showmaker does have the flash. He is going to get the knock up here as Sleep will come down. Showmaker will opt to go into the flash as they still have huge amounts of damage in, and you know, there was even potential to try to commit to that, still ult available for Karis, but instead they say, hey, we got his flash. That's good enough.
Might have been worried as well about both Bible not being on vision and Kenyon not being spotted. I think he was able to path outside of the vision of the earlier ward, so not going to run the risk. Will now hit 6, but this is still good, right? Brion actually able to utilize the early tempo window that they have. Umti able to force out the flash with his ultimate. And now the main thing is, how can Brion use that, the fact that Showmaker doesn't have flash, in an attempt to maybe secure themselves an objective? Because Brion, this is a good start. And I think the composition itself that they have lends itself for late game quite well. But it's more about the execution that we've seen from them when it comes as... That is... I did not expect the win rate to be that high. I have a couple of games in my memory where Kenyon was Diana and it didn't really work out, but those are clearly the minority.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of them were just, you know, old Dom 1 gaming before the sponsor coming up and dunking on some people. The 2v2 in the mid-jungle has always been the biggest strong point for DK, and that's why, you know, you see this draft for game 1 and you say, well, this is going to be huge for DK. This is kind of what we want to see them play towards Canyon, towards Showmaker as a duo, but immediately getting shut down early. We'll see. And yeah, they're gonna have some gameplay buttons as the game comes along, and we'll have to see how it does come down to the execution, how they do pilot this one.
They might look for a 2v2 here. Kenyon has not been spotted. Don't know if they want to take the risk. Looks like that is not the case. Kenyon was sitting on a lot of gold, so he's going to go back, get his Hextech Alternator. As really getting pummeled here. And Brion, they trade Herald for Dragon. Early Hextech is quite good. Now, Ox is here, and hopefully he can focus.
Watch this. Ward is down. Gonna deny.
Yeah, the shield actually blocked the damage. Very sad.
I didn't see the shield. I'm like, what? Did he hit a minion? What? No, yeah.
Ghost minion?
That would have been funny. But Karis, I mean, he's still getting a huge lead, right?
Yeah.
Just because of that first kill, he can put on the pressure. Wind wall is down. He can just jump on a Showmaker. He's not in
this is great
danger. He's going to take 2 plates before 10 minutes in the mid lane.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing D+. We mentioned earlier, if the mid-jungle... Oh, hold
Try to
up.
engage here, but it is Zyra Khan, so you see they do not fully commit to this. Just a little skirmish.
A little bit of damage.
Little scrum, you know.
Oh, okay, that's a lot of damage coming down.
All right, Deft.
Yeah, I mean, this is some serious pressure being doled out here. Deft, I think, also wants to really finish his call, so maybe looking to not go back just yet. Blade is also getting very close. Can he get the cancel on the back? Doesn't look that way, but should be able to shove this in and then come back with a Kraken of his own. And then, yeah, I gotta say, the early tempo that we've seen here from Brion has been really good. But I'm looking towards the first skirmish, because if that is won by Brian as well, that's when I think they can take full control of the game. But they do need to be respectful. Okay, you might be looking for a lane gank. Also, do note, rather, going for Crown Lillian.
I think it's actually a good idea.
Into D+? Yeah, no, I agree. I can't remember if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, so many times on this broadcast, especially, we're like, ooh, Crown, ooh, I don't know about this. But in this case, it is actually really awesome. I mean, obviously, Diana and Aphelios, the Moon siblings, can proc that decently. But outside of them, it is going to get a huge amount of value against this hard engage comp.
Oh, topside Herald here. Trying to get Kana further ahead. Interesting. Won't be able to actually get the gold. Nicely done by Morgan.
Yeah, that's rough. So you drop the Heralds, and you just got yourself gold already behind. So not helping the lane. Is now trying to set up here on a Canyon. Flash used by Umpty, trying to get this damage. Look at how much he does. Canyon can't get out of here. He's not even going to flash. It's just a kill. Given over to Umpty already. That's 2-0 now to Bro.
And crucially there, the roam from Effort ensured that there was no follow-up. You sold D+, maybe consider, Showmaker didn't have flash, but maybe if Canyon can like flash engage on cars, they could have done something, but the vision control isn't there. Effort was earlier on the roam, and Canyon, we're excited about this Diana, but right now it is looking like a bust, getting taken down by this mid-jungle 2v2. Umpty and Karis 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to the first 2v2, or was more of a 2v1, and then now Canyon, you know, once again, he's trying to get aggressive, he's trying to be out on the map, but you can't get away really from the Lilia, especially if she lands one ability, you're dead. So just to put yourself in that position, and Umpty, you know, he has been always fantastic on this Lilia. It has struggled just because Bro as a team has struggled, but we do know what he's capable of, and he's already showing it here in the early game. And now, Chronicler, we were talking about that first skirmish. Now we've got 2 big setups, as he didn't expect the Lilia to be behind him.
Yeah, and I think the key thing here again is that they seem to be aware of the fact that Effort is coming in, because they do actually have topside prio. So Renekton could have roamed down as well, made the way over towards the river, and then maybe they could have done something, but they don't want to take the risk. And it does mean that Diana just doesn't really have escapes, right? Like, you don't really have any opportunity to get out of fights. Engage, wonderful, but outside of the flash that he did actually hold, as you pointed out, there wasn't really a whole lot that you can do. We are going to see some posturing towards this dragon, and D+, they're 1k gold behind. I think this composition can still work, but thus far they haven't really given us a whole lot of reason to believe in them. We'll see if this fight can actually change our minds, as Deft sitting on bit of an awkward setup there on the weapons, at least right now. We'll see if we can set them up correctly when we get to the actual fight here, if we are going to fight over this dragon, rather.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot to fight, but if DK feel like their spikes are relatively nicely hit, they might decide to go for it, as there's the crown. Protobelt definitely going to help in proccing that down. Canyon's able to do that already, but Bro, they have vision control of the river. They have all 5 members here. Morgan without teleport doesn't need it, just runs over. And they're trying to bait this into a fight. They're not even starting up the Drake just yet.
And a poke from Umpty, attempting to maybe set up a play here with an ultimate. Thus far, not happening just yet. You see D+, a lot of waves going into the turret here on top side. Neither team looking to respond to that, at least for now. We'll now start up the dragon. I think this is on vision. They did have a ward there. I don't think it's been spotted just yet. Still sitting there, so they do know fully what is happening here.
All right, they're going to try for it, but again, you're engaging from behind against Xayah, but they do get the Featherstorm out.
Very early.
Threatening the backline. There is the Cloud Drake as the engage comes in from the side of DK, but look at that, Morgan pushes everybody into the side. Karis is just so bad as Kana is chasing down Henna. Henna not able to do any damage in this fight, just running away from the Croc, but it doesn't matter because they have 280 carries. Karis just going to jump on in there. It's a double kill to the side of Karis, and now he's going to pick up another kill down here, and that is a massive fight in their favor. Not a single kill goes to DK.
And Brion completely out-teamfight D+ here in this first skirmish.
Dang.
The initial engage that comes through is from Bible, not from... And like, especially with them forcing the Featherstorm. I thought that they had an angle here, but this engage, like, they're engaging on Umti and Morgan, who don't care. That's not the back line. And then the target selection here, if Kana gets over the wall, helps the rest of his team, they might be able to get a kill. If someone could keep Deft safe, they might be able to have him carry the fight, but none of that happens. Kana doesn't get the kill, and then all these skirmishes get won. The amount of mobility that's available for this Cassante, for this Tristana, end up paying off. And Brion, 6-0. There's bounties on the map at 16 minutes.
You know, this is the Brion way. You know, come out really strong. Game 1, Umti's making plays, getting some ganks off this time against the enemy jungle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting his team ahead, and they come out really strong for Game 1. Now, like to see them be consistent into the mid and late game and then take a Game 2. If you're going to play this well, continue to play this well.
Please do.
That's kind of been some of our criticisms of the side of Bro. But I also do have to say that DK, they lost to Bro the last time, and that was without Deft. But this time with Deft, it's not looking very good.
And for Brion, if they win this, then that really, even a game win, right, already would be huge for the eventual playoffs race, because all of the numbers for those bottom 5 teams are so close. They're so close to one another. You're talking about, like, only Nongshim is pretty substantially behind when it comes to the actual game score. But, like, currently Kwangdong has -9, like -11, -12, -13 for D-Rex, Bro, and Sandbox. That's nothing, right? You can easily, especially because a lot of those teams will still be facing one another.
Still 5 matches for every team, so
there's plenty of time. And D+, when it comes to gold, it's not like they're completely out of this, but the combo doesn't seem to be working. They're just setting up these death brushes in a hope that Karis goes forward. Would be a big bounty, but looks like they are playing respectful, at least for now. Karis playing very far behind the wave here. And
this is so smart.
He's not going to walk up until the rest of his team actually comes forward as well. And this is a Tristana, so you don't really have a great angle.
And he has Shiv too, which means that, you know, he doesn't have to spend a lot of time in the lane.
They're
he can
still
just
waiting.
auto it like 2-3 times, and he knows. I mean, especially because Showmaker's pressuring a bit. Now, will he not come in this time? How long will the Gambit last?
You can still win this 2v2 if you 100-0 a target.
Umti's here. There is the combo. They do get onto Karis, who just hops away. Double sleep is coming in, and the rest of the cavalry is coming up the river as DK are just routed. Everybody's just running away. Canyon is going to go down. So will Showmaker. Canyon trying his best, but this is just free kill over to Karis. He's going to hop on in for that one, as Canyon's not even worth full gold anymore.
They were so ready for that. You saw as well, the first time he slightly walked up to the wave, Effort was covering for him. This time around, it was Umti that was at the ready. And the reason for this is, look at the control that they have on the top side of the map. They knew that they had to be somewhere, right? You know they're waiting at some point, and that was the only place that made sense on the map for them to set up a trap. As it is looking very dire here for D+. Brion just look better. They have read every move. They've won the mid-jungle 2v2, and we've seen that D+ without a winning mid-jungle looks like a shadow of themselves, and then they kind of are relying on Deft to carry, which, as we can see right now, you're not going to be feeling too hot about either, and it's not like their draft is great at enabling this carry either.
Yeah, I mean, Bro,
they just knew.
Bro saw this like 8 years ago, okay?
Yeah.
It was 2015, and they're like, you know, I think Showmaker and Canyon are going to be in this brush ganking me. Like, they knew about this so long in advance. And that's really all it comes down to. I mean, immediate response, Umti's right there, the whole team's running up, and it's just very obvious to them.
This game is single-handedly going to completely ruin Canyon's caging.
I mean, you know, this is...
Oh, this is rough.
It's straight up a mid-jungle diff right now, so...
You know,
that's kind of what it's coming down to.
I don't know how long it's been for Showmaker, you know, that he was in Challengers. Karis was there recently. I'm just saying, Valdez.
Yeah, you know, you spend enough time in Challengers.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No.
It's okay.
I love this move, man.
Yeah.
The dramatic building of tension.
That's the way of Lilia. I mean, he has Demonic as well, and so tanky at this point in time.
D+ was in this position. that Bro is in right now against KT, and they still lost the game. And that is all I want now for Brion. Don't fall in the trap of overcommitting multiple people into a choke point. Because this is still Diana and Rel with a Yasuo and Aphelios that can come on top of it, right? As long as you don't specifically walk into a multi-man wombo combo, I think this game is looking amazing for Brion. I think it will be really, really hard here, 40+ to win, because both their side lanes are losing so hard. We haven't really talked about Morgan at all yet, because he hasn't really been the focal point. But right now, he's sitting on 3-0. Like he
got so many kills in the Dragon.
Exactly. So he can just match Kana and Showmaker, and they can't walk up to him, right? He is incredibly strong right now. Makes it really hard for D+ to find any play. Henna hasn't been forced to use his summoners outside of the earlier play. And did he even? I'm not even sure if he used it. Might have used him in the Dragon fight, but outside of that, the Xayah just hasn't been threatened. And Brion, yeah, why not? You know, you have a ton of damage here, double 80 carry, a Lilia with Demonic.
Sure.
Set up the Baron, as long as you turn and don't all get stuck in the pit. Give an opportunity to steal to
Chronicler's been hurt before.
I have been hurt a lot, okay?
He has trust issues with Bro.
Not just with Bro. This is not specifically
the
Brion related.
Chat, who always trust in OK Savings Bank Brion.
It's not about Brion. It's just, I think it actually is challengers. Oh, Canyon.
Yeah, he's getting slept here. There's the follow-up. He is just getting nearly 100 to 0'd as he's not going to die, but now DK's jungle doesn't have any health, so you just do the Baron.
Just do Nash.
You have Lilia.
Nothing they can do.
And 280 carries with quick.
Oh, Canyon going in with like 20% health. They're still going to try.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? As, bowling
the
ball is going to hit
it
again, and he is ticking down.
Kill him.
Yeah,
Morgan should be able to mark him here.
Yeah, they're just going to wait. They want to take the fight here as there is the charm onto Kana. The follow-up, the triple knock-up from Morgan is going to find everybody on the back line as Canyon flashed away. Umpty can't quite take him out as Bible looks to be dead. TP is coming in, the explosion there, as we will have a hop from Karis. But no, I mean, they got Bible. They pushed away Canyon, got his flash, and it should still be Nash. Do the Baron, bro. Okay, they're doing it. Okay. We're good.
We're witnessing it again. Brion are surely at the very least going to take this game #1 win, as we do see the teleport come through. D+ is still contesting this.
Yeah, I mean, this is just desperation at this point. It's like either contest and lose the fight or don't contest and lose the game, and they chose to fight as Death comes in and Burnham hits him, doesn't do any damage really, as down goes Deft. He has no front line as DK are just running away. It is 12 to 0 in game #1.
Outside of the Herald and 2 turrets, D+ is straight up getting close to perfect gamed here. They're getting smacked. The bro levers never relented. As we see here, team fight, yeah, pure desperation here from D+, just trying to desperately get something going. But Morgan, man, this game mostly about the mid-jungle 2v2, but his Cassandre has been so pivotal. Immediately takes Canyon out of the fight. There is zero setup possibility here for the Yasuo, right? And that's just the end of it. Canyon, yeah, he lives, but who cares? Doesn't actually end up mattering at all. And then here,
this one was the...
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, but you know it's not going to happen. Even with Morgan throwing a Q into what looks like a wind wall. Doesn't matter. The flank is found. And Brion are going to take this game #1 here, Valdez.
Oh, yeah.
This is...
this is...
I don't want a repeat of the Gen.G situation. This time around, they've got it, right?
This time for real. This time for real. I mean, it's 12 to 0.
I know.
DK have gotten 2 turrets.
I know.
And 1 Rift Herald.
I know, but after you've seen the team lose with Baron and Elder, it changes you. It does things to your mental. But Brion,
brain chemistry.
I believe you got this.
Yeah. No, the Believers are out in full force, and most importantly, the players themselves. Believing in themselves, Umpty setting it up, doing a great job. And this is why they have gotten themselves such a huge lead, and DK have not followed up at all on the pace that Bro are setting here in game #1. As, again, it's just kind of desperation. They got to hold on to their front line as Magnustorm pulls in a full health Lilia. Not going to do much except keep Bible alive at this point.
And for a second there, thought Showmaker maybe was going to go for it, but you take 2 inhibs, right? You take your soul, and then you just parade everyone to the top side of the map. Breon in full control here. Baron buff about time, but almost 5.5k Baron power player. And look at the spikes as well on D+. There just isn't enough damage. Even at this point, I'm like, even if they actually hit all 5 people on Breon with their combo, I don't even know if they die. I don't know if it's enough.
Well, they don't kill Umpty. That's for sure. They don't kill Morgan. Henna has Featherstorm. Karis is Tristana.
Oh my god, look at
and Effort, if they go all out onto Effort, all out meaning, 5-1, they'll lose the fight.
We got the stopwatch buys from Karis, Henna, and Effort as well.
Everybody finally realized.
They know.
Hey, you're ahead. Spend that 750. Get the item.
They're aware.
It gets nerfed. It gets more expensive. That's just inflation, bro.
They know, Valdez.
It's just inflation. Just get the stopwatch. It's still
just
good.
buy it, okay?
Yeah.
You have to. It's too good. Oh my god, Breon is getting 1-0 D+. And this time Deft is there.
So, Chronicler, who's your POG here for game 1?
I gotta go Karis.
Not Umpty.
I mean, it's one of those two, but I think
It's gotta
Karis...
be one of those two.
Yeah.
How about a 1 media vote for Morgan as well? Give him a shout out.
Morgan votes, I'm completely on board with. I think he's had a good game, but to me, yeah, it's about Karis or Umpty.
I wonder how Henna feels riding the bus.
Yeah, he hasn't done it. It's all split.
But he's Zaya. Like, he's just sitting there.
This is karma for him, okay? He's tried so hard at the beginning of this split.
Okay, nice little try here as they are going to get on top of Karis. A huge amount of damage does come in. Finally, the combo is there, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to live as Bro are really just smacking him down now as Def just being bullied here on the backside. It is a clean 5-0 ace. Bro will win game number 1 in 27 minutes with a 17-0 scoreline. You cannot make this up. Down will go the Nexus, and they will win game 1.
All I ask of you, Breon, is keep this up in game 2, please!
Don't forget what happened on the Rift.
Don't forget what happened here.
Ooh,
don't forget what you're capable of.
A piece of his mind. Wonder what happened there.
Don't forget what you can do. Don't stop believing, okay? Please! Please, Breon! Because if you're capable of playing like this, I don't want to see no 45-minute game.
Let's just do this again.
They're so good.
They are actually really good. And,
look at this man.
You can say what you want. Oh, Canyon didn't have his best game. Like, there were some angles, etc., etc. I don't want to hear it. I want to talk about how Bro played this out so well. And yes, DK didn't quite step up to the plate. And then Bro ran away with the 17-0 lead. It's not every team that can do that. And it was an excellent performance from them. DK got 2 towers and 1 herald. That stayed the same the entire game.
That's it.
That's it.
Cool. We'll see if D+ can bounce back from this one. A 2-0 for Breon. I don't think anyone saw that one coming.
Well, starts with the 1-0. Let's see if they can roll it into another one. As she believes, we believe in the playoffs for Bro. Will it happen? Well, a win tonight could really set them forward on that pace. And guys, we'll take a break and then we'll have the space. We'll be back.
나무이 쳐줄게. 나 안 죽어.
쳐봐. 나 오른쪽 나박 주는 중이야.
걸었고.
야, 나 이거 가볼게 살짝.
앞라인
나 괜찮아. 재워줄게.
야 보자. 이겨. 보면 이겨.
타워.
보면 이겨.
가볼게 난.
나이스. 미드 가자.
러나 솔로 못 찾았어. 천천히 딜 넣어줄게. 나이스.
나이스요.
끝내자. 퍼펙트 나이스. 퍼펙트? 아 타워 죽이려.
한번 잘해봅시다 여러분.
한번 잘해보자. 방심하지 말고 잘하자. 이건 운이 좋았어.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by good old Orcs and Wolf here to break down what was a very swift and elementary Bro victory. Bro Leavers knew, obviously, the assumed winners here today, but a lot of people would have thought that D+ could have come away with a victory, and it started off with this fun draft.
Yeah, so the draft looked pretty normal until it didn't. When the Maokai ban came through here for D+, I was like, all right, something's a little bit weird here. Like, I think we might be seeing some melee action. And then when they decided to go for the Yasuo Diana, I think the Gragas could have also been an option here. But I felt like this draft kind of ended up being really disrespectful here for D+, because you're playing into Brionne, who will absolutely draft Lilia into this. They have so many times in the past to great success, and it's a team that's incredibly good at early mid-game skirmishes, probably one of the best of our teams on the east side of the standings, and then they didn't out-skirmish them at all.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues I've had with D+ so far this season is when they haven't had a winning mid-jungle, they've looked so lifeless. And really, Canyon he's the person with the most POGs, but when he's having one of these games, he just looks invisible, or worse than invisible in this case. And I think ultimately, like, the concept of the Diana Yasuo is like, oh yeah, it's like a really strong combo. Once we hit 6, we can pair up. But you just hard lose lane in the 1v1 against a Tristana. The Lilia, you can never pin her down early, so you can just run rampant in your jungle, which is what we saw, and then Tristana is there to back it up. And as soon as the mid-jungle fell apart, it just felt like there was nothing going for this lineup.
Yep, and this is the first time the Diana Yasuo has ever lost for Canyon and Showmaker. They played it 3 other times, MSI, and then a couple of times in the LCK. And it always seemed to work out. It was something that they'd fall back to, even when it wasn't necessarily top of the meta. And this time, it got bopped.
Yeah, and this was so common of a pick for Canyon. He is normally really good at this pick. And the Yasuo, it was only played like 4 times because the Yasuo always gets banned when they prioritize that Diana, always in the past. But, you know, this is not really the meta for it, I don't think. And into the Tristana, you're going to have a lot of problems, which they did.
They definitely did. Let's jump into some of the highlights here, as the relevant highlights were kind of over pretty early on. We're going to jump into just a few of these early pickups, and honestly, it was all about Umpty running the jungle.
Yep, finds Canyon in this situation, gets the bowling ball directly hit, and then, you know, Canyon's trying to be a little bit tricky here, dodging away from the abilities, but oh, look who's that! Over the wall coming in, and Tristana has all that burst to follow up, and Showmaker isn't even there to participate.
Yeah, and that's just the first kill they end up picking up. Canyon is then caught here subsequently in the river. Umpty just goes in, sets up the sleep, and guess what? Again, Tristana has prio mid, so this early game Yasuo not able to really affect the map. Canyon a little bit disrespectful with his positioning here, and Umpty just makes a flash play here to take him out. These 2 early kills really get the snowball rolling here. At this point, D+ feel like, I've got to force something. We have to fight earlier. We're going to start falling too far behind.
Yeah, and the really awkward thing about it is that DK still thought that they were going to be able to win these mid-game fights, right? You get that big old wombo combo, Magnet Storm comes out, the Crashdown gets the knock-up, you've got Yasuo getting in there, you've then got the Diana ultimate over the top. Ultimately, that didn't happen, because Bro's first team fight right here is just gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, they try and get the attempt on the Xayah with the initial engage, but it doesn't happen. But I think really the engage ends up being countered so heavily by the Lilia in this situation. That huge sleep just allows them to reposition, start picking up members, and, you know, the low health members move to the back end of the pit, and the rest start to push forwards and clean up.
Yeah, they just divided and conquered D+ Kia so well here. Love the Buster shot on the depth to keep him at arm's length, then collapsing in on top of him, so there's no way that Kana can really help out there and turn the fight, even though he's building up Fury. And this is exactly the type of composition that Bro is so good at fighting in the early game and skirmishes at. And I think much better than D+ Kia's early to mid-game skirmishes. Yeah, you look at D+ Kia in the standings, it's really their late game where Deft pops off, where you end up seeing this team finding great success. In the early game, if it's a really bad matchup into D+, they opted into a composition where they have to have those early leads, and it did not work out. And the Lilia, into this comp, which we've seen Umpty do before, just works so well.
Yeah, it is just beautiful. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. It's Umpty, obviously. The man was an absolute beast. Didn't die because, of course, nobody did. I think missed out on 1 kill as far as kill participation is concerned. Just beautiful Lilia play. And this guy is so good at this champion. He always has been.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the fact he was consistently challenging Canyon, has the confidence to look for him here, knows he has the backup of his mid laner, and presuming the next clip will show the one we showed before as well, where he caught Canyon out again. The confidence just to go for the flash, guarantee the sleep, you know you win this, and this momentum really is what got them ahead, but I think the team fight around the Dragon, the massive sleep, was so impactful for them just really rolling this game.
Yeah, man, it's everything about the early game is all umpty, and then once he got those leads too, like from this fight and the previous skirmishes, right? He constantly pushed advantages, constantly had vision set up, and then bro, what did they do? They actually started Baron? They proactively took objectives? They actually didn't just sit back and let D+ back into the game. Bit of a split vote here between Umpty and Karas, but we were feeling pretty strongly it was an Umpty angle.
Yep, I think, you know, exploding some things from the mid lane and getting behind your jungler is not POG worthy. Being the general and taking down your opposition, that 100% is. But now, it is time to see whether Bro can do it again. So let's throw it back to the casters and get into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As coming into the series, we knew the 2v2 was going to be so important, and obviously, the two that were going to get the lead and the win, Karas and Umpty, put it together in the POG vote. They get their 6 and 5. They get there in the game. Not a single death yet in the series for this team.
What truly baffles me is that they actually played an impeccable game afterwards as well. Because for me with Breon, I've seen them have these early games and then devolve into absolute chaos. But this was just from start to finish really good. They didn't relent their pressure. They executed well in the team fights. And we said it at the beginning of the day. The desk mentioned it as well. If you don't win the mid-jungle 2v2, you're not going to win against KT, as we saw. And obviously, you're not even going to beat Breon. So D+ really needs to try and figure out a way to have more pressure there, or at least play more respectful. Because if Canyon and Showmaker start falling behind, the team just looks so much worse than what we see of them at their best. And Breon, Umpty, and Karas are gonna throw down. And this is, again, we see from Umpty, we've seen this, but we've also seen Umpty just be alone in this, right? Just going by himself, and then the play doesn't work out, and the team gets frustrated. But now, everyone on the team is ready. Everyone is following up. Karas has really taken his little bit of time in Challengers to heart. And as long as they keep D+ down early on, and D+ keep playing the way that they have, I think things are looking good here for Breon.
Well, DK get first pick this time because they're on blue. Annie is available, so they're just going to give that over to Showmaker. There was the hover on Maokai, which I don't think is really first pickable at this moment in time. It's good, especially with specific compositions and into certain stuff. But yeah, Annie's just better as an all-around first pick. You can play around it in many different ways, especially with the best way in this meta, which is pretty much all-out engage most of the time. But let's see what Bro will respond with, because they were able to utilize the Tristana and Lilia very well, but this time it's Aphelios that they will get their hands on.
I think you go Aphelios, Renekton. Just copy what D+ did. The draft was not the issue in the previous game from D+.
Well, not the first part.
I mean, I don't think that I don't think the combo is necessarily strong, but to me it was much more about how it was executed, which was not good. But no, it's going to be the Zero who's been in the previous game, going to be picked up here for Karas. As so D+
All right,
took
they're
it
angry
to heart, and this is good. This is necessary because it might make them a little bit one-dimensional as a team. But if they drafted a losing mid-jungle 2v2 again, I would be ready to kind of call it. Vi is obviously a very strong pick. I think it has fallen off a little bit. I also think that the combination with Azir is not necessarily the best. We'll see if Umpty can have early impact, but D+ are clearly saying this also frees up the Renekton ban, because Rumble actually has a great matchup into that. Don't have to go for that. And we're playing for topside. We're playing for the 3v3, and we'll see how that ends up working out, as we will see maybe even like Draven Rel here is something that I think would be very D+ to pick up. Rel Rumble is a combination that has been extremely successful.
Yeah, definitely could be. What is Bro going to take away? could look to target that bottom side once again. Might even think about that Draven you were just talking about. There it is.
Yeah.
Speak it into existence. So no Draven for Deft in this game, and no Aphelios Melio for Bro.
We'll see what comes through here. Nautilus is a pick that is very strong. Obviously, you do kind of walk into the Alistair, but it's not the end of the world. Brom is another pick that will be annoying. But I think just because you have the Azir and the Aphelios, you're not really looking to go all in as it is the Gragas actually to come through here. I don't know how that matchup is going to look as it is instead pure comfort here. Leona for Bible and Deft his Jinx. So when it comes to CC and setup for this Rumble, for this Annie, and for this Jinx, D+ is looking quite good. But the disengage that's available for Brionne between the Gragas and the Azir is looking really hot. We'll see what they want to round this out with.
Oh, Bard.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, seems good. Now Rakan is up there.
Isn't Beryl? Man, remember when Beryl played Bard in Game 5 of the World's Finals and somehow won with it? That happened.
Yeah.
I still don't...
Bard is a great pick.
Yeah, I mean,
Top tier.
I still can't believe that was a thing that transpired. As right now, I think the D+ draft looks good, but I thought the previous draft looked good as well. The key thing here is how is the early 2v2 going to play out? Annie and Lee should be stronger. They should be able to get an early lead and kind of run the game and then force Bro on the back foot. Bro is a composition with which you can easily scale, but D+ at least have good. But after that last game, I'm not sure if we should have any faith in D+ to actually execute upon it. We'll see. Canyon's Lee is, of course, a thing that he has always been feared on.
We connect to +D.
Yeah.
Coming in here for the fighting
it's
in game number 2.
We con CTE +D. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Sorry, I just had to point it out, Valdas.
Yes. The CTE +D,
Yeah.
obviously. Yes. Lots to talk about playoffs on the side of Bro. And winning a series against D+ would, it feels like, almost guarantee their spot. Obviously, it wouldn't on paper, but
It put them at the
would put them in a
forefront
great
of
spot.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because then their fate would be completely in their own hands. They could get to playoffs again.
Will it happen? They need to take one of the next 2. We'll see if this is the draft to get it done as we hop into the rift for game number 2. Super Galaxy Rumble. Good choice. I like it. I think that's one of the correct Rumble skins.
I like the Space Groove one.
Yeah.
It's good. It's not as good as Super Galaxy though. But the best one is Rumble with the tropical drink. What is it? Rumble in the Jungle?
The best one is Super Galaxy Rumble. The correct Rumble skin.
I don't know about that, fellas.
Oh, should we ask Huni?
Okay, well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, you know what?
What do you think Huni would say?
That's checkmate. You
I don't
win.
think he would say the tropical jungle
No,
Rumble skin is the
win.
one.
You win. You've won the argument. I concede. I will not go against Huni. Even G-Sun is chiming as well. Okay. Sorry, I like tropical drinks. Okay, I like a festive theme.
Whoa.
I'm very sorry. See how he's turning around? Like, shouldn't work, but I mean, I guess it.
I think it's okay.
Yeah. And Deft actually going for Cull, something that we haven't really been seeing too much of. A lot more Doran's Blades, a lot more aggression in the laning phase with Enchanters somewhat going by the wayside. This is also the AP Gragas, which did not get nerfed as hard. We'll see if that is actually going to be enough as, yeah, this is the type of mid-jungle combo that I think you're a lot happier about if you're a D+ fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And for D+ themselves, they came out obviously with the very aggressive and comfortable draft. I feel like, you know, they were in the coach's booth for quite a while. I would imagine that they feel pretty embarrassed with the way that game number 1 went. Just in general with their own play, not just because they're up against one of the right side of the bracket teams or anything like that. And so they've come to play here in game number 2. This is the real test, I would say, for Breon. They need to come in and play pretty much the same way. It's going to be a little bit different, obviously, with the draft going the way it did, but to play at a similar level to have a chance here against DK, I would say, in the second game.
Post 6, there's good setup in every single lane here for UMT, also, and for the PTA, which does have a lot more early game power with the extra burst that it provides. So we'll see if he's actually able to get any value out of it. Is Karis really not having the best of time here in the early matchup? We'll see if Showmaker is willing to take a turret shot, but doesn't look like he is. So Karis is going to pick up all these minions, but Showmaker will be getting in a back that is feeling a little bit nicer here. Might not even have to use his teleporter, though. Usually we still see mid laners go for it just for tempo. Yeah. But see if Showmaker decides to actually invest it here.
No refillable for Karis, actually just had enough for the Dark Seal.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to rely on that one pot, and obviously things will get a little bit better for the Azir as the levels come along. Won't just be poked out in
I like
the manner that he was.
Showmaker not using it. Just running back with Molten Shield. It's nice.
Fast Annie. She needed just a little push in the right direction just to get to see her every single game.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah, it does.
It's like the amount of times where a pick is like not played, and then remember Mid-Gragas when that was a thing for like the, I don't know, like 2 months, and then it.
Baker's like, this is a thing now, and he won, and everybody's like, okay, it's a thing now.
Yeah. There's been so many examples of champions that like got a tiny buff, and then they had early dive.
Yeah, this is a very nice setup here. They're trying to get on top of Henna, as in they go tons of damage already, but the flash away effort gets the knock-up and keeps him alive for now. Canyon takes a massive amount of damage, and they do not take down effort or Henna yet. As in they go on a Bible.
Coming.
And Canyon's going to get rooted up. The damage is nearly there. The Q goes in up to effort as blocked in. And so many low health bars are here. But it will be DK to pick up a double kill for Deft, just barely underneath the turret. Man, that was razor thin.
Not even close, baby. If that backfires, the game is actually done. Like, I don't care about compositions. I don't care about what could happen. If D+ botched that dive, Breon is 2-0ing them. And now Deft has a double kill, so, you know, it's all fine. It all worked out.
Yeah.
But that was exceptionally close. We'll see. Canyon should be able to do well into the 1v1 here against Umti. Don't think he can actually continue doing this with his Iron Spike whip already done. Umti decides that that is indeed the case.
There were a couple of straight autos, I would say, from Henna that could have turned the tide of this one. And I feel like it was only a matter of time. We're going to take a look at the replay here in just a second.
So we start off well, right? And it is a little bit much to try and go for the Aphelios when he's being body blocked, but that's fine. Bible takes aggro with W and actually stays alive. Then Canyon takes aggro, and this is where it gets kind of dicey. They don't want to try and disengage, but because there isn't really a wave, it's Deft that ends up taking aggro. And then by the end of it, somehow only Canyon goes down. Umti is just a split second too late. We see Karis not being in time, which not their fault, but the fact that D+ got away with that is somewhat shocking and not a great sign. But now, you know, Deft is 2-0, so it's fine.
Yeah, surely from here,
yeah,
with a fed Jinx that is Deft, you'll feel pretty good about your
Red
position.
buff as well.
Yeah, just a little bonus, you know? It's like the little extra
that's
present
actually,
you get for a big purchase.
Yeah, well, it's like Canyon dying early actually worked out favorably. Because then he gave the red buff, and then, you know, red buff got transferred. Easy pickings.
Transfer successful from jungler to bottom laner, as Deft doesn't have it anymore. But yeah, I feel like the bro bot lane did about as well as they could have. I looked at it again in the replay, seemed like the autos were fine, and Effort did a fantastic job of getting the knockups and trying to body block. As here's Canyon again. This time, you know, no teleports. Nobody seems to know this is happening, although there is a ward down. They are trying to clear the wave before
Lance
it does
is almost
come
up.
In they go. The knockup is there onto Leona. Bible is tanking it up, but this time around it is much cleaner. Just like that. 2 kills more to the DK side.
And D+, that previous play might have been close, but this is them saying, okay, we get it, guys. It was not good. Canyon locks Lee and dives bot lane twice in the first 7 minutes of the game, and Henna was this close to getting his cleanse. It was literally like a couple of seconds on the timing there. Bible, this was, I think, his most iconic champion on D+ Challengers. This is the one that he was most often seen on, the one that very clearly is aware of how much damage he can take with Eclipse, with Glacial Lockman. And,
Ooh, sweeping in Bible, but I think he's fine. As Leona,
tiny gap.
Unfortunate.
Very sad. Otherwise, that could have been a guaranteed kill.
That was definitely a kill.
Yeah, he didn't have flash.
Yeah.
So he would have just been dead.
Nice try, Karis. But the game you guys were meant to win was game number 1, not game number 2.
And, you know, this is not the type of game where Brion get a lead and do or in general are just very passive. This is just them getting outplayed. So I'm kind of on board with this. This is fine. Actually hits the Zenith Blade, and then even with Bible getting knocked up, right, between Glacial Lockman and Eclipse, doesn't actually take enough damage. And even this is without Kick or Rocket being available. So this is only going to get worse as we get deeper and deeper. Now Herald was taken, is going to get thrown mid, and this game is very quickly completely spiraling out of control.
Yeah, just, you know, the classic LCK. Game number 1 is extremely one-sided. One team looks miles better than the other. And then in game 2, the exact opposite happens. What does it mean, Chronicler?
It means that best of 3 is a great format and that we should be lucky that we have it.
That's a good perspective to have.
It's optimistic
I like
take,
it.
yeah, right? Like
Let's go with that.
It actually, no, but it is, I think, very relevant.
No, I think it's true. Best of 3s are great. But Chronicler, one thing, the top lane is certainly mattering a lot more nowadays.
Yeah.
So, oh wait, no, Kana's up 15 CS on the top side. But it does look like Bro are going to try for a little bit of a dive here onto Kana.
Yeah, you can't. You don't have to wave just yet.
Just kidding.
I don't know about the timing on this. I mean, I do. It's not good. At least want to wait for the wave. Because I actually think that there is an angle where you can maybe 100 to 0 CC him with the bouncy house combo. But not going to be the case here.
No dive 3.
No, I think with the cleanse flash and heal being available, you do take somewhat of a risk. Although, you know, the combos were definitely available. I think Deft might be sitting on close to an item finish. Canyon also got a score drinker, so assume they wanted to wait for that. It's also another plate going to Deft. I don't know what the gold lead is in bot lane, but I'm sure our observers will show us eventually. It is large. And
relatively sizable.
I do know that Deft's win rate on Jinx is not what it once was, but it's still really, 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 really good.
Yeah. Didn't he start to lose a bunch on it in summer of 2022?
Yeah.
Before they went on to win Worlds.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I think they got, because they only got, what was it, like 6th place?
Yeah, it was
summer.
It was picked a lot, and it didn't really work.
Yeah, and we were like, oh no, not the win rate.
The win rate!
And that's all we were thinking about. Yeah, we didn't think that...
yeah, how could we not have seen it coming that DRX would win Worlds? Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, this game is... it's very interesting. Also, it's not going to be a Chemtech Soul this time around, even though Ox is in the building today.
He's doing his best.
It's crazy.
He's putting in the work.
Yeah, now that he's here, you know, he wants to put on a good show.
He's working on himself, you know.
Yeah.
He knows his flaws, and he's trying to better them, and I for one, appreciate that.
That's good. Thank you, Ox. And this does mean that probably DK's lead is going to balloon out of control, because the jungle control that they have right now with the Lee Sin that is in a great spot is pretty massive. So they're going to get, with the prio from bot side as well, and mid, this second Drake, which will get them close to probably a good soul. And even just with that, might be enough to get them across the line here in game number 2. Just compounding their lead with the gold lead that they already have. As it's, Infernal Soul.
Oh, boy. Oh, there's already enough fire in this comp as is. I don't think they needed more Valdez. Oh, and they go.
Little flash, trying to get the shutdown. Def, nice cleanse and flash away. And that is a big committal. That's going to be the end of Umpty as they go very deep to try to pick that one up. But again, it's pretty difficult when Deft has all sums available and some teleports from his team.
Oh, we got to go back. I wonder if they could have gotten it, because if you're able to get the Violed into the Rakan W specifically, you can't cleanse that. Maybe that could have been a window, but Deft able to get out alive, keep his bounty going, and then the immediate response from D+ was more than enough. And that was a lot invested as well, right? Double sums from effort, Karis' TP, Umti threw in his flash as well. And, you know, it's not the mid-jungle that's winning this time around. Maybe it's just jungle. It's like mid-jungle is just a way for us to win just jungle. That's all it's about.
Yeah.
Canyon winning and Canyon losing are...
Yeah.
If you show you...
Remember, Chronicler, it was you who kind of pointed this out, and since you did, it has just been the truth.
I mean,
every day.
It was before as well. It's just... if you take away the nameplates, you could not convince someone that they're the same player. Like, that's how I think
They're
how
not.
stark it is.
I mean, they are, but perhaps mentally they're not. This one is the polar bear when you poke him
He might get POG
and make him
again.
angry. He will.
After, like, game
Yeah,
one.
this is a Canyon POG so far.
I mean, I think Vlad will... No? Okay, well, I'm...
Ow.
Okay, sorry. I think, you know, that Leona has done a really good job, so that's okay.
Sure, we can get like a 10 out of 11. That's okay.
Jonas Strong was with me in the last vote, Valdez. Come on!
That's true. He was. Along with two media
I
members.
don't want... Oh, I knew
Two
we were gonna go
fantastic
there.
established
So,
just members
looking at the game
of the media.
Looking at the game state right now,
Yeah.
we have a soul point imminent if D+ is able to pick up the dragon in about 2 minutes 45, which he should be able to with the leads that they've generated thus far. Deft expected to spike on 2 items there. Only going to get stronger from that point onward. The only thing that I do think they need to be careful of is the combo we saw earlier. But the nice thing about the D+ comp is that they have basically 4 carries. Because anyone of Showmaker, Canyon, Kana, and Deft can win you a fight. So it kind of it's really hard for Brion to take down multiple targets. I think with their combined efforts, as we saw, they will actually be able to maybe take down Deft, but that by itself, not enough. So we have the Q flash, and then there we see the W just not able to connect.
Yeah.
That would have actually been a kill on Deft. And they might still lose the skirmish from there, right? They probably trade 1-for-1 instead. And maybe they can see an angle, but instead, Deft actually able to make his way out.
Yeah, and he got the kill, I
Yeah.
believe. So,
Yeah, was sitting on 2 before that.
yeah, just, you know, bonus. He survives and he gets the kill, and they haven't been able to touch him since. So he will have both the sums up probably for the next fight, because Bro can't really challenge on the Rift Herald, down 4,000 gold at this point. So...
It's also, look at the 1 item spikes on the top half of the map. It's like Everfrost and Crown. Oh no.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're bad buys with how all in the D+ composition. Although Crown, I think, is considerably worse this time around, between like Zap and Harpoons from Kana.
Straight Qs from Lee Sin.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like the Crown here as much as I did in Umti in the previous game.
What's the name of Jinx's rocket weapon again?
Pow Pow?
No.
Fishbones?
Fishbones. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This Pow Pow is the machine gun.
Yeah.
We had a discussion about this the other day.
I remember. Yeah, that was...
It's very important to know. Yeah.
Hey, lore matters, okay?
And
lore is relevant.
Her W, the Zap.
Yeah, I think that's just
Guess
Zap.
the name. Zapper.
Zapper. Very on the nose.
Straight to the point, yeah.
You know, why complicate it when it works?
That's just the way it is.
I wonder if
that's what old champs are like.
the other League of Legends champions also have names for their weapons specifically. I mean, Jax obviously doesn't, because he doesn't have a real weapon.
It is a weapon, though.
Well, yeah, but it's not real.
It's not a real one. So maybe it doesn't deserve a name.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Just don't even name it.
Now, Brion is only 3k gold behind, and that is a lot, and there is a lot of damage potential on the D+ side, but D+ have been in this position before and not been able to actually execute. So I'm again going to hold off judgment until we see the first skirmish, because if Brion is able to clutch out this fight...
Are you a believer?
Well, not yet, but, you know, I'm willing to be convinced if the evidence is there. And I don't think it's looking great, but with the amount of CC that they have available, and disengage, bouncy castle potential for Brion, it's not impossible. Just depends, can they get enough people into a situation where you can get like a Morgan ulti and then isolate people with Karis? Could
so
be.
DK just don't have control of the river.
Yeah, they do not.
They're ahead, by the way. I mean,
know.
they were all grouped up in mid trying to get mid prio, and you know they cleared the wave, but now they have to clear this vision. Bro are going to cede control over the river for now, as Canyon is going to drop this Rift Herald down to give them even more prio.
Yeah, they might just look for mid lane turret here instead, and which I think is actually a fine trade. I really like Soul Point, but getting mid turret is so big when it comes to taking up control of the map, and at the very least they're going to get that. Deft is getting excited. Will proc Karis his crown here, and now
Fishbones.
D+ should be able to make their way in.
Yep. This is what getting the second Herald really gets you. I feel like it is why a lot of the teams nowadays will go all in on that objective, and you can see that Bro just say, well, we can't do anything. Even Umpty's trying to do the Rift Scuttler over here, and he's just having to flash away from an Annie. Not the greatest of times for him in this one. And a free Infernal to the side of DK.
Showmaker just farming up gold, Bible there with his ultimate forcing the flash from Umpty, which takes away a lot of his reach and ability to consistently get to the backline. And you also see D+ very cognizant of what is their loss condition in this game, which is someone getting caught with the double stopwatch buy here. We're not going to see Deft go to GA anytime soon. And obviously, Showmaker being Annie, also not going to look to try and get an early Zhonya. So really just buying it for the value. And right now, 4K gold lead, Soul Point set up. D+ in an impeccable position here to bring us to a game number 3. We'll see if Brion can find the miracle fight. He gets them back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you have to pull the trigger at some point. It does feel like they are waiting for second item spikes on their 2 carries, and from there might be the play. As we have kind of plateaued a bit. Yeah, obviously, DK are stacking the Drakes, but to be at the same amount of gold diff for this long, this could be a decent angle for Bro. DK considering pressuring the top side of the map, but not committing to it just yet. And in terms of 2 item spikes, you mentioned the stopwatches, the Gale Force Kraken for Jinx. Definitely a lot of ability for DK to press their go buttons and get in on a fight if they need to.
Brion is still holding on though, and I think the Baron is still an objective that can be tough to take. Now, let me be clear, I think D+ can, definitely, with how far ahead they are right now. But we've seen this with them in the past, that this is a team that does really work well, or not so much, based on how confident they seem to be feeling on the day. And right now, they're not really feeling all that confident with how they're moving around the map. We'll see if they actually will start up the Baron here. Should clear out at the very least all the vision, maybe force an error from someone on Brion as they try and still contest for vision, as they can try and get a proc off on the crown. Not going to be the case just yet, as we do have a lot of CC available here again. Individual misplays on D+ can be heavily punished, but looks like right now they don't want to run the risk. This is Canyon with as much mobility as the Lee provides. His Bible should be able to get crown here. Don't think, not even going to go for it, besides the better of it.
They question mark pinged him. They're like, he must have 3 members right behind him to just face check this brush. Well, he had crown, so I think that's good enough. In
His
this
flash
case,
as well.
Yeah,
He's fine.
Use his ear. Just face checking the brush. It's fine. No need to question mark ping him. There is this one ward in the tri-brush that could get DK in trouble. They weren't able to sweep that one out. Now there is another one close to the mouth of the Baron pit.
This is eerily reminiscent of what happened in the KT series in game number 1. We'll see if D+ can change history this time around. Obviously a different opponent. Karis still has the value of that crown.
Just keep your crown for it. It's that easy.
Yeah. I mean, of all the targets to go for, he definitely wouldn't be the one that ideally you'd want to go for anyway, even without crown. But with crown, even more so. Showmaker!
Yeah, looking for him. He's going to get caught out 100% here. Doesn't even flash or even really have a chance to. So kind of strange. He was pretty far up the wave there, and against a Vi and Rakan, you can't quite be there.
So it's a good pick, but it also doesn't really mean all that much, because if this was like 30 seconds later, I think it's a really big win. So I don't know if you win, Morgan. He seems to be pretty confident.
Yeah, he's just taking aggressive.
Neither top laner has really been in walk in brush, miss the backing enemy, and then kill the minion with your key. Very unfortunate there. But as I was saying, Showmaker does lose his Tibbers, doesn't actually get the cancel. That is now no Jinx ult here for the up-and-coming fight, which is, I think, pretty big. Tibbers should be available again, as will the ultimates from Umti and Effort. But it didn't really lead to that much control. We see Showmaker, yeah, just getting caught out here. Doesn't have the control. A lot of CC available here. Effort just comes in for good measure. But even between just Hannah and Umti, you would have been dead, for sure.
It's just free bonus gold to Hannah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's... Yeah, you got to lock it down a little bit tighter from ahead. This game, you know, especially because we have stagnated for so long, Bro did give up the first Infernal, but now they're absolutely going to make a stand here on the second one. Canyon trying to get into the brush, and he's just getting 100-0. Oh, he does get away. The kick as well, and Effort goes down. Canyon tanky enough to get through all of that CC from the side of Bro, and now Karis is on the run. No more crown for him. Down he goes, and the Jinx is excited. That is the Zenith play. This Bible's getting pretty close to the sun here, but the equalizer might be good enough. Umpty trying to get back in there, but he will not get the kill. As Bible will survive, there's the cask, and Bro will have to give away Infernal Soul to DK.
Haha, not even close! Yes, oh my god, D+, making this exciting. Looks like Canyon is just going to get 100-0, which would be a loss of the Dragon. As a Showmaker looking for the cancel here, should be able to get it. Just, you know, maybe he got a first strike proc there. I'm not sure if it was up.
And now Umpty
Now they have Infernal Soul.
Yeah,
So
Umpty can't get to the Baron either.
Teleport is coming in here, though. We'll see Morgan making his way over, but bounties also currently available here for Breon, just because of the value of this Drake. Hana's teleport available here. They are still contesting. They're going all in on this.
Yeah, I mean, TPs are coming out. 5 members of Bro actually do get in here, and Umpty is given enough time to make his way over. He's low on health, but this is a flip, as you mentioned. Lots of low health bars here on the side of DK. They're trying to keep this Baron alive.
It is Lee.
Yeah, a bit of poke damage comes in, but Bro, I mean, they're 5 strong, and DK, I think this is a smart choice. You have Infernal Soul, no reason to flip it on this Baron.
Yeah, you use your own TP, but there's also double TP used for Breon, so any subsequent setup of the objective will be a lot easier, and you haven't actually backed yet with the gold you got from that one fight, plus the fact, as again, I think D+ is winning this game, but man, it's looking a little dicey. Actually, shout out to Bible there, whose Eclipse might have been the or his ultimate rather might have been the difference between Canyon staying alive or not. And then with everything being thrown into Canyon and him being alive, the rest of D+ is like, I guess we win the fight now. Bible goes in, gets a cleanse, and then barely stays alive just by the extra resistances he gets from his Eclipse. Hana toasts up Morgan. And then the key thing here, obviously, is just that the Drake does go over. Soul point is taken. But man, Breon are not letting having D+ have anything for free here today. And we're still seeing them around the Baron pit looking to try and contest here. And D+, what is really telling me is that it just doesn't feel like they've been able to actually take control of the map. Right?
Yeah,
like
it does feel like they're in the lead, but it doesn't feel like they're overwhelmingly in control.
Yeah, exactly, which is why I think this game, even though the Infernal Soul should be the finishing blow.
Should be.
I
mean, you got LDR now on Deft, who has stopwatch. It's 3 Adam Jinx. Should be enough. should absolutely be enough. And now look at this. Hannah getting flanked. That's going to be Tibbers. I don't know if he gets out of this. The Q comes in, and down he goes. Def going to get excited, and Umpty's going in, trying to zone away the carries of DK. But they have too many carries, as Karis is not going to be able to do anything. Def just chasing him down, and it looks like DK did have enough. They should have enough, and they would have enough in this one, as the Infernal Soul and Fed Jinx will get them across the line. Bible going to tank this one for them, and now they get the Baron.
And D+ ends up being Showmaker that sets up the play with the Annie. and is able to, knowing that the Henna's Cleanse is down, was forced earlier in the Dragon fight. There is no counterplay for the Aphelios. See the power of this composition as well. The fact that as soon as you get any CC down, the follow-up from range is incredible, right? Between the amount of damage the Equalizer does, the fact that you have a Jinx Rocket. Look at how much stuff is thrown in Henna here from like a large distance. It's actually unfair. Tries his very best to stay alive, but Flash Chibbers gets the initial setup, and then he's just dead before he gets the move. And then the follow-up, obviously, for D+ without the biggest damage source on Brion is very easy. They're able to clean up the Azir and the Vi as well, and then from there pick up the Baron. And that should be it. Should be bringing us to a game number 3.
Yeah, honestly, not too surprised that this is the outcome that we do get. I think that DK were kind of asleep, and they got very far behind early on in Game 1, and now they're playing like we expected them to play in Game 1.
But I do think that even in this loss, I'm giving the thumbs up to Brion. They're still contesting, they're still looking for angles. It's not enough, but, you know, they're making proactive plays, and that's all I want from this team, Valdez. Because when they do, they look so good. And then they don't, and it hurts me.
They're making good progress for sure. This is definitely a better Bro than we have seen. It seems like the against DK buff, once again, shining through.
Oh, yeah.
And now, with the Baron push, DK, how much will they get? Will we get a Elder Flip in this game? Another question. Probably not going to happen, especially because Baron will last longer, and they could always just, you know, throw a million things at Karis, who is desperate to just try to exist.
That was through Crown!
Yeah.
He almost died!
He's like, guys, I just want to play the game. This is not fair. And that's the inhibitor.
Rumble again paying dividends here in these longer fights, in these sieges, as now Brion is not gonna let them have this dragon for free.
Yeah, it might not be a flip, but we will have at least some aggression before this, based on the positioning of Bro right now. They are down 9,000 gold and an Infernal Soul,
yeah, there's 4 stopwatches, Valdez.
maybe you can isolate one guy or
No, but there's 4
something.
stopwatches!
Yeah.
It's not easy. Maybe Kana. That's the one guy that doesn't have a stopwatch. Just kill him before he can ult on top of himself. The problem here, of course, is that D+ still have Baron, and it's 10 seconds until this Drake comes through, so they can actually just go in as, oh, Bible.
Yeah, it is Leona, though, as immediately Equalizer comes down. They are hitting true to the mark as they get on in there, but it is just a massive kick to come through, and now trying to fight front to back is Karis and Umpty, but they're just getting wiped off the rift, as now Umpty will go down. That is a clean ace to the side of DK, and we will have a game number 3 to the surprise of nobody. Down will go this turret, and this will be the end of game 2.
And if you don't watch the LCK this split, you know, if you just come in, you tune in, you're like, oh man, Canyon looking the same as he always does. And I am voting for him for POG. It is happening. But the amount of I don't even know how to describe it. The fact that we can go from that Diana
What
game
an
to
anomaly
this,
this player
truly is.
Oh, production's voting for Deft. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Deft did have a great game, but it was not about him. It was about the mid-jungle duo, or mid-support duo, actually looking at 2 great early dives.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the mid-game was, in D+ fashion, a little bit shaky, but they were able to actually execute upon it. Did get the win, but they are not done yet. We're going to a game 3, and Bro will have the advantage due to side selection because they just lost this one. See if that is going to be enough for them to actually take down D+, because that will be a complete and utter surprise, even given that they beat them in round robin 1, just because of the circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the post game here, as the damage certainly coming out in heaps. I said surely and certainly at the same time. That was weird. Yeah, just a very one-sided game, much like game 1. A little bit less. You know, it's not 17-0, it's 15-2, but still a very clean win to the side of DK. And they will bring us to a game number 3. But first, guys, we will have a break, and we'll see what the space has to say about DK's win in game number 2.
그래도 장로 속도는 나오긴 해, 얘들아. 인지해야 돼.
10초 남았어 10초 남았어 그냥 불러봐
얘네 많이 갈렸다.
밑에 밀어봐 내가 그냥 여기 아래 지켜줄게 아래 지켜줄게 빼봐
내 어깨 잘 좋다 이거.
아니 이거 말 안 되긴 해. 여기 조금만.
나 없다 생각해
괜찮아. 형 와주세요. 길게 봐요. 괜찮아. 길 안 돼. 크라도플 형.
크라도플 형.
아지러 볼게. 아지러.
끝난다. 미드 가면 끝나.
미드라인.
나이스
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack them tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all. Eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feel it like a fire on the inside. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. As far as I'm concerned, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting the running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh, I'm just controlling my. It's all the same, so it's time to ride. Coming alive. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Here we go now. Yeah, here we go now. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. I'm controlling my fate. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. Just controlling my fate. I'm coming alive.
It's a 1v1. And Divine gets it. Unreal. All coming down to that 1v1 duel.
After the game ends, It's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
State Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge. もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Where to get out? It's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
But Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen, as Game 2 has just been wrapped up, and D+ performing very similarly to what Bro performed like in game number 1. Maybe it's a blue side thing, or maybe it's a tidying up the draft thing. We'll just have to see. Let's jump into the draft, gentlemen, and run through what has kind of changed.
Well, good mid matchup. You know, Annie into Azir. We saw Showmaker have priority quite a bit, and a jungler who is online early and can make an impact. And it's like night and day. And I feel like this isn't new. This isn't super surprising, but it's kind of still mind-blowing that it's like did D+ still make these mistakes in game 1, and then they're like, oh no, we can just do this. I'm like, you could have done that the whole time.
I really did like the Draven ban that we saw here from the side of OK Savings Bank Rion, because you knew that with this Lee Sin pick, they're probably planning on playing around bottom side. It's a Rumble. It's going to be pretty good in almost any meta matchup right now, so you know you kind of have default top prio. You're trusting the Annie. So they take away the Draven, and yet still, Deft gets ahead on this Jinx because they hard force the dive. The execution of the dive is fantastic, and this is when D+ are at their best, is either when Showmaker or Canyon are popping off in that 2v2 in the mid lane, which doesn't happen as much recently, or Deft gets ahead and they play through him.
Yeah, let's have a look at this first highlight here, where it almost was a disaster, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really bold one. The fact that there's a Gravitum as well for the CC makes it difficult, but they make a decision here to drop the tower aggro. Obviously, it heats up the more hits it's doing in succession, but they let it drop down to minimize the damage. And then here, it's actually Deft initially grabbing the aggros. He's the only one with HP. Canyon's happy to sacrifice himself. And then honestly, I think Effa could have just W'd out in that situation, kind of greeted, kind of thought, oh, my jungler's there. And then the second dive is even smoother.
Yeah, this time they just don't have any way to mitigate the damage here. They don't have summoners. It's really clean, really easy here. I mean, Effort, he tried to flash away, dies anyways, so loses his summoner there at the end. And it just felt like this was so clean from D+, but it was also such on a knife's edge that if they actually failed that first dive, it might have been like the game was over the other way. And I just feel like when you watch it, though, you just have to trust the D+. The execution was so good that it almost feels like they run drills doing these dives over and over on turrets, because they just were so absolutely clean at juggling that aggro.
No, it was really beautifully played. I like that you say that we were a little bit anxious, perhaps, at the very beginning of that one, because, yeah, when you've got 3 quite squishy champions at that point in time, those dives can definitely go wrong, and we've seen them go wrong before, but didn't this time. And then the snowball was a lot better than what we saw from D+ into KT, where they got a similar lead in game number 1 in their previous series this week, but then weren't able to follow through. This time, they found some fights, this being one of them. And Canyon surviving here, core drinker value pretty high.
Yeah, and it's kind of frustrating because I actually think Bro's attempt here on a Canyon is the correct decision. It's the right call. It nearly works, but they just don't quite have the damage. Plus, Canyon's a bit tanked than they hope for. And they end up losing a lot in this situation, and Deft starts to pick up resets, and it gets really bad really quick.
Yeah, Deft is just able to chase down cars. I mean, Deft, the entire game was about the fact that this Jinx was ahead, and when, as mentioned by the casters, we've mentioned every time Deft plays Jinx, like he's so good at this champion that you know he's going to get it done, and with just a Gore Drinker there, despite a slight mistake you could say from Canyon, almost capitalized on there. He pops off again, and then he does so in subsequent fights and skirmishes the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was really from there the game kind of just evaporated out of their control. So let's have a look and see who picks up POG. And it's going to be Deft this time around. I think there were quite a few considerations for the Polar Bear as well, but I think that this game was about Deft. He was legendary in the end, and I think deserves it this time.
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously praise Canyon for having that early impact in these dives, but Deft playing not only these dives really well, as we said before, he's the one who re-grabs the aggro after this, but then in every team fight from there, he felt pretty untouchable.
Yeah, and I mean, the lane pressure they put on here meant that they were absolutely going to play through him. They knew that, as you can see on the top side of the map, that Rumble has that prio we talked about earlier, and Deft is the core of this team. Like, if he gets ahead, they always deliver. And like, it's either Canyon gets massively fed with Showmaker, right, or Deft has early prio, and love the split vote here.
Yep. We're alongside Media with the Deft votes, but I think that Media is kind of all right this time around, as it is a bit of a boom damage. When it comes down to Canyon votes, he doesn't need 1,100, you know? Share it around a little bit, right, guys?
Yeah. I mean, we voted for Deft, so...
I'll be transparent. I was the one who was really pushing for the Deft vote. I thought, I mean, the game was about him, so I was like, let's go Deft. It was kind of me.
I also really liked the Flame Trumpers being used on himself before Umpty jumped on top of it.
That was clean.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Bro, we're going to select the blue side as we expect, as blue side has won both of the games thus far. We'll have to see whether a certain Tristana is going to be banned away this time around, whether it's going to be a different game from D+, because we don't necessarily feel like side selection is the be-all and end-all here, don't we reckon, gentlemen?
It's the early game that seems to be the most defining factor in this series, so I hope that both teams play a little bit closer this time. I'm hoping for an exciting Game 3 because both the games have been so one-sided so far.
Yeah, I kind of expect this sometimes happens in series where like Game 1's a stomp in one way, Game 2's a stomp in the other direction, and then Game 3 is just an absolute mess down to the wire. So I'm hoping for that. Really fun.
Yeah, I actually feel like that's kind of your LPL experience talking, because that was my experience a few years ago in the LPL as well. It's like if you do have back-to-back stomps from both teams, Game 3 guaranteed to be an absolute disaster. And that is what we want to see. So now it is time to throw it back to the casters and jump into what is hopefully a chaotic mess of a game number 3.
Thank you so much, Space and Media. For that great breakdown in game number 2. Just great stuff. And jokes aside, I mean, the game was about Deft at the end of the day. Canyon set him up, Deft knocked him down, and they got across the line. So now really the question is, will Bro be able to pull it back here on blue side? Will they make this draft again about the 2v2 and win the 2v2? Or will Deft make it about him and carrying the game from the lead? We'll have to wait and see. As was mentioned before, this is Bro on blue side.
We will see. I kind of echo what the Space was saying earlier. Chaotic Mess is kind of my favorite brand of League of Legends. You know, come from the Benelux. That's all the League of Legends we do there. Challengers, obviously, always looks that way. We'll see if we actually will end up getting in here, because this is another one-sided game, one way or the other. I will feel a little bit robbed. A rivalry that seems so unlikely, but makes so much sense every time you see these two teams face off. As no real surprises.
Do you think they banned the...
you should ban Tristana.
Tristana this time. They didn't in game 1. They banned Azir instead. So I guess now they're like, okay, you can play Tristana. We're going to ban Tristana here third. That's what I would imagine happens here for DK.
Yeah, that would be my guess as well. I think adaptation after game number 1 is definitely warranted. Cool. I didn't see that one coming. So it's going to be Tristana here for Breon. I'm really wondering what the thought process is behind that one, because it's not even like the Gragas is still highly prioritized into Renekton. Like that was if you're B1ing or sorry, you're prioritizing the Renekton, right? And this is a couple of patches ago. I think this ban makes sense. I'm on board with it. But now, okay, so it is because of Jax. So they're taking a completely okay. Then it makes sense because the AP variant of Gragas is still really good into Jax. They're gonna give Kana more agency, and they are looking to provide for Canyon here. Now I'm wondering, do they want to go double AD carry here? Because I have actually seen some Lucian mid. Now, I don't think that that is a thing that...
What? A totally new idea.
I know, yeah. But I have never seen that before in League of Legends. But if you do want to go for... No, we're kidding, everyone.
Should have a good matchup into Tristana.
And just, that's my thought process as well. As the Maokai tree versus tree, as is often the case.
Or Jace.
No, it's going to be Jace instead. I mean, still, I think it's fine. Makes sense. Jace does have a lot of offensive power. Should really be bolstered. Now, when it comes to the 2v2, I think I prefer the Brionne one, just because looking at the damage that's available. But Canyon has looked like our best Ivern by like a large...
He looks like the only player that actually knows where the strength of Ivern is.
And it's not, yeah, no, I think Peanut...
it's not an engaging.
No, the Peanut like queuing into a Herald pit still is... I can't get it out of my brain. It's still there. And he won the game because it's Genji and it was fine. But
yeah.
Canyon's seemingly the only one that, as you point out, really understands. Now, does leave me wondering whether they are going to just accept that they're full AD and just rely on, you know, Kana maybe building a hybrid, or whether they are going to go for an AP carry here. There is, of course, still the opportunity to go Shiv on something like Varus. Comes to mind.
Yeah. It would be kind of weird to play Ivern with just Jace as like ranged AD.
I agree. Yeah. Well, this is why I'm like kind of... I expect it to still be an AD carry.
Yeah.
Is it just going to be Aphelios? I'm like looking, like double checking, like that's going to get banned, right?
They banned Melio, which,
yeah, okay.
I mean, with Tristana and another AD carry to come out here from the side of Bro, I think that makes sense if they didn't want to pick it up themselves. But yeah, the Aphelios you were pointing out is banned. What is the choice here? Maybe just
Ash
again? Could be kind of weird in this one, though. It'll take a long time. Varus, the consideration, lots of poke.
Could be
come out from
lethality
these
here.
two. Yeah.
We'll see if it's lethality. There's like 3 builds you can go at this point. You can go like the classic on-hit build. You can go lethality Varus, which I think normally is not great, but with Jason Ivern it actually does work out quite well. You can go for the tank buster and more burst-oriented hybrid build where you go for the Nashers and the Shiv and whatnot. See what he actually ends up going as Brionne here. Rel is still available. Should be high on the priority list here.
No.
That's not really a champion anymore.
Wait, what did Atlas say? I didn't hear him say anything about Zeri and Yumi. I'm pretty sure he didn't.
You wouldn't. Viper tried this.
Zeri Rel?
Yeah, that's better. Like, I think the Rel is a great champion. Has a lot of power currently. Works really well together with the Maokai. So there are also like 3 different builds for Zeri. Nautilus would make complete sense. I think any engager is fine. Alistair would be my personal preference because of the matchup into Rel. And I think that the ability to disengage and just tank a Maokai ult is really, really valuable, but this gives you a lot more offensive agency. So there is a couple of builds for Zeri. There is the classic Zeri, which is just, you know, the crit Zeri that we haven't seen in the longest time.
Attack.
Yes. Then we have
damage.
Then we have Stridebreaker Zeri, which is what became popular after the Sheen proc was nerfed. Viper played that a bunch. And then we also have full AP Zeri, which really is just I go in and I press my R button and people blow up. I expect it to just be the classic...
the AP one, right?
No. Oh. remember W Zeri? That was a time.
I mean, we still have it now with Kai'Sa in this game.
Yeah.
Or in this patch.
Yeah, it's fine. Kai'Sa's permabans. Everyone is learned.
Oh,
and everything is okay now.
Yeah, that's okay, man, on the left.
How threatening he is.
Yeah.
Love that.
Very scary. We do have a turtle, a cat, and some other animals there. As it is, as everybody's pointing out, Showmaker's birthday. Happy birthday to Showmaker. And will he get the POG in this game? I don't know. Not really.
Haven't really
Jace,
seen
maybe?
Showmaker be picking up a whole lot of POGs, but Jace definitely does have a lot of carry potential. We'll see if it's going to be enough or the Brion comp. I have no idea. I need to see. We'll see what ends up happening for D+. I think a lot of power here, both offensively and defensively. We'll see if they're able to actually use it.
Now that is really the key question. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 3. Oh, that was close. I got nearly Iverned. The angle was perfect, but Hannah avoids it. This is the second Zeri on this patch. Thank you, Jason. Also, clarification, it's Showmaker's birthday tomorrow. Not today, but they're not playing tomorrow, so they're celebrating it today.
So the other one was Viper, right? Like, I don't think anyone else tried picking it up. And we've been on this patch for quite a long time now.
Yeah. I would assume so. Yes. We just got the confirmation. It was the Viper. And, I mean, in terms of going well with the comp, surely Zeri can dash, and she's very mobile, very fast. So if the Renekton's getting in there, if Maokai's pressing his buttons, if Rel is pressing her buttons, Tristana can as well. It goes well.
It feels like it really does feel like can we have Kaisa? No, we have Kaisa at home, and then it's just very Pope W, you know, dives in
Hila
well.
doesn't exist.
Oh man, that would have been so much better.
Yeah.
Why did you remind me of that? That is, well, honestly, that's me.
Neil is another one of those champions that's kind of like Ivern, but also not quite like Ivern, where it's just like, okay, it's kind of like a weird skill set. It doesn't really play exactly like an AD carry, and not everybody can play her, and not everybody will be comfortable on that pick. Not everybody can be Jiwoo, right?
No.
Which makes sense. And I think Guma played it that one time as well.
He did, and he did get a win on it as well. I just want to highlight that
they played it against the Zeri too.
Is going for first strike, and he also picked up his futures market. And I hope it is just a demonic embrace.
Crown Maokai.
Oh,
he's gonna play it like Lilia, except Maokai.
That is the worst thing that I've heard today. I don't appreciate that. Not Crown Maokai.
Sounds so bad. Oh god.
I genuinely take Night Harvester. Like, bring it back. It's fine. It's better than Crown Maokai. Oh.
No, that one.
No, Bible.
Sense.
How dare you?
What did he do? Did he miss the cannon? Oh.
That's not just gold missing for Deft. There's gold missing for him.
That's like minus 140?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not just -1, guys in the chat. Make sure you get it right. Oh, that stun was
clean.
Very close to being under the turret, by the way.
Yeah.
Could have been at least one turret shot. I mean, it's Zeri. Here's Canyon. Of course, Ivern, in terms of being aggressive, can be aggressive early on. That's fine. As now Karis he's going to hop on in as, well, he's going to flash now, and that's pretty unfortunate for him.
Yeah, Ivern is always really interesting because his actual offensive pressure is obviously pretty lackluster because he's Ivern. It's not really what he's about. Does force the flash, but he has so much free time in the early game because of how his clear works that looking for a ganking opportunity like that actually ends up working out quite nicely. Showmaker is a little bit low on mana, so I don't expect to see a continuation of the earlier play, as Canyon might run into Umti here, but it's just it's gonna queue him, walk it off, and then now they will have really good knowledge of where Umti is going to be in the near future. Oh, wow.
Well, it is Tudu with Kwangno Freaks that has been struggling a lot. It's also been Morgan, who played into Cassante a couple times and really had a rough time there. Also, Bro haven't been on a great position. And Whole Life Esports with Kingen. I mean, that one...
That's the one. I mean, they did play KT. Might be that match.
Could be. Either way, I mean, Jax is fine. I don't think, we look at this and say,
that's you saying it.
Ooh, 6 losses in a row must be bad. No, I don't think so.
Notorious Jax anti.
Yeah, times have changed.
Yeah, of course. We all get to change our minds.
Oh, a little crash down. Bible Does he have Q? Doesn't look like it, as he's just going to walk it off. Totally fine. But this is going to be advantage in the lane to Henna and Effort now. Just a little bit. I mean, there's 2 biscuits, though, here for Def, so maybe he can just kind of walk it off and lane by himself for now.
Should be able to, but still nicely done here by the bot lane of... Oh, that hurts. Of Brion. Really see that the... Like, level 1, level 2, Deft and Bible having a lot of influence. They're still looking as... Ooh, that, looking a little bit closer than maybe they were looking for.
Immune.
That's not the right meme.
When in Rome.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's what they say. And yeah, no, he's fine. He's just gonna back, pick up a Noon Quiver. Very curious to see how the Zeri works. I mean, I do feel like there is a little bit of... There's always this kind of patch bias where usually it's in the case of, okay, we get like a mini buff for a champion, then it like bursts onto the scene.
Yeah.
And we don't oftentimes see the opposite, although like Wukong has been in this position where he gets nerfed a bunch and then we still see play, but Zeri did get... Yeah, he's going to miss the cannon here. She did get really nerfed, like, pretty hard, don't get me wrong, but I do think there are some angles where you can still play this champion, but people are like, no, she got nerfed, we can't play it. So I'm happy to see that Henna's giving it another shot, and it is without Yuumi, so we don't hate it. I don't think it's going to take over the meta anytime soon, but I am very curious to see how it will do, just in general, after all the nerfs, and what exactly the build will look like, and how Henna's going to play it in this current iteration of League of Legends.
Because I do think Henna was actually a great Zeri. It was one of the few picks that Brion was able to consistently get wins, so even against stronger teams, when it was still meta. But I am somewhat worried. If Viper can't make a pick work, then I'm skeptical. You know, Viper, for all of Humble Life's faults, has been a very strong and consistent player. As Kenyon is going to get spotted by the sapling here. Thank you, Umti, says Karis. And right now, not too much happening here early on. We haven't really gotten any decisive information on what builds are going to look like, at least for now. Topside, as expected, Renekton is going to be feeling just fine in the early stages of the game, and once Sundra comes in, things just kind of go south from there, as this is level 6 available for Umti here. Summoners are available, but forcing those before a fight could be big, as maybe you wanted to take that one, Henna.
Yeah, take one for the team.
Yeah,
and
good.
Yeah, I mean, there are summoners available, and maybe Bible just runs away, but if Umti can flash into that one, perhaps you've got the angle. And they are going to hold down the river for now. Take a look at where Canyon is on the map. Good shot here from Jonas Strong to show that he's not in position to take this. And so that will just be Infernal Drake over to the side of Bro.
We do see the early game going the way of Brion here. Do think makes some sense. Going to be looking for D+ once the level 6s are available, and once they actually start fighting around this Ivern with the Jace, the Jax, and Deft. So gonna keep hooking, but it's not until level 6 that I think you actually have kill threat. Nautilus is also, we didn't really mention this earlier, but was very popular even during the Enchanter meta, specifically into Zeri, because it's one of the few champions that actually has an ultimate that can reliably lock down this pick. As Clean Cleanse, still going to be a win here, I'd say. The trade favorable for Deft, but Henna not taking too much, only the Q immediately afterwards. W also used by Deft for a little bit of extra damage.
It'll be a nice little setup for a future play and for a potential for Henna to get caught out here. So now Umti just going to take the Rift Herald as well. There was a really nice team shift in positioning down the map with the prio that they have. Like the Renekton's doing a great job on top, the Tristana's pushing in mid. They shifted down to take the Infernal Drake, and they stayed alive on the bottom side as they shifted up to take the Rift Herald. So both early objectives go into the pockets of Bro. They're still down on gold.
Yeah, and
for
also,
now.
Yeah, they will have the Herald to come down. I do think that you really want to try and set up a play here towards the bot side of the map. Because with clans not being available here, the combination of the Bible ult, Deft's ult is coming up soon, and Canyon with his Ivern should be a very easy dive here. We do also see that Umti seems to make this read as well. He's walking down that bot side lane, and I think the diving window not going to be here for now, and the engage might even come through. This is a rel, do remember. Deft running a little bit low here.
Yeah, and as well, there it is, the crash down immediately, and the flash is perfect as the Maokai ultimate on the chase here. Deft super low, and the Rel is just doing the damage, as it will not be enough, though. Deft is going to get that Q in, but you would imagine that eventually he will go down, as Umpty will trade it back. This Canyon's like, what's going on down here, guys? I'm a pacifist, I don't want to fight. But yeah, at least Deft able to trade the one back, picks up his Shiv, as he will run back to lane.
Yeah, so it looks like Deft is indeed going to go for the more hybrid build. Probably going to go Nashor's next and solve the issue of D+ not having any AD available. This top side, though, this is when the Renekton is strongest, right? You're 9 levels in, you have the power of your Dominus. Kana isn't really winning trades yet, although, you know, taking multiple turret shots definitely doesn't help with that. And it's also, what we're seeing here is, again, a reminder that a D+ without a Canyon in a winning matchup looks very different. Now, the gold lead this time around is even, so it's not really comparable to the previous. So the first game is, oh, Morgan.
Yeah, he's just going to get
That's not great. That's
Dominus and Flash, both down, and Kana, he's got some help with Canyon moving up to the top side of the map. He says, well, it doesn't look like I'm getting dove, so I'm totally fine. Big win for him in the top lane.
And we do have Shiv coming through here as well. So Hannah going to be picking up that one at the very least. Cole's done now here for both bot laners. Neither of them actually picking up a kill either. So we're going to take another look here as Deft is able to get his Q down first, crucially. Hannah's already really low. So it's all about, can you actually get the damage down? He's able to stand behind Bible and just goes for as much Blight stacks as he can before proccing them. Able to get himself, or rather set up the kill for his teammate. If Canyon was a little bit earlier, could have been, oh, hold up.
Here we go. A lot of stuff down, and they just, okay.
I assume that they didn't want to run the risk of getting counter games, because there are still summoners available and like both ultimates for Deft and Bible, but still, that was a definite angle there.
Yeah, I mean, Bible just tanked the root, and then they were like, nah, we're not doing this. A lot of damage into Showmakers. Canyon's like, well, I'm just here to help out with a little shield. And a root as well.
Does a Moonstone now.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very curious. I mean, I think we... If you're going to try to force a play onto both ult, both flash available Varus Nautilus, you need to be very sure that the enemy jungler is not there.
Yeah, the turn potential was
so
really
they like
disgusting.
win for it, and then they're like, oh crap, we shouldn't have gone for this. And then they just walked away, so I think it just looked really awkward.
Nicely done by Morgan, actually getting the full value of the slice and dice. Also, Kana doesn't have a Sunderer yet, so he's still a very sad Jax who just gets bullied by the mean Crocodile. Will change as he does have his TP available and should have the gold now for Sunderer. Gonna go back. Still, of course, laning pressure is gonna be there for Morgan as second Drake. D+ is just gonna have to tank the hit here towards the turret. Blades are gonna go over to Hannah and Umpty. We'll see if they're actually looking to contest. There's no Sunderer.
Back.
Yeah.
He just stayed. And so that means that he doesn't have Sunderer, he doesn't teleport back in. I guess they wanted to keep him for the dragon fight, but the entire top turret's already gone.
And now if
Morgan's just going to take 4 plates.
Yeah, if Kana teleports to the top, then Morgan can TP down and they get a free dragon.
Yeah. Well, they're getting a free turret instead. And yes, I mean, the point still stands. I mean, DK, yes, they have their Jax now. They are going to be able to take this. Bone plating, you know, going to help out a little bit. And it looks like Bro actually do want to fight this. His teleport kept here by Morgan. He's got a fantastic angle here, but
timing!
They're looking to turn onto him. Very nicely done as, look at this frontline Bible in a lot of trouble, but the damage goes into Umpty as in goes Kana looking for that backline. Effort's super low as well, and Bro, they way overextend in the fight, and DK just hold their ground and shoot back at them as now Morgan just on the run. Might actually be able to back here, but they know where he is. As one Shock Blast actually just going to stop this back easily. Yeah, Morgan's just dead. Down he will go. There's going to be 3 kills and the Drake over to the side of DK.
I think he got the... Yeah, they got the damage. So, really big there is the fact that the teleport is spotted and the timing from the Q. Really nicely done. And for Brian, if that teleport comes through, that's fine. But then Effort and Umpty need to go in. You can't just let like Morgan get turned on, because the moment that you try to engage, like you don't have vision up until Morgan is actually there because of all the shrubbery, and then everything goes into Bible, but that means that Deft just is looking at a shooting gallery, fires off his ult. You're trying to like run past an Ivern and a Nautilus and a Varus that has just ulted with no threat on the backline whatsoever, so it really doesn't end up working out for Brion. Gold now dead even, but if that is how the team fights are going to look, D+ shouldn't be too worried. Deft also picking up the kills, gonna get his Nashers relatively soon now. And if one of these carries really starts running away with the game with an Ivern, good luck, because you are not gonna have an easy time killing them.
No, you definitely won't, and already Deft is off to the races here. We have Showmaker with a lot of farm, although no kills just yet. And DK, I mean, with the Ivern and control, should be easy Rift Herald to them. So Bro just say, okay, you can have it. They have shown before that they're willing to go away Infernal Drakes, so why not the second Rift Herald here? By the way, it is a Mountain Soul. Ooh. Not sure if I mentioned it, Chronicler, but
not yet.
That one is quite large, especially for this game. With all the damage on both sides, the lethality potential from the Jace, etc., etc. It's going to be interesting to see who can pick up a multitude of Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, I think particularly for D+, denying it is really big because a lot of their value will be coming from the ability for Showmaker to get some reliable poke down, right? And then on the flip side for Brion, if they are not able to get an early pick onto Deft, like just because of the nature of how Ivern and Jax work, I don't think you're winning the longer fights. I think you're really relying on actually getting down up front burst, making sure that Karis and Hannah, you know, get on top of someone, blow them up, as Kana might be in trouble here. Umti is not spotted. Does have Hex Flash.
Yep. And Counter-Strike can work against the Renekton. The leap onto the ward is going to be that little bit of extra. Very nicely done. And meanwhile, just sieging up mid. Maokai not in position here, so should get a nice crash. There it is. Rift Herald not going to be used for positioning on the second Drake. Might have been, I don't know, they just wanted to capitalize on Umti out of position, but instead they just get a decent chunk into mid, and if they can take out the mid turret before the Drake, that will be even better.
Yeah, it's D+ with the pressure advantage, at least for now. They're not really able to get too much out of it. Crash in mid, a little bit of a wave being shoved into the turret on top side. And until the turrets actually start falling here for Brion, we see that they're still very proactive, really taking control. This Bible.
Ooh, nice response from Henna and Effort. But they are committing to this as out comes Daisy, and now Effort in a rough spot is going to bait everybody in, but down he will go. But that's a kill over to Henna now, who is going to have to flash the Arrow of Deft.
And you get a kill on Hannah. That's nice, but a lot of summoners being used there. And crucially, Kara is also using his teleport. So now D+ teleport advantage heading into the next Drake fight. Should be able to leverage that, try and set up a position where they either get a lot of side lane pressure, or ideally, I'd say the Dragon, as the Shiv actually canceling Deft is back there. Very sad. Showmaker, mean, you know, let him back in peace, please.
Yeah. So is Umti going Rylai's here?
No, he's going Radiant.
Okay.
It's okay. We've abandoned the...
Just wanted to trigger you just a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, it worked. Players have actually learned, though. Because, as it turns out, when...
This game, shift damage.
Yeah, but I think that you're not really playing in any tanks. Like, eventually, I think Kana can go for, like, Frozen Heart and Zhonya's and be nigh unkillable, but...
you've got Maokai, you've got Rel.
Yeah.
Some defensive items on Renekton, like you...
And here we really start seeing the potential of the siege, right? Unfortunately, for Effort, he doesn't actually get to stay alive. Bible, though, is still easily taken down, was tanking, and then Henna really respecting the fact that Deft is actually building AP, and he has the W, so doesn't want to get bursted down and feed this Varus even more. Doesn't end up actually coming true. We'll see. The control right now of the river firmly in favor of Brion. Raged wave clear is a lot better for D+. We'll see if they're actually able to turn that into meaningful mid lane prio so that they can then rotate over through mid, set up shop. Because once an Ivern comp has kind of started its claim on, or staked its claim on an area, actually getting control back is really hard, even with the fact that Umti has his ultimate and his saplings. As Hannah taking a decent amount of damage. Showmaker finishing, not yet transforming though, is Manamune.
Yeah. is getting there. Let's see this Mountain Drake fight, if we even get one. Kind of looks like Bro
Might not.
really
That's not good.
hanging out. Yeah, and he's even taking shift damage on the backside of the minion wave after that, after the shockwave. As now, a bit of an engage is coming in. The siege is just insane as Henna has to get over the wall. He's just not able to play the game right now as no engage comes in and Henna has to walk away.
So, because of the fact that Brion was able to give Kara's free access to topside, they do actually pick up an inner turret. So when it comes to gold, this trade, not looking too bad. However, when it comes to like forcing summoners and gaining map control, getting mid lane turret is really, really big here for D+. Getting himself started in the Mountain Drakes is quite nice, but as long as these carries on Brion are able to stay on relative item parity, which right now is the case, there will always be an angle. But the further we get in the game, I do think that the scaling advantage, even with a double AD carry composition, I'd favor D+. I think that Jax specifically with Ivern into double AD is such a menace.
But Counter-Strike available, it is going to catch him, kind of hops in the river. As meanwhile, some poke. Oh, he's going to eat that one. Effort as he brings him in, and huge wombo combo. Immediately, Bible is going to go down. As now finally Deft will join up. There is the huge burst damage going in onto Karis. The Shock Blast looks like it went just barely wide. Still was quite the burst damage straight into his face. As I suppose for Bro, I mean, Morgan's continuing to win the side lane for now. And is putting on the pressure.
Showmaker on his way.
Showmaker.
He doesn't know. Yeah, should be taken down here. They know that he's there. Yeah, they have a ward. They are 100% certain. And with teleports available as well for Khan, I don't think there really is a Baron angle.
Yeah, Morgan just going to get knocked back as gets dunked on by the Jace, and a couple more others will do it. Showmaker, a nice gank from the mid lane, comes in and takes out the side lane.
Good roam from Showmaker here. As we take another look, we see D+ really wanting to look for this, but they are unaware that Henna is already there. Deft isn't actually, so a lot of damage here is missing. And if Showmaker has a Shock Blast here, he dies 100%. Like, the burst of AP Varus is ludicrous. And then Morgan here, unfortunately, caught out, gets his slice and dies cancelled. Nicely done by Showmaker to ensure that Morgan doesn't get to, like, slice, dies through, and then flash. Could have been an angle for him to get out. Not the case. Uses his flash as well, which is pretty tough. And D+, not yet pulling out in terms of gold, but the map control, I'd say, still mostly theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a really heads-up play from Showmaker. A lot of times players will be like, okay, the team fight ended. I'm going to go back, spend my gold, and I'm going to try to get back on the map, start clearing waves out again. Showmaker's like, this is the perfect time. They don't have vision on the bottom side. Morgan's playing very aggressively. I can free up some of the pressure that's being put onto my Jax and get him his second item, which is, by the way, Black Cleaver. And that's just a great heads-up play. So it delays his back, perhaps delays some of his items, but it's fine because he is able to do a lot for the team. And now it looks like he's going to be up in the top lane matching the Renekton.
One of the issues as Canyon, I don't think we can go in on this. Umti does get the flash, so that's a big win. You'll take that. Be able to pick up Daisy as well. You have it available for the
I guess
fight.
The timing, yeah, because he'll get it up again for the next fight. Yeah, the Maokai ultimate. But if he used that and then Canyon flashes away, but then DK are like, now we're going to take an objective. Yeah, the Ivern doesn't necessarily like need his flash too much.
There is a window here, right? We'll see if they actually end up going for it. If D+ actually have the bravado to try and force something with Umti's ultimate down, but it doesn't look like that is the case. Maybe want to wait for Deft's Riftmaker. But the gold is still that even. Like, I favor D+ here, but for Brion, they've been able to match when it comes to team fighting. And if they can get on top of Deft and Showmaker, take them down at the beginning of a fight with this Karis Henna dive combination, maybe Morgan can get a flank angle. There are still a lot of opportunities here for Brion. So the gold graph actually was what we wanted. The pace of the game, maybe no.
I was just laughing at Henna dancing, backing, and Deft was not going to let that happen. And yeah, the pace, I mean, we've had some skirmishes here and there. But it does feel like, yeah, I mean,
some
Bro,
scuffles.
They have one tree that can engage, but also disengage with 280 carries. And then on the other side, you've got two ranged carries with different kinds of builds with an Ivern. So both both of these teams, especially with the Jacks as well, DK just kind of sitting back, farming it up. Bro as well, they say, well, we're Bro. Game number 2 is kind of scary.
We don't like that.
Let's slow things down. We have some scaling this time. Let's chill out and farm. And that's where we were just hanging out.
And this is where things get interesting. Gonna start setting up for this Mountain Drake. The poke definitely in favor of D+. We'll see if they can actually land enough for it to be meaningful. Kana!
Uh-oh.
Does have flash and stopwatch.
Oh, that was really close, though.
For a little bit there.
If he was like a tiny bit deeper,
oh yeah,
you get like effort flashing on you. You've got like a big committal coming in from Bro.
They know that they're in the jungle.
Who's gonna win this fight already? DK setting up the brushes. Canyon denying a lot of vision, as you can see.
Very annoying.
To be able to throw some saplings in there at least. But the poke, as long as they sit here in the brush and just poke him out and don't actually fight, as now they're trying to get on to Kana. But again, like you mentioned, he's got flash, he's got stopwatch, he's really tanky.
Counter-strike as well.
Yeah, he's just tanking it up, and now he's got Redemption coming in. Can they even take out Kana? I don't think so. As they go very deep for the next flash on in. Karis is taking a big amount of damage. Now Morgan coming forward, immediately dies. As they will trade Kana for it, but I think DK are totally fine with that.
It's the Ivern.
Yeah, the Ivern looking for that root. Not quite going to hit it, but Bible will hit his. As now the second AD carry going to be in a rough spot. This time it will be Karis as he gets rooted up, and down he will go. So DK take a massive fight and will take this Mountain Drake.
And it looked scary there with Karis going in, but I actually think that was the right call. That's the one angle that you have, because the elongated fight doesn't really seem to be going the way of Brion. Crucially there, Kana, with his stopwatch, with the fact that he's playing Counter-Strike into Zeri, Tristana, and Renekton, feels incredibly safe. And Brion, I think, feel forced to try and collapse onto someone here, but you also just walk, basically forced to like walk through the shooting gallery, right? See how low Umti already gets. Then we have the turn that comes through here. The Redemption doesn't actually heal Kana, but does deal damage to Umti. And then this type of fight where you can keep your backline safe, even though Deft is forced to flash, ends up working out very, very nicely. Hannah with Veil doesn't actually get any value. And look how high these health bars stay because of the continued healing from Showmaker with the Moonstone. More than enough. Deft gets the freely auto.
Showmaker getting that Moonstone value.
So Showmaker? I mean, Canyon, yeah. I mean,
the Moonstone chase doing a lot here for the team.
Not even I believe it. That was Showmaker!
And Showmaker's getting in there onto Umti. He is very deep. He is looking to be dead. He does have the stopwatch. Chains of Corruption coming in. Lots of damage from Death. But again, you know, flashes are down. Stopwatches are down. Kana's being hounded as well on the top side as the poke continues in from DK.
Oh, that's a lot of ultis gone.
Bro, I don't think you can really do this.
They should not.
Not against this comp, even with Showmaker down.
Yeah, I think they realize as well.
Yeah.
As Morgan is looking for a flank angle here.
Oh, wow.
They're really going to try and hard force this. I think they might have a suspicion.
Well,
Morgan.
they want to take the turn. The turn is good. They're getting on top of Depth. The cleanse is there, and the damage is no follow-up. Comes in from the side of Bro, as now Morgan is just left out to dry. Down he will go, so will Effort, as now Kana can easily follow up here. The Zeri does pop her ult, and DK will hold off for now, but now it's their turn at the barrel.
And you gotta imagine that after the previous fight, Bro felt like they were in a corner, because there's no other reason to hard force the way that they did here. Thought that they could get something going with Showmaker going down there, but not gonna be the case. And it's Canyon, thank you Veldas, with the Moonstone that keeps the rest of his team alive here. And the fact that Deft isn't really threatened ends up being the big difference maker here. So Brion, the pick on Showmaker, just really nicely done. Able to isolate him here. They do throw a lot into him, but because they get the kill, it does actually end up working out. More importantly, Deft also uses his ulti, only gets some damage on effort, and Kana TP's in. So this doesn't look too bad. But the real problem is that they use so many cooldowns here. And then this, to me, says we're desperate, right? We don't have an angle if this goes late. We're gonna try and find the angle with Morgan, and then the Daisy auto cancels Hannah, Umti, and Karis's jump. So Morgan is just left on his own, and I don't even think it would have been enough with Deft having both his Deft having his cleanse available. but at least it might have worked, but instead it's a result.
We're doing it again. We're doing it again, Chronicler.
Yes,
this time it's Bible. Stopwatch going to be used. They are getting a lot of value out of those, I guess. There's over the wall. Umpty will follow the Jags. And yeah, once Deft joins, and they get a little bit of healing coming in.
Ooh.
It will be DK once again in control. They have the Baron buff. It's getting a bit spicy there in the jungle, though.
Brianna's still looking. And yes, 5k gold deficit. But you know, you have a Zeri that is approaching 4 items. I don't think Zeri's very good anymore, but willing to be proven wrong. The problem is though, in a minute and a half, which lines up perfectly with the end of this Baron buff, there is going to be a possibility for a Mountain Soul, which will make Deft nigh unkillable.
This damage is insane. I mean, they two-shot Effort.
Yep.
Effort's supposed to be relatively tanky, but he's not.
Absolutely not.
Not against this team.
Kana feeling so safe here. Does have the Zhonya's now as well.
Oh, at least we got the Scorch Claw smite on him.
Yay!
Well, that's not the reason why Bro are behind in this one, but felt like I should meme it as even the bottom lane is pushing.
It's gonna fall. Whoa!
Yeah, I think it will.
Come on, Costers! Get it done as we look again. At this point in the game, if you can just safely siege, look at that. The combination of the
trying to save
blight,
his mid laner.
It just, I mean, he had to. If he doesn't go in there, Karis actually does die as a thank you for the storytelling. And there are no inhibs down. And Brion probably gets one more attempt at salvaging this game. See if it's enough. Bible will get spotted there, but look at the itemization finishes here that we have. Deft will have Flash and Cleanse available for this fight. Looks like Bible is going to go for the Zhonya's as well. Doesn't have it just yet, though. But should be really hard for Brion to actually approach here. Are going to go through the bot side of the river. Do have a pushing wave there as well, but D+ is already setting up here. Poke is going to start landing.
Yeah, up go the bushes, in comes the poke. And you can understand the desperation from Bro. It's either you sit here and get poked out or you engage, and sometimes that engage
Umpty's ult after looking for an angle.
Oh, Daisy! Daisy, no! She's dead. And that, you know, we saw how much value that got in the last fight. Bro trying to set up here onto this one, kind of doing a great job of zoning them away as the depth charge doesn't get a lot of value. Stopwatch here as well. Zonya's probably here for Kana as the shield available. In he goes, trying to zone away the team as Umpty in a rough spot nearly gets 100 to 0. Does the damage? It's just not there for the side of Bro. Immediately they will get absolutely shredded down by the Jace and the Varus, as now Henna just running away. At least Zeri can still do that, but is not going to survive in this game. As Downey will go the TP into mid, and Karis is just having his fun.
And D+ gonna be able to pick up a crucial win here. But man, Brion made it a fight for them. Brion really, with even just the game win again, setting themselves up for a much better fight, but fortunately for D+, they won't be slipping too far. Gonna go to 9-5 here. Depending on the result later today, can take over Home by Life on that third place spot.
And that's gonna do it. Nexus goes down and Deft goes legendary again here in game number 3. As man, very nicely done. That's how you got to play that kind of composition out. And by the way, with this win, guys, DK will be going to the summer playoffs. They already had like a 98, 99% chance to make it. But with this win, now it's 100. There is no chance that they don't go. Now the only question is, what seed will they be in? Are they going to be in 3rd and potentially fight up against the right side of the standings? Or will they go 4th, 5th, try to fight up against a relatively stronger team? We have yet to see. Still 2.5 weeks to go here in this LCK regular season, summer 2023. So DK, they take the best of 3. Game 1 was interesting with 0 kills, but then they got a lot in the next bunch as 300 wins goes over to Showmaker, the 10th player to ever do so, as he will tie Prey.
And I'm just
like what?
Look at that. Showmaker having a great Jace game. I think the first few games still looking a little bit out of sorts. Jace game works out very, very well. That bottom left picture of him in summer attire is one of my favorites. Kana looking amazing on the Jax.
Yeah.
And
showing that Jax is good.
What to me is the biggest thing, and I didn't actually end up voting for him because he was playing Ivern, but I do think that specifically D+'s willingness to actually adapt their draft. This sounds crazy, but like against KT, they just didn't. And I think that if this team can embrace the fact that they do have deep champion pools, they can try different strategies, they can be a lot better than what we see. They can maintain the level that we saw in game number 2, most notably. And them throwing away the draft from game number 1 and just going for a completely different angle with the Jax Ivern, I think is a good look for this D+, who are still fighting against T1, against Honwa Life to try and get that 3rd place spot. Because I don't know who ends up making the playoff spot. Even if it's Brion, I think you're going to feel good as D+.
Yeah. I mean, Brion, at least they got the 1 win today in the game. This fight was really the big turnaround one because Kana, he got so much pressure onto him, and then he just hopped right back in. Actually, I'm combining the two. This one was the one where he got the pressure. But either way, still just, you know, bro, they have to engage onto something. Otherwise, you sit there and lose to poke. So they try. It doesn't work out. And turns out that Black Cleaver and Zonya's Jax will be pretty good at tanking and relieving pressure from the team.
Yeah, Kana having a really good game. So was very serviceable on the Rumble, although that game wasn't really about him. And D+, very important victory here for them. Because again, as we want to highlight, 3rd place, like, you're not going to overtake KT Gen.G. That just isn't realistic. Those two teams are very far ahead of everyone else. As that might be one of the best Daisy autos ever.
Wait, that wasn't Daisy, that was Nautilus.
Was it Nautilus?
Yeah, it was depth charge from Bible.
Never mind.
Trying to give credit to we all love Daisy. I
love
understand Daisy is amazing, but Bible was actually the one really nice step charge.
That's my complete lack of challenger's bias that we can blame for that one, Valdez.
Should have just given it to Bible, honestly.
I did think he had a good game, although he had some positioning snafus. At large, was still playing a great Nautilus game. And
shows you the power of Nautilus step charge into Zeri.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to follow up, and you just have another note button, right? It's really, really powerful.
The defensive Nautilus ult, not one you often see. And with this, D+ will be sitting at +8 with a 9-5 game score, or series score rather. We'll see if Honwa Life can equalize it tonight, have the chance to overtake them if they do win 2-0 against T1, which of course is the upcoming one.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Oh yeah, I have no idea what to expect from that one.
It does really feel like the other T1 players are kind of upping their game.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better.
So are Honwa Life Esports.
Oh yeah.
So it does feel like...
I wonder why.
Gee, Riz? Yeah, we'll get to that. That's the second matchup we have today, but just to close this one out, we'll take a look at some of the damage numbers. That's what happens when, first of all, you get a lead, and then you have a couple of ranged AD carries, or just carries that are great at poking and using the brushes and using the Ivern very well. Great job in the side lane from Kana as well, and just a good performance from DK there in Game 3.
Yeah, DK after game number 1 really taking it to heart. Game number 2, very explosive, kind of the traditional style. And then Game 3, great draft, played out very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we are done here for the first series. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast for our first match of the day. And congratulations to D+. Big congratulations to the guy behind us, Showmaker, picking up his 300th victory. I hate it when we see that graphic, though, because I see Ruler's 399, and it makes me very bothered that he didn't just stick around to win one more game. Oh, very frustrating. But let's jump into this one because it was a fantastic performance from D+ here. A little bit less from Bro this time around. Ran out of the fuel in the tank, perhaps, but still kept them honest for the majority of the game. Let's jump into the draft first, gentlemen.
Yeah, the draft was really interesting on the bottom side because it came down to quite a few different picks here. The Aphelios and the Draven are banned. Once again, really like that Draven ban. And then there was definitely some considerations between picks like the Varus, the Neela, which I think would have actually been quite strong here for Bro as well. And ultimately, they went back to an old favorite in the Zeri, one of Henna's best champions. And I thought the win conditions were definitely there in this composition. unfortunately they fell too far behind, and despite having a successful all-in in the early parts of the game, he wasn't able to really pop off this time.
Yeah, I definitely think that comp needs to be really crisp with the execution, because if you start a fall behind, it becomes very difficult. Especially we saw, the Jax, which we saw the stats before, it was like 0-6 in a row. But ultimately, I think like Jax has a really good spot. I think it's just a lot of time he's picked in a Renekton who's really strong. But here it's like you're into Renekton top lane, there's a Zeri and a Tristana, who both of which are going to be obviously auto-attack based. And it's so hard to deal with a Jax when you have like an AD focused comp, because he just ignores those autos. I feel like a lot of times we've seen these heavy AD comps be completely fine because, the itemization's there for them to cut through the tanks, but you can't cut through the Counter-Strike. You just can't auto.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is a pretty good ability. Thankfully, we have Twitch chat. If you ever want to learn about the ability, Twitch chat has your back.
Several languages.
Yes, exactly right. So we are well and truly prepared to make sure that everyone understands what that ability does, but it mitigates Zeri, Tristana, and the Renekton quite well. But one thing that Canna didn't do was stick around while his turret was being taken, instead prioritized a team fight, which was beautifully done. And we can jump into our first highlight here, because this is the result of that.
So Morgan just teleports into the backline here and decides to abandon the final plate here of the turret instead of taking it, when Bro don't really have enough control here over this Drake to actually warrant such a teleport here. So this fight ends up just being super disjointed, and it's a really easy win here for D+. I think that obviously there's some intention here because they did give the plate over to Henna. He rushed straight topside, got that, well, he didn't get the plate, but he got the first brick, right? Picked up some of that money. But I think if you just leave the Renekton there topside and try to play around the rest of the map, it's probably a better plan than just burning TP into the back line there. And this is when D+ really took control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the execution was a bit shoddy. Like, there was most of the engage ended up being focused on Bible, who's like, I'm Nautilus, I've pressed my buttons, I really don't care if I die. He didn't end up actually going down, but like, it just felt like when you have big AoE engage tools like the Maokai, like the Rel, you need to be hitting multiple targets, especially because your carries are going to struggle to close the gap on the enemy carries, right? Jace can just shock blast from a distance. If you try and move up on Varus, he obviously has his ultimate. So you need to assist your carries and close the distance so they can free hit, otherwise you'll just get bobbed.
Yeah, and that's precisely what happened. I actually felt like we haven't seen the Varus-Jace combination for a really long time. You pair that with a tree, and you're generally having a good time. More often than not in the past, it was the Maokai that was paired alongside those two. But the Ivern seems to have fit that mold relatively well for this particular draft, for getting that setup, standing in these brushes that are all over the place, and then getting stuff done. We're going to jump into our next Drake fight, though, as D+, this is when they were a little bit further ahead.
I mean, look at the left side of this fight where they have the brush they can operate around, and Kana here spots Effort, and he knows he's in that brush, so he just pushes his way through. He's like, wow, okay, Effort's still here. I have Counter-Strike. They can't kill me. I'm this unkillable Jax, while the rest of the team can then push through the left side out of that brush, and the engage angles here for Bro become so limited, and by the time Henna ults here at the end of the fight, he's just going to get run over by the truck that is T+ Kia.
Yeah, I mean, they do a fantastic job of cleaning up, but it's just the fact that we see so many rotations of the Counter-Strike from Jax.
Yeah.
Like, they know he's up there. We're like, we have to deal with this Jax. Okay, we can't hit him. Okay, now we can... No, we can't hit him. And it's just on repeat constantly. It must be so frustrating.
And in the meantime, there's shock blasts raining down, there's piercing arrows everywhere, and D+ are able to clean up. It's a little bit unfortunate, but what isn't unfortunate is POG, and is it going to be the Canna angle? We were asking for the Canna angle, whether it was the Canna angle, and it's the Canna angle today! 200 points. Canna angle now is a word in my brain, which has been completely ruined. 3-1-9 though, this Jax was absolutely huge.
It was big. He made huge impacts this game all over the map, honestly. In later team fights, I think he was really what kind of allowed D+ to operate around those Ivern brushes like this, where Showmaker can just fire shock blasts in, and there's just no angle here for the Rel, unfortunately. And this was really, I think, the most pivotal moment here for D+.
And honestly, since his return to the meta, I feel like Jax can have such a massive impact in these team fights, but also quite easily fall flat if you mismanage your abilities. And I feel like the way he was playing around his cooldowns was so good throughout this game, really being such a headache to the enemy team. And a player we haven't seen get too many POGs when Canyon's been hoarding them, but also a lot of other teammates who've been grabbing them as well. So good to see him in positive form today.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like there were some real anti-Canna moments here. Like when his top turret was going down, instead of getting that big focus on getting his money and trying to save that, as we have a look at decent little split here. Quite a few votes going towards Deft as well, whose Riftmaker Varus was pretty powerful. Did do a lot of booming.
The Riftmaker was pretty cool with the Iburn because you have the shield and you're just constantly pushing through massive damage. I actually really liked how they set him up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Deft had a solid game. Honestly, I think most consistent throughout the series was probably Deft on the side of D+, but I think, you know, some good shining moments from the likes of Canyon and Kana.
And good to see, like I was saying before, Kana going back to more supporting the rest of his team, focusing on those team fights and getting those whole map advantages instead of just worrying about his own lane. So really good stuff there. I think we are almost ready to head over to the interview, and in fact we are. So here is Ji-sun, take it away with the interview with Kana and Deft.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the PUG interview translation. We are here joined by Kana, Deft, after their win up against OK Savings Bank, Brian. Congratulations, guys. You got your revenge on OK Savings Bank. Bro, how do you feel? Well, I wasn't playing in round 1, so I don't want to call it a revenge, you know? Doesn't feel like a revenge for me, but game 1, you know? We kind of lost helplessly, so I think we managed to, you know, still remain strong, keep the mental fortitude in order to close out the series with a win. There was a struggle, you know, we lost the first game. It was not an easy series, to be honest, but I think today, this series was so huge in terms of, you know, third place determination. So I'm so glad that we were able to grab this match win in the end. Kana, show us that fan sign. Tomorrow, Showmaker is having his birthday. And also, with this win today, Showmaker just got his 300th LCK win. Any message over to Showmaker? And a Showmaker cell phone case. So, happy birthday, Showmaker. Yay. What about you, Kana? Happy birthday. And, you know, get ready for the birthday present, or rather a birthday punch from me. Hopefully we can see that in DD plus Kia YouTube content in the future. Kana, I want to talk about today's series, going all the way back to the first game. You guys decided to go for the Yasuo Diana Cup after such a long time. Tell us more about it. Showmaker practiced this a lot recently, and he's really good at it, you know. And also he's really confident in that comp, especially in that Yasuo, so we decided to give it a shot today. And then Bro decided to play Tristana Lilia into that comp. And Kana, there's a fan sign about you. Do you like that? They're my friends, actually. They're from my hometown, Andong. And it says, Andong, best food is jimdog, Andong. Soju is also famous, and then Andong is famous for Kana. But I want to go back to game number 1 one more time. So Tristana Lilia was the opponent's mid-jungle duo. How did D plus Kia kind of react to that comp after losing the first game? Early on, we made mistakes. So we wanted to go back to, you know, a bit of an easier comp, you know, just go button comp. We just didn't want to go for the hard level execution comp. So we were like, yeah, we lost the first game, but let's focus up for game 2 and 3. Are you cracking up because of your friends in the crowd? Kind of. Game 2, we had so many kills early on the bottom lane. So let's take a look at this replay where D plus Kia pulled off a very clean and perfect turret dive. It was a hard force play. What kind of communication went back and forth? We should have actually focused on the recon, but our communication was not clean. So it was a very close one. But our initial setup was not this. I can tell you that. But in the end, D plus Kia managed to secure a kill and then also have a successful follow-up turret dive as well. So you guys were kind of hard forcing a lot of plays on the bottom lane. Why was that? It was mostly about the champion matchup. We were playing Jinx Aphelios matchup, so Jinx needs to get ahead. She needs a lot of attention from the jungler, so we wanted to be a lot more proactive. And then game 3, we saw Zeri after a very long while. Second Zeri of the current patch version. So, were you expecting a Zeri World Cup? So many AD carries were banned at that moment, so like any marksman could have been picked. I was not expecting Zeri specifically, but I was happy to see Zeri getting locked in by the opponent. And this was the first Zeri Rel comp in this patch. How was it? Well, Zeri itself, it's not a good spot to win a game right now. I don't think Zeri is a good champion at the moment. And Kana, you finally managed to play Jax in game 3. You know, D plus Kia banned Jax in the first 2 games. I guess you guys kind of rate this champion very highly, right? Well, not really. It's not that we prioritize Jax a lot. It's just more about our comp, how to round out our draft. So it kind of depends on the given situation every time. And then game 3, so D plus Kia was opting into a very high scaling comp. Am I right? Well, in order to win, I mean, there are a lot of comps you can play, early game comp, late game value comp, but we wanted to go for a comp that doesn't lose hard early on, but also still has priority in lane. Some kind of a balanced comp, and still that can spike in the late game as well. So that Jax in game 3 was doing a great job, zoning out the opponents, especially their damage carries. And Deft, you managed to pop off on Varus as well. The most picked champion of the LCK career, but this was the first time you played Varus this season. So just like I said, there were so many bans towards the AD carry champions, and I think Varus is really versatile because you can play poke Varus, you can also play attack speed Varus, so we wanted to try out Varus today. And this guy just finished his military service and came here to watch you, Deft. So many fan signs here at Low Park supporting D plus Kia. So with this win today, you guys secured a spot in the playoffs, and your next opponent is Kwangdong Freaks. Last time they played Genji, and they did a great job. I thought they put up a really good fight into Genji, so I think we really have to work hard preparing for that series up against Kwangdong Freaks, and we just managed to clinch playoffs. But in order to win the LCK title, we still have a long way to go, so we will keep grinding until the end. Exactly how I feel. I just watched Kwangdong play Genji yesterday. Sorry, my friends are distracting me, but yeah, I watched them play yesterday. And Kwangdong Freaks, they still have a really good potential and momentum. I mean, it was so close, actually. They almost won a game up against Genji, but too bad they actually failed to do so. It was so close. And it kind of showcased how good they are. So we will manage to come back stronger in that series. And this will be the end of the interview from the D plus Kia POG. Send back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. Absolutely fantastic translation there. And now it is time to check out the standings. See how it has all fallen. As congratulations to D plus Kia. They have solidified their position in the playoffs. They have not locked down third place, though. We've spoken many times about how valuable this is. 4th, 5th, feels really volatile right now.
Now, if Hanwha Life win their series against T1 that's upcoming, they will also qualify for playoffs. If they win 2-0, they'll move up to 3rd place. So we'll see how that one pans out. Of course, T1, though, if they win, it gets a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that match, there's so much in it. Obviously, I think earlier in the season, everyone was looking at T1 being favored. They've gone through a lot of hiccups, a lot of road bumps. For Hanwha Life Esports, as much as the introduction of Grizzly has really helped them out, I still think there's a lot they can be challenged on.
No, exactly right. And the roster of T1 is going to be the big question mark for what we're going to be looking out for in our next match. But that's going to be coming up in about 30 minutes' time. Before that, we do have the review desk with Hanwha Life Esports' Kingin and Life, so we can check that one out before they hop on stage and do some play. So we are going to see you back very, very shortly for more LCK. But for now, we'll leave you with the review desk.
젠지의 파괴력이 진주하도 KT 롤러코스터를 그냥 완전 브레이크 제대로 걸거든요. 페이지 입에다가 초기다 넣었는데요.
완전 쏙! 팀 자체 연속 신기록을 만들어냅니다. 젠지입니다.
썸머의 KT 화성까지 갑니다. 이거 맞습니다. 젠지 나와. 나이스. 고밸류의 젠지. 그렇습니다. 끝까지 가면 젠지가 이겨.
이것이 KT의 속도입니다. Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire.
여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 목요일에 찾아오는 여러분의 리뷰메이트 배혜지입니다. 오늘 리뷰데스크 함께해 주실 선수분들 소개하겠습니다. 하나생명 e스포츠의 킹겐 선수, 라이프 선수 어서 오세요.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 탑 킹겐 황성훈이라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠에서 서포터로 활동 중인 라이프 김정민이라고 합니다.
와 반갑습니다. 어서 오세요. 이번 리뷰데스크에 하나생명이 2번이나 출연한 최초의 팀입니다. 오늘 좋은 기운을 또 가져오셨으니까 리뷰데스크에서 꿀팁 많이 방출해 주시기를 기대해 보겠습니다. 자 그럼 리뷰데스크의 첫 번째 영상
보시죠.
이거 아펠리우스 어떻게 지킬지 봐야 됩니다. 아펠리우스. 이거 뒤잡힐 수 있어요. 아펠리우스 라이프 들어와요. 바이퍼. 에다가 혼자 고립돼 있는데요. 그래도 안쪽 봐야 돼요.
아니 이거 아래로 가야 될 것 같은데?
아니야. 너는
드디어 한 번 해나요.
더블
생명의 한방 러시가 성공하네요.
사실 이 한타 이후에 완전히 하나생명이 승리의 기세를 굳혔잖아요. 이 장면 한번 설명 부탁드릴게요.
읊어봐.
봐봐. 이게 딱 마지막에 저 라이프의 렐이 왼쪽으로 돌기 시작합니다.
야하, 이니시를
그런데
위해서
여기 알리스터 선수가 실수를 했어요. 여기다 원래 와드를 좀 찍어야 되는데 그걸 바로 체크하고 적팀의 정말 중요한 팀 여기 사코 아펠리우스를 물어서 무용지물로 만든.
킹겐 선수는 이때 당시 어떤 생각하셨어요?
저는 라이프 선수가 그냥 숟가락을 얹은 거라고 생각합니다. 롤은 또 뭐다? 심리 게임이다.
들어볼게요.
심리 게임.
이게 결국 상대가 이렇게 급해질 수밖에 없었던 이유. 나와 제카 선수의 미친 듯한 사이드. 니네 바로 안 칠 거야? 안 칠 거야? 안 칠 거야? 쳐야지. 지금 여기서 이제 결사항전을 해야 되는데 침착함을 유지할 수가 없습니다. 라이프 선수는 그냥 상대 실수 한번 잘 한 것뿐이고.
아니 이제 봐봐. 이거 보면은 알리스타가 여기 와드를 찍었어? 그러면은 난 이 와드를 보고 열로 이렇게 돌아서 어차피 물었어.
아니 두 분 다 슈퍼플레이가 있었으니까 서로에게 박수 쳐준 거 어때요?
잘했어.
다시 보니까 렐이 좀 잘하긴 했네요.
자 그리고 또 2세트에 인상 깊은 장면이 많았는데 보여주고 싶은 장면 있으실까요?
이때 이제 상대방이 저희와 눈빛 교환을 해. 쳐다봐서 난 절대 못 참아하고 렐이 일단 스킬 실수를 했어. 오케이, 여기까지는 그럴 수 있어. 인간미. 여기서 요거 아칼리 위치 좋네? 하고 렐이 스킬을 쓰지만 스킬 실수를 한 번 더 하긴 했어. 그런데 이제 바이퍼 선수가 모든 스킬 다 빨아주고 약간 왜 이렇게 늦게 왔어?
지각이에요. 레넥톤.
저희가 싸우는 텔 안 타? 아직도 안 타? 요거 뭐야? 잠깐만. 아니, 나 이거 못 봤네? 왜 여기다 텔 타줬어요?
근데 룰은 항상 뭐다? 결과론이다.
아하.
이쪽에 탔으면 상대가 이거 싸움 못 이겨 하면서 아래로 다 뺐겠죠? 근데
그러면은 우리가 추노를 했었지.
아니지. 추노할 스킬 이제 아무것도 없다.
이 바이퍼 선수가 안 죽었어요.
아니지. 내가 텔 떨어지기 전에 카이턴 이미 죽었지. 일단 여기 지금 타서
이제 탔습니다.
딱 왔다. 지금 나 여기?
왔어?
나 여기야?
이제 막.
이미 카이탄 죽었네? 카이탄 죽었어요.
그래 죽었어.
일단 왔는데 미친 분노가
이거는 근데 좀 아쉽긴 하다.
근데 사실 제가 이거 좀 늦게 온 것 때문에 감독님한테 좀 혼나긴 했습니다.
그랬어요. 혼났어요. 그래서 또 3세트에 잘하셨나 봐요. 우리 3세트 또 잘한 장면 많으니까 그럼 또 이어서 또 보도록 하고요. 사실 하나생명은 경기 시간이 길어질수록 더 강한 모습을 보여주시잖아요. 골드그래프에서도 바로 보이더라고요.
골드그래프 이제 또 하면은 굉장히 좋은 사이트.
이게
뭐야? 이름 한번 멜소리시죠.
e스포츠 op.gg 사이트에 들어가서
여기 보시면은 선수들의 아이템 빌드와 골드가 이렇게
되게 세세하게 다 나오네요.
맞아요. 근데 이렇게 경기 시간이 길어졌는데도 골드그래프가 이렇게 올라갈 수 있는 비결이 있을까요?
저희는 이제 절대 저희는 포기하지 않고 끝까지 노력합니다.
포기하지 않는 마음 아주 중요하다는 거 한번 배워봤습니다. 자 그럼 3세트 영상도 함께
보시죠.
저 아기를 다이브 생각하면 쉽게 다이브는 어렵겠지만 만약에 한다면 여기서 과감하게 해야 돼요.
못 먹어도 고 기절. 근데 이거 대박을 터뜨릴 수 있나요? 못 먹어도 고는 보통은 이게 타워.
표정이 좀 많죠.
잘했어요.
이 장면 한번 같이 보면서 이야기 나눠볼까요?
사실 이거 라인전부터 시작을 해야 돼요.
잠깐만 첫 번째 한번 죽은 애를 한번 볼까?
이거 뭐야 이거?
세주안이 여기 있고
아니
이거 어떻게 할 건데? 풀 안 써? 잠깐만요.
진짜 뭘 본 거지?
잠깐만요.
이거 때문에 질 뻔했네 게임. 근데 이 질 뻔한 게임을 누구 때문에 이겼다? 바로 지금 든든하게 해주고 있는 이 악어. 라인전을 할 때 이 세주 잭스의 압박이 굉장히 심한데 여기서 레넥톤이 말도 안 되는 기대값으로 세주 잭스 갱킹도 흘려줘. 세주 풀도 뺐어. 여기서 딱 클리어 해주고 포탑방패 하나 뜯어주고 오버파밍까지 해주면서 여기 상대 정글의 와드까지 넣어주고 여기 세주가 또 찍혀버리고
우와
그냥 말도 안 되는 영향력.
와드 언제 봤어요?
제가 그냥 이 게임 집도했다고 볼 수 있습니다.
우와.
이 게임 끝난 처음부터 끝까지. 사실 저는 이때부터 탑 오면 안 죽는다고 저희 팀한테 안정감을 심어준 콜을 계속 했단 말이에요. 안 죽어. 왔네? 너네 죽어.
잠깐만. 보시면은 바로 다 이때 진짜 그런 마인드였다고요?
당연하죠.
방사장이 죽으신 것 같은데요?
죽어도 한 명 데려가는 기대값.
근데 사실 이렇게
그런 거야? 그렇지. 봐봐요.
이게 죄송한데 집 가서 남은 피드백 집 가서 하시고 역시 근데 또 킹겐 선수가 잘하긴 잘했다 뭐 이런 생각 드시나요 라이프 선수?
네, 킹겐 선수가 굉장히 잘한 것 같습니다.
근데 이 친구가 자꾸 제가 잘 되는 골을 못 보는
난 결국에는 광수랑이 나 믿는다니까 잘했어. 근데 이번 판 황사랑이 잘했어요. 한타를 보시면 이제 레넥톤 시점. 레넥톤.
근데 이거 왜 안 맞아줬어 당신?
사실 봐봐. 나 이렇게 말해주겠어. 봐봐. 살려줄까 말까 생각하다가 근데 늙었어 내가 이제. 내가 머리는 생각했는데.
괜찮아요. 킹겐 선수가 2, 3세트 모두 레넥톤으로 승리를 가져가셨는데 룬을 보니까 2세트에서는 철거를 드셨고 3세트에서는 뼈방패를 들었더라고요. 이게 어떤 차이가 있을까요?
세주잭스 상대로 철거를 뜯을 각이 잘 안 나와요. 그래서 상대가 시시기가 많으니까 불그레이지 쪽을 찍었던 것 같고 사실 게임 양상은 좀 반대로 됐던 것 같아요.
아하.
오히려 이 판을 철거를 뜯을 수 있는 판이 돼버렸고 두 번째 판은 철거를 제가 못 뜯었어요. 그래서 플레이가 제일 중요하다. 룬은 중요하지 않다.
자, 그럼 이렇게 해서 오늘 준비된 영상을 모두 살펴봤는데요. 자, 이제 저 같은 일반 유저들을 위한 꿀팁 대방출 시간입니다. 꿀팁 주실 거 있을까요?
근접 대 근접 구도에서는 상대를 이렇게 사회에 박아놓고 때릴 각이 안 나오니까 이 오버파밍을 할 수 있는 각을 좀 많이 보시면 길을 이렇게 쓰면서 미드도 압박 줄 수 있고 상대 정글 먹고 있으면 괴롭힐 수도 있고 너 못 참아 하면서 따라와다 죽어도 라인은 다 타고 어떻게 돼도 이득 볼 수 있는 상황이 나올 수 있어서 이런 플레이 많이 해보시면 좋을 것 같아요.
근접 대 근접일 때 오버파밍을 좀 적극적으로 해봐라. 좋습니다. 라이브 선수도 꿀팁 있으실까요?
자, 여기서 이제 라칸의 센스. 카이사 W가 있으니까 앞에서 말아주는 척하면서 갑자기 집 가고 끊긴 했지만 그렇습니다.
서포터가 앞에서 집을 가주는 거예요?
네네.
원딜 집 잘 가라고?
네. 상대가 카이사나 진.
네.
원딜들 앞에서 항상 집을 가셔야 돼요. 여기서 이제 배가 대신 끊겨야 됩니다. 그리고 이제 자야락한 경우는 기한을 같이 탈 수 있기 때문에 자, 라칸이 왜 여기서 집을 갔냐? 자야가 이렇게 민무빙을 하면은 만약에 용의 시야가 없으면 용 칠 수도 있어 라고 생각을 하게 되죠. 그런데 바로 얘는 집을 갔다가 속도가 굉장히 빨라요.
자, 이렇게 해서 두 분이 오늘 꿀팁을 알려주셨습니다. 이제는 오늘의 명강사를 한번 선정해 보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 명강사는요, 바로 라이브 선수입니다. 축하드립니다. 제가 이해할 수 있을 때까지 리플레이하면서 계속 설명을 너무 친절하게 해주시더라고요. 하나생명하면 체급생명이잖아요. 그래서 짜잔!
오야.
근육이 생기는 근육이 솟아나는 티셔츠를
정민이랑 너무 잘 어울려.
선물해드립니다.
정민아 이거 입고 운동해주면 안 돼?
저는 한번 입어보실래요?
저는 이거 안 입어도 돼요, 저는.
그리고 우리 킹겐 선수도 꿀팁을 주셨기 때문에 킹겐 선수를 위한 선물도 있습니다.
저는 아닙니다.
바로 짜잔! 뱃살 가방입니다.
너무 징그러운데요, 뭔가? 뭐야?
아니, 너무 완벽하시잖아요, 킹겐 선수가. 약간의 인간미를 더해드릴 수 있는 그런 선물을 준비해봤습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 오늘 리뷰데스크 한번 마무리를 해보려고 하는데 마무리하기 전에 진짜 유저분들을 위한 꿀팁을 하나 준비했습니다. LCK 경기 데이터는 esports.op.gg에서 경기 끝난 후에 바로 확인해 보실 수 있고요. 경기 일정, 승부 예측, 경기 결과는 물론이고요. 경기 데이터를 포함한 프로 선수들의 빌드, 전적, 하이라이트, OP 스코어까지 모두 한눈에 확인해 보실 수 있습니다. 자, 두 분 오늘 이렇게 리뷰데스크 함께 해주셨는데 어떠셨어요? 선물 받은 소감은 어떠신가요?
정말 좋은 선물을 받은 것 같아서 동기부여가 되고 그리고 오늘 리뷰 데스크를 하면서 하루가 정말 행복한 것 같습니다.
너무 감사합니다.
제가 이렇게 제 경기 리뷰하는 거 되게 좋아하는데 재밌게 한 것 같아서 너무 좋았고 분위기를 적극적으로 리드해 주셔서 저희가 말문이 트인 것 같습니다.
편하게 했습니다.
감사합니다. 오늘 두 분 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 자, 그럼 저희는 다음 주에 돌아오겠습니다. 안녕!
Tell them turn the pressure up. I be setting fires for the thrill. I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack a tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all. Eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls. Yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind. Yeah, count down till I'm going live. Yeah, feel it like a fire on the inside. Roll from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting the running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh, I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. It's not the same, so it's time to rise. Forever I live. I feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Rose from the ashes and survive. I'm coming alive.
It's a 1v1. Oh! And Divine gets it. Unreal. All coming down to that 1v1 duel.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
State Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge.
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Nowhere to get out of that. It's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
Put Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got Homolife Esports going up against T1 in this one. And, you know, on paper, these two orgs, they've clashed many, many times. They have, you know, battled so many times. And oftentimes, actually, Homolife Esports have been the one team to get the better of T1, even when T1 were at their peak. But right now, not really the same situation, Chronicler. What's going on?
Well, in case you missed it, you know, you're a T1 fan, but you only catch their matches every once in a while. Faker isn't there, which generally is not ideal if you're a T1 fan, because he's pretty important to the team. And all jokes aside, obviously the team has looked a lot worse without Faker, but there's, you know, some sunlight at the end of the tunnel. They do look better. We've seen Zeus in particular come back to form. Gumayushi has been great, and slowly I think Poby, Owner, and Carrier are kind of finding their form. We saw that wasn't enough to actually match 8D+ earlier last week, but at least they, you know, the DRX 2-0 incident, that level of play we haven't really seen be repeated. Yeah. But they're going up against a Homolife that has new life in them. And it's not just the player in the bot lane, it's the man in the jungle, the bear, Grizzly.
Yes, it is going to be quite the matchup, and as you guys can see, not only did DK get into playoffs, but because Bro lost the series, Homolife Esports also made it into playoffs. Now, again, they were like 99%. They were going to make it. It was almost definitely going to happen. As what's really important is competing for third place and competing for seeding now in playoffs between these two. T1 not yet secured, but extremely close as well. And Homolife Esports on huge momentum. As you mentioned, G-Riz in the jungle has been a huge boon to this team, and that changeup has really set them on the right track.
And Kingen, graduating from the nickname Eastslay, which is what they were, a team that could only beat teams weaker than them. They have looked so much more consistent starting from the match against Zeus. Of course, there's a lot of old hurt here. Zeus and the rest of his team getting dispatched off by Kingen and Zeka. And we'll see how Zeus will be able to do. I have to say, though, Zeus' return to form has been very welcome, because our top lane pool was Keen, and then recently Doran. And after that, there was a bit of a drop-off. Yeah, there were some Dudu moments, but Dudu is on a struggling team, so we don't really get to see him shine as brightly. As Carrier will be hitting his 400th LCK game here. Also, you know, testament to the fact that this man has gotten very far in a lot of different scenarios. That 499 of Gorilla is never going to stop bugging me.
Yeah.
But that's probably just going to be the case until the end of time.
Yeah, that's true. It will. Looking for the 2-0 for T1, I think can be a little bit of a stretch. I think that Homolife Esports in their current form should be considered even the favorites coming into this one. But everything you mentioned about some of the other players on T1 now returning to form, they took a nice little trip to Jeju. They had some time off. Well, a little bit of vacation time, we could say. Immediately got back into schedule. They're going to have to go up against a really strong team, though, as Homolife Esports here ready to go. We used to call them, lovingly, Viper Life Esports for their bottom lane, especially Viper. But now, definitely everybody's kind of pulling their weight, I can feel it.
You can slowly feel this team coming together, and no longer is them overtaking D+. Something that, you know, maybe if they really, really are all playing at their peak. No, the team just has been looking great. New jungler, not even straight out of Challenger. I barely played there. Effectively straight from Academy, coming in, mashing well with the rest of the team. Actually doing an incredible job. And if they win here with a 2-0, they will surpass DK. If they win with a 2-1, they'll be tied to DK. And because they will both be at a +8 match score. I don't know who wins the head-to-head, but that's probably going to be a deciding factor in that case. T1, though, not quite close enough to overtake Hanwha when it comes to game score, but if they get the victory here, they will be further solidifying the fact that they are at the very least going to be in that 5th place. Because bridging or making sure that the gap between you and the other playoff teams remains in place, gets bigger and bigger, is really something that I think you're going to be looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big deal. Everybody's trying to vie for the few amount of spots that we have. As Poby here on the side of T1 has been an interesting story. Definitely a little bit of struggle since coming up. Hasn't quite fit in as easily as guys such as Grizzly have. Straight up from, you know, the lower tier leagues. But he's slowly beginning to get accustomed to the league. So we'll see if he can kind of reach the level of his teammates. As we take a look at the top lane here, certainly one of the lanes we can look at. I feel like Kingen is definitely kind of hitting that stride, has kind of been invisible in some games in the past, but I can't really say that about recent games for this guy.
No, I think both these players are slowly, as we get closer to playoffs, looking better. Zeus having some rough early weeks in summer, not really looking like the standard that he had set for himself was really matched, as that man in the jungle has been a really big part. I love this guy, man. Coming in from Challengers, only a few, was called up from Academy to Challengers to turn that team around. Guess what? They did. They're second, and they beat D+, that up until that point had only lost a single series. Then gets called up to the LCK and does a wonderful job. And it's not just that, it's also the fact that Zeka most notably has become a lot more consistent. I think the meta shift has really benefited this player individually. There's a lot more Azir, which means he gets away with picking a Kali. Every now and then his Azir itself ain't too bad. And then add to the fact that the jungle support synergy looks to be a lot better, which means that Viper doesn't have to put the whole team on his back and pray that he gets like a triple kill with Zeri early in the game so he can 1v9. That no longer is really an issue for Humble Life Esports. The team looks a lot better, but it is really interesting here because T1, they've been kind of leveling up over the last few weeks after hitting rock bottom in the match against DRX. But we will see if that is enough to overtake Humble Life here. I'm expecting this one to go to distance. We'll see whether that actually is going to be the case.
I feel like generally these stats come up after game one, but it's kind of funny. We're like, oh, he's just about to hit 400. And then like right before we start game one, he's like, he hit 400 as we start game one, because this is technically his 400th game. Congratulations to Karia. A long and illustrious career, of course, awaits him after already 400 games here. As let's see what happens in the draft. Humble Life Esports starting off on blue. That was pretty strong for the past bunch of matches, but let's see what happens in this one.
And we've seen so many different reads of this patch of the draft. The one thing I hope we can collectively agree on is that Kai'Sa, not okay. No Kai'Sa.
No.
I don't.
No Kai'Sa for
No
Kuma,
Kai'Sa allowed
no Kai'Sa
for anyone.
Viper, no Kai'Sa for Karia, none for Grizzly, no
one.
Ban it.
Hey,
now.
Jungle Kai'Sa, you know, it's basically like worse Nocturne because you got the killer instinct.
Yeah.
So post 6, you can like ult on people, right? Velves?
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. Looking at the early draft here, we have the Maokai already being taken off the board here. Nico expected to definitely hit the bans here. Main thing for me is the Tristana. That has been kind of the do we ban it, do we not pick that? We are not quite sure yet, as Vi has been getting through and through more often. Not going to be the case here.
Yeah, we're getting dangerously close to a Kai'Sa being left open situation, unless Humble Life Esports ban it right here. But instead, it's the Nico, so they don't want to get into that spot where, oh, we got to choose between Tristana and Nico.
Oh.
Well, I think this is the Tristana versus Kai'Sa angle.
Yeah. So one team is, I'd say pick Kai'Sa because it's Viper, so that to me is not a tough decision. But you can also say they might end up flexing Tristana into Kai'Sa, which actually has been working out decently well. So to me, the optimal pickups here would be Ivern and Tristana. It's going to be the Renekton instead of for Zeus. And oh, we are Renektoning, we are Aziring straight up here. Going to give Zeka the opportunity to get a counter pick, and T1 is prioritizing playing something that they're comfortable with over picking up some of the high priority. So they're going to get Tristana, like they can go Kai'Sa, Tristana, and Ivern here, which I don't think Grizzly will, to be fair. I'm expecting him to pick up
Rumble
else.
Tristana or Yone. Zeka's really good at Yone. In fact, he's probably the best Yone player. Maybe Chovy can challenge him for that title in the LCK. And so you picked Poby's Azir directly into Zeka. That's very confident, very dangerous. As you mentioned, I think it does come down to comfort for this player.
Oh, we haven't talked about the Poppy yet. And that is actually a pick that I do think somewhat ties it together. Poppy is incredible into Dione, denies a lot of the potential setup that the pick otherwise has. And Azir Poppy is, I think,
no, it's good. It's definitely good. Yeah.
Although, what weighs much heavier on my mind is the fact that Kai'Sa got through. Because I think this pick, when it comes to 1v9 potential, is almost unmatched. And it is right now the best poke champion in the game. So what you can do, you can just fish with W's, and then if you have an angle like Zeka goes in, Grizzly ults, and you die.
Oh, no Smearl!
Oh no!
No Smearl here in game 1. I'm so sad.
I thought because I wasn't casting with Atlas, I would be freed of this.
Nah, I had to carry the torch. I mean, play-by-plays, we stick together.
I don't like that. I don't like
you
that.
You still have the potential for Rel.
Yeah, Rel's
right?
good.
But no combination with the Samira. So let's see what we do have. There's a lot of focus on the bottom lane here.
Yeah.
Nautilus as well. What if they play Zeri?
Oh, no.
We did just see, for you guys who are joining this series, Hannah play it in the first one.
I think you just go Zyra Khan. If neither gets banned away, which I think one of them will. I don't know which one.
Well, I don't think you'll get both as T1.
Well, you'll pick Rakan and then.
Yeah.
So I think.
Just ban away Xayah.
So I think you have to pick Rakan here now if you're T1, and you know you can go for a Neela R5. Guma's played it. He got a POG on Neela, and go for it.
Yeah.
But you pick Rakan here because otherwise you're playing into Rakan and Kai'Sa.
Maybe you
Yone
force a Draven lane.
Oh.
Pick Rel, take Draven, try to shut down the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, might as well try. Because if this gets out of laning phase...
Because it is Guma as well, and he is definitely one of our Draven players.
Yeah, he has a Poppy as well to try and hard force a play towards that bot side of the map. Set up for a guaranteed cash-in. This is Grizzly's comfort. Would make complete sense. This is the pick that he really impressed on, even though they ended up losing this match after a very lackluster debut on the Maokai. Came back, showcased his chops on the Viego, and that is going to be the pickup here. Rakan, to me, seems like the no-brainer.
Yeah, it does. I think that playing Rakan into Poppy can be very annoying.
It is,
but
sure.
It is really strong. Kai'Sa Rakan is a very strong lane, but it doesn't necessarily
maybe Alistair
help too much against the Draven Rel lane. So yeah, the Alistair seems like a good middle ground.
Yeah, you give up a little bit. Obviously, Alistair can still engage. Yeah. So as I was saying, I think the benefit of the Rakan is that the follow-up engage is unmatched, right? Of being able to go in with the rest of the team. As you read it very nicely, this is definitely a...
Could still swap it to Neela.
I mean, I would be fine with either, frankly. But I think it will end up being Draven, particularly because the composition does allow for them to play towards this Draven.
Aphelios.
That is a very different angle. And to be fair, like looking at the Hanwha comp, yes, say you win lane, right? You're a 2-0 Draven. Then look at what you're playing into.
Yeah.
I think Aphelios can still have a tough time, obviously, with this amount of dive. But if you have your summoners up, I do actually think you have some potential to survive and make plays. And I think with Draven, it's a lot harder. Because you need more time, unless you're really, really fed.
Yeah, you can see there was a lot of thought that went into the idea.
Yeah.
You know, like Guma was looking uncomfortably. He's like, I don't know. Like they were hovering the Draven for the longest time. And then eventually they're like, okay, now Aphelios, as he calls for it, or Tom calls for it. Not 100% sure, but they make a decision as a team. Okay, we want to play with this Aphelios. And yeah, I mean, Aphelios, like you mentioned, you know, you were talking about playing Draven in this comp. Aphelios will at least go the Gale Force and can dodge some equalizers and stuff like that. And if you can dodge a lot of the engage, you will love all of these melee champions to just blow up and potentially fight back against with the Aphelios. That was the one that did not get banned away.
It also doesn't put as much pressure on the team to hard force in the early to mid game. And I think that's where T1 have really struggled, where they've looked out of sorts. I gotta say though, I love this Hanwha Live esports comp. I feel like you have a lot of winning lanes outside of bot side, and even that one is pretty neutral. And then your mid-game team fights are absolutely insane. We'll see if T1 can withstand, because this is a great mid to late game team fight comp. If you can get there unscathed, we'll see whether they're actually able to.
Yep, just gotta get there. We'll see if they can. Hololive Esports coming out swinging in game number 1. We'll be curious to see if they can get across the line as well with some tempo in their favor, as it looks like we are just about ready to hop on the rift for game number 1. Let's do it. Here we go, game number 1 between Hololive Esports and T1.
He didn't go Ignite. I bet he went Scorch as well.
Yeah, if we can get an update and let us know
Just
if he went Scorch.
I mean, we're going to see it in a little bit. Just someone tag Huni.
Yeah.
Someone let him know what is happening here.
Just reach out to Huni and say, hey, Rumble
There's another
teleport
one.
and Scorch.
Poor Huni,
It just
man.
really bugs Huni. As a
It's like
main himself.
it's Orcs with Emacs or you with Blast Cones. Me with certain words being pronounced certain ways. Yeah, there's also Kercheezies.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely going to get at least one in this game.
Oh, we will. Yeah, we're going to be shivving it up. Viper definitely going to go for it. Seen that build be insanely strong, very consistent.
Yeah. There's a lot of debate nowadays, and always it feels like, between who is the best AD carry in the LCK. Some would say Viper, others would say Pays. Some would even go as far as to say, well, it could still be Guma. He just hasn't really had a team to play around, and he's been still playing well even while the team has been struggling.
We have confirmation.
By the way, it is Scorch.
We are, in fact, scorching the earth.
Yes.
And also your Huni's approval. It's also getting...
Yeah, Huni now is
going up in flames.
Unhappy with Kingen, just by default. Zeka's
He's
been
not even
casting.
on the desk.
Yeah, he's not even here. Wait, he might be casting on the green side, actually.
I haven't seen him all day. I don't think so.
No, I saw... No, I think it's Pony and Crowd Templar.
Yeah.
Crowd Templar? Cloud Templar.
Makes sense considering, the...
And Sunke.
Yeah.
G-Sun just added him in the chat. Huni, that is.
Perfect. Very important.
Yeah, but I was just curious, who do you think it is? We don't have a lot of time to discuss it, and people have discussed it at length on talk shows and stuff. But
I don't
I'm just
know.
curious. Who's your pick, Chronicler?
I don't think it's Pays, as good as I think he is. Because I think that...
well, okay. We're just trading flashes. I mean, Jonas Strong saw that coming about 7 miles away.
Sure, Guma did as well. There's no way you walk that far up.
Why is he trading flash with Rakan then?
I don't know. I don't think it's good. But I don't know why else you would be that far up, as with invade going through here. There is bot side priority, even though Life is earlier to the roam. I do think that Life might have to let this one go. The Bear are gonna have to maybe give up his... Oh, looking for an angle on Guma, who does not have flash.
They saw him.
Yeah, he walked past the wave, so they know.
Grizzly, they know you're here. I mean, it's not like he can do
He knows as
gels,
well, yeah.
So he's just hanging out.
I wonder if they're going to go for a counter invade here, or if we actually see a 3v3. Could either side, I think, could opt into this, but it's definitely riskier for Hololive. I think the early power of Rel Poppy
just let it go.
Is a bit scary. And Grizzly also has cleared a little bit more of his jungle, so we'll be fine here. Just forced to back off for a little bit. Owner going to get double scuttle early on here. And I do think there's a lot of pressure on this Poppy to get things done in early. To get back to the discussion, I really don't know. I would have to really look at some of the stats, some of the games. Guma is definitely still up there for me. I don't know if I would say he was the best, but I think that he really is the prime example of better than the stats might show.
And then there's Aiming, who's climbing the ranks.
Aiming is definitely climbing, but for Aiming in regular split, I'm on board. Aiming in playoffs, though, I'm still waiting. Aiming does have a bit of a tendency to somewhat fail to deliver there.
I think that's fair, especially, I mean, he's looking better in regular season than other regular
He's been way better.
But he has kind of struggled in pressure situations in the past, so has he fixed that? It's a fair question.
I'd probably go Viper Pays Guma or Viper Guma Pays. I'm not I'm not too sure. I feel like those three are also very close, and you can make a case for each of them to be first. Deft has also been good, but I feel like it hasn't been as a standout of a season for him.
Yeah.
Last split, he had like a lot of Lucianami games that really put him at the forefront, but...
Yeah, he's always great, but I feel like he hasn't quite... He did have like that one crazy Kaisao play.
Yeah, he had the...
insane.
He just got POG for... for Jinx.
I mean, he's awesome. You know,
yeah,
wrong, but it's like... we are blessed with our 80
we have
carry
a lot of good 80
pool.
carries.
Yeah, everybody's really good. And just to follow up on the Huni story, he is not happy. I won't tell you exactly what he said.
It was not encouraging.
6.
So he's going hard.
I mean,
immediate dominus. I don't know how much value he's going to get out of that, though. Oh, well, I guess you trade evenly. Because do note that there is no vision here for King and Radar. And as far as he knows, there might be a puppy underneath his, or in his tribe rush. In which case, once it gets to the turret, he will obviously die. So it doesn't take the risk and just trades. And that, in turn, will lead to a early Dragon here in T1. Playing the early game out nicely, but I'm holding off any judgment until we get to Humble Life's team fighting, because that's where I think this comp should really excel. If they can sync up, you pointed out the Maokai ban earlier on during the draft, and specifically like Maokai, Rumble, and Yone has been a combination that we've seen a lot of in Challengers, and that is a nasty combo to play into. Looks very satisfying, feels great to play, not so much to play into, because the amount of layering of CC and damage you can do is great.
Yeah. The mid lane right now is not going very well for Zeka. He is great on the Yone in general. I feel like his mechanics are pretty insane, especially on melee champions, always has been. But Poby's really doing a number in the mid lane. He was missing some XP that was going into the turret, wasn't even a cannon wave, had to back for a second time. Jonas Strong was pointing that out to us with his excellent observing.
He's a storyteller, though.
Yeah, and there's not much else happening in this game, so I think it's pretty cool. Poby doing a good job, and I mean, the Azir early on in the game always going to do this. A little bit less nowadays compared to other patches.
Yeah,
but still,
we've seen the. I don't think the Azir is like guaranteed prio anymore. I would love for these type of roams to actually turn into something, try and impact the bot lane, but probably going to be post 6 for Viper and Life before Zeka actually commits to roaming down. But yeah, I think the Azir's early laning phase has definitely been hit. We've seen Yones win this, though. Zeka actually has been able to like really punish Azir's early on. If they misstep, get hit by like 1 or 2 Qs, and then you can just keep aggressively trading by going forward, hitting a Q, maybe a W, and then snapping back. Particularly if you are aware of where Owner is, as Owner gonna walk into Grizzly here. But yeah, the Poppy definitely not feeling too afraid with red buff. Although
red buff and
extended fight, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, if they found Poby somehow, would have been pretty nice to try to go in on that. The level 6 Viego right there, but not quite able to do so. Feels like both sides are really trying to avoid making any mistakes.
Yeah, we are really trying to feel out what the other team is doing. Zeus has been pushed into the turret, and it looks like he will be coming over here. Might have a 3v3 on our hands.
Owner's got to be really careful. Yeah, he's going to get comboed on so hard as the equalizer right on top of those two melee champs. They get on in as Zeka looking to extend. One more Q to do it, and Grizzly going to pick up a second kill as 2-0 now in favor of Humble Life, and they will take a free Rift Herald.
Exactly what we were talking about. This top side is lethal the moment you actually sync up for that 3v3, and you feel relatively safe if you're a Poppy. You have Steadfast Presence, but no opportunity to flash. Straight up, walks a little bit too close, doesn't flash, doesn't get the W off, and then it is the Q-W combo, and then by the time he CC'd, obviously the Zeka ult follows, no counterplay available, and they even get Poby, and it's this type of decisiveness from Grizzly, right, going for the flash W, that I think is why we've been so impressed with this player.
Yeah. He's just so consistent, and you can tell, like, the more he gets comfortable, the better he gets. So we're just like, how far can this guy go, you know?
It's a feel-good story. Unfortunately, not so much for T1. Losing this early jungle 2v2 really, really hurts. Poppy is one of those picks where, outside of really big ultimates, once you start falling behind in tempo, she does lose a lot of her impact as Poby. Doesn't have flash.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, this is the end of him. Down he will go. Grizzly going to pick up a second kill now as they set that one up beautifully, perfectly timed for Life to come roam into the mid lane. Humble Life Esports are pristine in this early game. They get that early pick, and now they're just running away with this game.
Just running them over. This is exactly why we were talking about Guma not actually having the opportunity to show anything. Because the map is already on fire. 10 minutes in, 2.5k gold deficit. Mid-jungle 2v2 looking like a disaster here. Grizzly and Zeka just keep up the pressure.
Yeah.
Poby doesn't have his ultimate. This is going to be mid lane turret almost going down before it's even 11 minutes.
And, I mean, you remember what happened in the draft, if you were watching closely. They were hovering Rumble, they were holding on to it, and then they switched to Renekton. They picked the Renekton Azir. And eventually, you know, the Rumble immediately came out on the side of Humble Life Esports, and you can see the way, you know, Rumble joins up for the 3v2 essentially in the river. And then after that, and even before that, he just starts to dominate the lane. And this Renekton is always going to have a really rough time. He has to lay his build a bit to pick up some MR. And yeah, this is what happens. You get an Oblivion Orb. Rumble already does a lot of damage even without items, especially New Rumble. So now Zeus is like, I wish I could play the game, but I can't.
They opted into this, right? And I think that this was maybe a call from T1 that, hey, Humble Life have had a lot of games where they're a lot more laid back, where they're actually playing pretty defensively, but they're not. Not anymore. Absolutely not.
They brought a grizzly bear into the.
He's looking for a snack. but what is really impressive to me?
Rabid in the greenhouse right now.
Oh God. Oh no.
Yeah, no, it's getting pretty brutal.
As we've taken a look, but this to me is the key difference, is that Life also has looked so much better. Is the one that sets up the play, and then the follow-up obviously is great. There's no flash, there's no ultimate, so Poby basically has 0 response time to try and get out of this. But Life looked, for the first few weeks of summer, just didn't look very good. And it was better than it was in spring. Spring was really rough. I think he was up there as one of the worst performing members of the teams, but he's been great as well.
Okay, so T1 are going to commit to this as 5 members are here, but Zeus is zoned away. So this could end up being a 5v4. Oh, the Poppy ult, very nice. Going to get Grizzly out of here as Kingen with the team considering an angle, but instead they'll just let T1 get away with the Drake, and they won't overcommit on it. But T1 finding a very thin angle to pick that one up.
Infernal. And T1 actually, with this, picked up 2 Drakes. So this is a really big moment for Owner. Obviously didn't actually get the 3v3 the way he wanted, but getting that steal actually applies a meaningful amount of pressure as we get, because the soul is so valuable. It does limit some of the options that Humble Life might have. Oh no, Poby. Oh, come on, guys. Leave Poby alone!
I mean...
He's decided, yeah, you guys, you leave.
Yeah.
I can't do anything.
It's a good angle, and I think it's a good angle for Humble Life Esports as well. They know...
Oh, you're targeting him 100%.
It's very obvious, right? Who's the weakest player right now in the Rift, and also the guy that didn't have Flash, right? So it's not even only about the player. They say, okay, we have oodles and boodles of engaged. Let's just get on top of this Azir. This Kingen just building up a nice little bar of damage, ready to go. As Zeus is like, wait, I just got here.
That was
I have Hex Drinker.
Yeah, Life is not good for the Renekton. Again, opt-in from T1. Something that I hope to see change in the next draft. We'll see if they're able to come back, but this one is...
Zeus does have Flash, but he just doesn't get to use it. That is excellently done. 3-on-1 in the top side. They find the angle once again with the Viego and the Rakan, and Kingen will enjoy a very scrumptious turret.
And on the cross map, T1 should be able to get some gold into Guma here. This is post-Blades, but you're trading very, very far down. That guy just able to queue over the wall completely fine, because the mid lane turret already gone. Top lane turret is going to get shoved in here and should also be taken by Kingen, who will be finishing his Demonic Embrace soon. And again, this mid-jungle, or support-jungle duo has just been working so well. And you look at the Rakan, right? And we were worried about the Poppy. We knew that they were considering it. Rakan Kai'Sa has been a really strong combo, but if you don't play near the Poppy, you can still see the engage potential, the setup with the rest of the team working out really well here for Humble Life.
As T1 just say, well, we're going to sit bottom until you answer this. And for now, I mean, there's no other objectives, so T1 are just kind of getting away with sitting in the bottom lane with 3 and escorting him around.
How much can Guma carry? This game is going to boil down to.
Good question. He has a stopwatch.
He has Kraken. You know, if he gets to like 3 items, they do have great peel.
No Gale Force against
it's going to take
Fed
a while.
Viego Rumble, Rione.
Don't forget about Rakan.
Guys, expressing our... Yeah.
This is name everyone. It's a fun game.
We didn't say it was going to be easy, but...
Nobody said it would be easy.
Yeah. If T1 has an angle in this game, it's through the Aphelios player, Guma. And, I mean, it's not like the other champions can't press their buttons, but they are very behind at this point in time. Humble Life Esports going to pick up yet another Rift Herald for their troubles. And they have so many carries. We were talking about the amount of carries in the last series that DK had. This is, it's even more
it's everyone.
Abrasive.
You know, even Life at this point, I'd be scared of him. And what I really want to highlight is it's such a... We've seen this split in particular, I think, really the way in which the circumstances in which you come in, plus just the individual players' reactions to getting called up before they're really ready, has happened. Because for Poby, it's the same situation, right? He's forced into this because of external circumstances. Otherwise, would have needed a lot more time in Challengers to actually develop. Even him getting called up to Challengers was sharing the spot with Nice, who is now playing there.
Yes, the player's name is Nice.
He's called Nice, yeah, it's a really good name.
Yeah, just to avoid confusion.
There's also T1 Smash, who I really hope, that's also a wonderful name. Anyway, there's
also Plan B. Great league. You should check out Challengers on Monday and Tuesday.
Anyway, as we were saying, and I think that Poby is really a lot more realistic case where the player just struggles because the level of play in LCK is so much higher. We've even seen it with Paddock, who started off pretty okay and then kind of tapered off as the weeks have continued, and you get punished and punished over again. It's really easy to lose confidence, lose that productivity that you need to perform at the highest level.
So T1, they're trying to get position here in the mid lane. I thought maybe Humble Life Esports were going to collapse onto them, but Life and Zek are both in the bottom lane. So with Zeus now backing, he does have teleport. He will join up with the team here from the bottom lane.
They didn't spot him.
Oh, they have no idea. Life is just...
This is a bit messy.
Okay, that was a mistake.
Corrodes.
As now, they do not have the Rel one, and they are just going to get boomed here in the river. Oh, it is just so one-sided. They don't have anything. I mean, Carrier just uses ult, tries to catch someone. They get a flash at a King in. It doesn't work out.
Maybe Owner can steal. That would still be big.
Oh, he's going to try.
Helicopter available.
Let's see how it goes. Owner is going to get into the pit, but again, this is 5v4 against some very fed Humble Life Esports members as the rockets are hitting Poby. The burns are coming down as now the Poppycopter begins to flash on into Kingin, who does not have his own flash, but Grizzly is in here. They might be able to get Kingin, but this Drake goes the way of Humble Life Esports. Poby is free food, and so will the rest of the team as a Q3 comes forward, hits both of them. Uma goes into his stopwatch. Is it going to be enough here? 1Q from the Kai'Sa might be it as Grizzly on the Poppy stolen will finally be able to take out this pesky Aphelios.
Guma still did 5.5k damage, and it just doesn't matter, Valdez. As Humble Life, the bear picks up the dragon, and then they're a member down, and in the chaos.
He's 6-0, Grizzly. Is Academy the best league?
At this point, I don't even know. Carrier ends up going down, doesn't have his Magnus Storm to buy time, used it, did get the flash from Rumble, and at that point the equalizer is down. So here a lot of the cooldowns for Humble Life aren't there, which is why they're playing so defensive, right? They're actually biding their time, waiting, looking for an opportunity, waiting for the cooldowns to come back up. But then eventually, like Zeus doesn't have his Dominus, they try and take Kingen down, will get him eventually, but
it takes a lot.
It takes so much, and there's still a member down. They don't have the CC. Viper is able to flash away from Poby's ultimate, so he doesn't get knocked into the back line. And then Guma, he's trying. In hindsight, you know, maybe if he doesn't stop watch, he might kill Grizzly, but he would still die to the Kai'Sa. I don't think it really would have changed the outcome of the fight whatsoever. And if T1 would have gotten Soul Point there and Guma would have gotten 2 kills, you could be like, hey, maybe that you know, in like 20 minutes could be worth. Right now, though, not even remotely. Looks like Home Life is going to set up around this Baron, and I'd say start it up. You know, you're so far ahead.
Do it.
Just force them to come into you.
Your
Force them
turn
to
is
fight.
insane. It's disgusting. I mean, even Yone and Rakan, but again, they have so many tools. We mentioned it so many times as T1 will be forced
all or nothing
to respond to this, but they have no vision. They just got to go into this one blind as the Wombo combo is right there on top of the Renekton. The damage is coming out from Guma. He's gonna do a huge chunk here to Grizzly, who's just on the run, who picks up yet another double kill. Grizzly now 8-0 in this game, and again, Guma is just not given an angle.
All right, well, maybe if Guma can get some better augments, you know, he can make a way and get extra summoners, and maybe then he can care. No, it's not happening. Hanwha Life looking amazing here. It's just so clean. Right, we were ahead, start the Baron, make the turn, the double angle with Zeka going in with the Q, Life on the flank, T1 in desperation, try to make something happen with the Poppy ult, but it gets interrupted.
So clean.
This combo, so clean, and Guma doesn't get the opportunity to do any damage. The front line does more than enough. Grizzly goes in the back, picks up a double kill just for good measure. And Hanwha Life looking amazing here on this first match.
Yeah, they definitely are. Started with the fight in the river, you remember, early on in the game, and since then, Grizzly has been growing even larger than we even imagined in the beginning. We'll have a Guardian Angel soon.
Just imagine how cool the Rookie of the Split vote would have been if not for Paze. Jiwoo, Grizzly.
Yeah, true.
But no, not happening.
Good old Paze.
Good old Paze.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey,
Now,
there's still time.
True. I mean, if you know,
it really depends
we'll
on
see what
Paze to
happens.
underperform rather in that case.
Yeah. Winning.
Not
winning
hoping
your
for
first
that
split
either.
kind
Yeah.
of helps.
Makes sense.
Oh, I don't see an angle here anymore for T1 because the Humble Life comp is really good at diving as well, right? Viper going for Darkseid as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he ends up upgrading into a Magi's. They can just sit and they can fire harpoons and Kai'Sa W's until someone looks relatively low, and then you press Kingan's ult, you press Zeka's ult, and everyone dies.
You look at this gold graph. That's how you push a lead, okay? Like we've had a lot of teams that are like, oh, we got in the lead. Let's bunker down. Let's wait 10 minutes, and maybe, you know, we'll fight over the Drakes if the enemy team decides. No, Hanwha Life Esports is like, we are doing the Baron in 20 minutes. We're so far ahead. We have amazing turn. We're playing around our composition. It's just really great stuff across the board. And it's going to be a second Infernal here in a second.
And it's understandable that T1 is struggling, obviously playing without Faker, who was an incredibly large part of the team shot calling, and just in the mid lane is a lot more stable than what Poby, unfortunately, with his limited experience, can provide.
Any damage per minute enjoyers?
It's also just a pleasure for Hanwha to be good, because we've been waiting for this kind of the entire year. And it just hadn't really happened yet.
Yeah.
This team has the talent.
Well, Poby's going to trade his crown. And, I mean, you consider, like, Live Sandbox with Prince. They get him in, they start performing. Hanwha Life Esports, they get Grizzly. He's 8-0. Just playing like a god. He looks so comfortable here. As T1 are really going to, I mean, I guess they have to, but it is just the one Infernal Drake, and again,
Life.
And again, this is going to happen. This time, Life, who gets a massive 3-man flank, and it is just over right from there, as Viper, they don't even need him. He's just going to come in for cleanup, as that's going to be the end of that. It's a triple kill for Viper. This game is over, and it was about 10 minutes ago as well. They will push the bottom lane, and that'll be the end of it.
It's a slaughter. Life having an amazing game on the Rakan, actually paying off. Grizzly and Zeka continuously on the offensive here.
This is why I wanted to see Zeka play Yone against other teams that weren't on the side of the standings.
Ooh-wee.
That'll be the Nexus going down. 13,000 gold lead as Homolife Esports looking insanely strong. Big smiles across the board here.
Those two. Oh. Grizzly and Life playing incredibly well here. I'm a bit flustered. That was just a really
bit flabbergasted.
Clean game. Long gone are the days of Homolife barely scraping by as Viper, is trying to Zeri the best he can. What a development for this team.
I think that's really where the crux of it is. It's just how clean it was against, a relatively strong team. We all know that T1's not at full power, but I mean, they had that was just so incredibly one-sided that it's just, it's hard not to give them so much praise. As T1, obviously, things not feeling too good. It all started off with that early snowball kill on the Rift Heralds, and from there, we popped off in a big way. Kingen doing the most damage, a lot of that in the laning phase, as you can see by the lighter half of the bar.
Yeah, to me, Life and Grizzly, I don't know who ends up picking POG, but those two, for me, were the highlight of this game.
Zeka?
Yes,
maybe like Zeka's 1 or 2 votes.
Could be as well.
The way he said some team fights, man, it's just
it's specifically
kiss, man. His Yone is disgusting.
The combination between that, the fact that Life goes and then Zeka it feels like he comes from like 15 screens away and he still hits all of it. It's a beauty to watch. We'll see if T1 can come back, but that is a tough game number 1 to lose, Valdez.
Yes, very one-sided. Homolife Esports in the lead. We will take a break and come back with the space. We'll be right back.
가져. 가져. 나 초지게도 있다. 솔라리. 야, 바텀 갈 생각 해봐. 바텀 갈 생각. 바텀 가자. 라인 지켜봐. 나 뽀삐까지 된다. 나이스, 바텀 가자.
바텀을 끝내보자.
잘했다.
교환했다? 교환하네.
나 날라갔는데 어떻게 이겼냐? 우리?
너 또 날라갔어?
그래, 또 날라갔어. 뽀삐공 또 날라갔어. 야, 잘했다, 그래도. 잘했다, 저번에.
잘했고. 나이스.
내가 태어날게.
천천히. 박자에 끝내자.
내일 10초?
다음에 W 막아줄게. 그냥 타워 쳐.
타워 뛰어.
나이스.
I wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up. Nah, got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack them tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all. Eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feeling like a fire on the inside. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting the running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate. Oh, I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. I'm just controlling my. It's all the same, so it's alright. I feel my soul coming alive. Coming alive. Roll from the ashes and survive. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. Controlling my fate. I'm coming alive. I'm coming alive. Just controlling my fate. I'm coming alive.
It's a 1v1. And Divine gets it. Unreal. All coming down to that 1v1 duel.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
State Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up, we will emerge.
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
Flips good for 2 more and he gets 4 kills.
Global esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Nowhere to get out. It's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own. McCruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
Put Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. As it was last time, I am still Atlas. This is Wolf and Orcs, or as I like to call them, Walks. And congratulations to Harma Life Esports for picking up the victory in game number 1. It was a pretty one-sided affair, and it all started off in the draft. Wolf, do you want to take us away?
Yeah, well, they had the Rumble pick, which they considered not grabbing, but they did ultimately decide on it into the Renekton, and it was an absolute domination that we saw from King in there on the top side. It's a pretty good matchup for the Rumble. And then we had the Yone pick here for Zeka once again, which has just been a fantastic pick for him. Likes to play it against weaker teams. We've discussed this a lot, but into the Azir matchup, it's definitely a matchup he feels very comfortable in and sets up the Rumble extremely well. So for me, that was kind of the key moment here in this draft, more than the Kai'Sa, more than the Viego that popped off.
Yeah, I will say I think Kai'Sa is ridiculously broken, and also with the style of compositions that really suited Hanwha Life Esports, it syncs so well. And I love that we're seeing this version of Hanwha Life Esports more than a lot of the time when they were playing the higher tier teams. They would default back to like these more defensive, more sort of scaling front to back compositions, and it was like, okay, this is not does the Home Life Esports want to see. Whereas now, you know, putting Zeka on things like the Yone, which is obviously fantastic into his ear, but also like having the confidence to be the ones making plays. This is when this team looks best, when they're the ones starting the fights, initiating the skirmishes, and making things happen.
Yeah, it's like, it's just to add one point, it's like instead of just opting into, we have to have Viper 1v9, it's like Viper 1v9 is optional. Let's empower Viper instead.
Yeah, exactly right. And take a bit of pressure off him. It has been Viper Life Esports for quite some time. We do want to clarify something, though. Hammer Life Esports were technically not completely qualified for playoffs before this series started, but they are now because they managed to win a game. So the graphic prior was just predicting the future, as we like to do here in the LCK. Just like to, sometimes the script gets leaked and you learn a little bit more a little bit earlier on. Let's jump into our first highlight, though, as this is where it all started to go wrong. And Wolf, we witnessed this together. You were like, they're not, and then
I was like, are they respecting the fact that there's a Yone Rumble engage here with no Renekton? Renekton's not nearby at all. Surely they'll respect it. They did not respect it.
Yeah, and I mean, the engages this game, like I feel like throughout these highlights, we're just going to see so many fantastic engages from different members of Honolulu Esports. Obviously there before, it was Grizzly and Zeka, but here, Life coming in with a huge one, and it just feels like they were so on point this entire game.
Life basically just constantly flashing for his knockups. Like every time he had flash available, he went somewhere to make a play. Whether it was in the lane, where he traded flash with Guma early, then went mid, and then in every single team fight.
I'd love to have actually tracked like how often his flash was like actually off cooldown, because I don't think it was very much.
Oh, that is high value. Keeping it on cooldown just really allows you to get the maximum out of it. Otherwise, it could have a 7-minute cooldown. You never know. If you're not pressing that button, you're never getting the value. I will talk about this until the cows come home. Let's jump into our second highlight and save us from me talking about cooldown reduction more often, as this was where it all really went wrong for T1.
This is ultimately the last fight of the game here, and Life looking for the engage onto Poby, breaks his crown, and then they don't really get anything huge out of this except punishing Karia's missed Magnet Storm. And then T1 are like, okay, we still have a Renekton here. We can actually still fight this. But at this point in time, Zeus doesn't even have boots. So the ability for this Renekton to get on top of anybody against this composition that has such great engage is just so limited. And when he goes on top of King in here, you could see, yeah, it is going to be the Rumble that's completely pushed away, but the re-engage is just so clean here from Hanwha Life.
Yeah, the target selection really good. That knock-up at the end from Zeka, fantastic. Obviously does go down, but manages to bring it through. And also, we've seen so often the Poppy knocking away the jungler, just completely neutralizing these objectives they're fighting over. But Grizzly opting to back away, give space until the ult was down. And then another one here interrupts the Poppy ult for such a huge engage.
Zeus had so many fantastic moments against the Poppy because he can, of course, just simply deny the ultimate very easily, so he can actually put the threat on here, this time directly interrupting it with the equalizer layered on top. And Hanwha Life clearly practicing this Yone Rumble a lot, prioritizing it highly in the draft even without something like a Sejuani, and making it work and making it look really like unbeatable.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we witnessed throughout all of Challenger at the beginning of this week, was just back-to-back-to-back Yone Rumble games over and over again. This combination absolutely deadly, and Hanwha Life Esports absolutely fantastic at executing it. But it is time, gentlemen, to see who's going to pick up player of the game. Is it the G-Riz or is it somebody else? Let's have a look right now. And it is Grizzly that picks it up, 8-0-1, the legendary Viego. And this would have been my vote, but I don't have one.
It did feel kind of like some of these early game engages were helped set up by him with Life and Zeka, but also kind of felt like a scoreline Steven vote for me. He did get a lot of kills. But I was actually feeling like Life, we did ultimately vote for Life, but also for me, Zeka, I put him higher than Grizzly in this one as well. But the three of them had a fantastic game, and Kingen also, he pressed R when he needed to.
Yeah, I feel like Kingen's job was press R on the top. For Grizzly and Viper, they were finish off the kills, and really it was Life and Zeka who were setting up these fantastic engages. So, you know, I think there are a lot of good performances across the board, but ultimately, I think, yeah, us going with Life made a bit more sense. And, you know, we had one other on our side.
The Jonas Strong synergy That is powerful, though. That
Oh, yeah.
I think that that takes away from the KWs that are probably still in chat.
The Rumble vote, I guess, might just be for lane dominance. I mean, he did lane extremely well, but otherwise he did press R on top of CC.
Yeah, people got barbecued, and now we get to use our G-Riz as well,
That's
which
apparently
is
difficult, though. Pressing the R on top of CC. We've seen other Rumbles struggle quite a bit with that, so, you know, fair enough.
Absolutely, absolutely. But now it is time to get back to the casters and see whether the G-Riz can pick up another one in game number 2. Take it away.
Thank you, astronauts, for that wonderful breakdown, as yes, the G-Riz will pick it up. But yes, you are correct. If you do get solo vote with Jonah Strong, you're saved from all KEKWs. That's in your contract. You can check it out. But yeah, G-Riz, great stuff in the early game, and really was setting up a lot of those kills alongside of Life in some aspects, and did use his lead very well. But the issue is that everybody was stomping so hard, even Zeka, even Kingen.
Yeah,
you know, and even Viper like presses R button when he had to.
We need to see.
It's hard to vote.
We need to also see a better draft from T1, because I think that Zeus to me was the one member that outside of Guma looked consistent. He got put on blind Renekton when you know Rumble has been barbecuing the Crocodile for like a week. So I really hope that we're going to see a different direction here for the T1 draft. The alternative is, of course, that they've tried other stuff and it just hasn't worked out. There is the Rumble
Just ban it.
So that probably means that we're going to be one. No, we're gonna get Kai'Sa, and it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. The Poppy is interesting because Poppy, I think, is still really, really good because of how lackluster owner looked on it. I wouldn't be surprised if...
Leave Kai'Sa up. Take your Tristana Renekton.
Ooh, I like that angle. I'm over the LeBlanc ban. I wonder if we'll keep seeing it. A lot of our other teams have already moved away from it, as it is the Kai'Sa. Very good. If there is a champion that will allow Guma to take the team on his back,
seriously,
it's got to be this one.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely does look like the one player that performed at all, at least in game number 1. So
yeah, I
give him an angle to carry. You know, makes sense.
Yeah, I do trust Zeus to a certain extent, but not in that matchup, and wasn't able to have an impact at all. As hold up.
Well, at least Rumble's banned.
True, which actually does help a lot.
What about Tristana? Why do we not like Tristana here?
Like Vi Tristana?
No, like they didn't pick it in game 1. They didn't ban it in game 1. Just people aren't playing Tristana on these two teams.
Huh.
Just don't feel like it.
Well, not being prioritized here. We have seen the Tristana be very good when it works, and I think Gen G is the team that probably uses it best out of everyone. And then we also saw some Tristanas not being able to hit the combos and whatnot, or the buffers rather, and then it becomes kind of awkward pretty quickly, as we are going back to 2021 Gen G.
I guess so. It's not the Jinx, but...
No, it's Saya instead, but it, you know, good enough for me.
Yeah.
Now all we need is Grizzly to pick up Volibear, and there's a that crosses a lot of boxes.
Then the universe just, you know, we reach the singularity, and we kind of, you know, just...
Can't have that happen. There's no way. I do think
it's too early for that.
I do think T1 need to ban, T1 need to ban Viego, because I don't think that Viego Azir is necessarily that strong, but Grizzly looks like a completely different player, and there it is, the Viego ban does come through, because this Ahri and Vi combo is wholly reliant on winning the mid-jungle 2v2. Poppy would be my other ban that I think is a really, really good investment here, because it takes away, again, so much offensive pressure that you would otherwise have. The downside is if you ban that, it's going to be another Rakan for life. And he is pretty good at Rakan.
Yeah. It's definitely setting up for it.
Oh, yeah.
They're like,
it's
hey,
happening.
We're going to pick Rakan. You know what? Just ban away Poppy.
No, but I think the Poppy ban is a necessity with the draft. I know you get Zyra Khan, like Homa Life, are doing really well here. But if Grizzly gets to play Poppy with Azir into Vi Ahri, I think your game is basically over before it's began. And instead, it's the Lovers duo being given over here to Viper and Life. I think very justifiably picking up POG points was my other consideration as well in the previous game.
The Rumble, not so much, but you know, he did do boom boom damage, fire damage. It's really
He
cool.
won his lane, which is, you know, that's what's supposed to happen. But that's okay. As Scorch. wait a minute. Okay, I'm like, are we gonna go really crazy? We are!
We are.
Oh, we're going full dive. I like it. Send it. You're playing full dive into Zaya and Azir, so I don't envy your position, but...
Yeah. No Maokai, no Poppy, no Viego, no Sejuani. What are we playing for Grizzly to really round out this comp? That's not what I thought.
No, I was hoping. I was trying to wield the Foley Berry into existence just because it's funny. But, yeah. but, Wukong has not been very good. I do think that it is also partially due to the LCK not being able to get the most out of the pick. I know in LPL the pick is not necessarily the highest prior, but is still successful. And it's specifically in situations like this where you have the Rakan as well, because that combo is still very strong. You can allow the Wukong to go in, and the Rakan can follow up and guarantee that you layer some CC. Now, the one saving grace for T1, even though they're playing full dive, like as divey as it gets, even adding a Galio to try and have even more backline threat, and also have some counterplay to Rakan, try to hit the taunt when he comes in, is because you got Kai'Sa. So you don't actually need to go in. Just get Guma to free items, have him press W, and anything can happen. But you got to get to free items, and after game number 1, I'd be a little worried if I was a T1 fan, because that game was not close, Valdez.
Well,
it's an orange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not technically Orange Day, but Homolife Esports are playing. So the orange is out representing itself. As were the tomatoes, apparently, for T1, which is kind of interesting. Here is Karia's Galio that we zoom in on. Very interesting stuff. You never see that in this day and age, but will be interesting to watch as Grizzly on the Wukong. Another interesting one. Can be very good on the counter engage. Let's see how Grizzly pilots it and if he can actually bring success to this pick. But guys, we are ready to hop onto the rift for game number 2. Let's do it. Alrighty.
Alrighty then.
Match 66. Game 2.
Game 2. Are we going to get a game 3?
No.
No,
No, I don't think so. Not after game 1.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm learning to trust Hanwha Life.
They're reformed.
They're a new team. They're not the same. They're not the Hanwha Life we knew.
Literally and figuratively in their play. They do look like a totally new team. And it also breeds confidence. You know, we saw earlier on that OK Savings Bank Breon was able to nearly perfect game DK in game 1. That's a different feeling from this first game. I feel like Homolife Esports have they deserve our trust, I would say.
Yeah.
After the last bunch of series that they have played, they've looked much better. And, you know, if they can keep this up, who knows how far they can get.
And it also comes with them looking good against some of the stronger teams. I think the KT series, to me in particular, is one where I'm like, hey, the fact that Hanwha looked good there is really impressive. KT have been extremely strong. They did lose a game to Breon just, you know, last week.
Yeah, we do some happy gaming.
There is some... You know, that's just the Breon guarantee, really. That's what we're learning.
Yeah.
They will definitely win game 1 in a lot of series. And then yeah, we don't talk about what happens after.
Then they take an arrow to the knee and things change.
It's an old meme, but, you know, it checks out.
Yeah, for some reason I'm all about the old memes today.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to bring back the golden oldies.
Classics.
Yeah.
As Grizzly, I don't think he got spotted. Owner might be looking for the 1v1 here. Wukong notoriously weak. Gonna run into each other here.
Ooh, the timing, very unfortunate for Owner. He's getting pretty aggressive, but he is going to be spotted. He still can potentially put on the pressure because very nicely done by Jonas Strong. The bottom lane is totally pushing it. So this is probably just going to be a one-on-one.
Fight.
As Owner will spot him on the ward. Pulls it just out. Oh, it goes the way of Grizzly! As he'll pick it up. Looks like it went down to 18 health-ish.
Yeah, so what Owner was trying to do there was actually quite good. It was the trying to go for the third hit on W.
All right, now this is just we're going off. I mean, this is not it.
So okay, so we're gonna break that down. He was trying to go for the maximum burst, which is third hit of W of denting blows. As hold up, Life might be in trouble.
Yeah, this is also not it. But he is Rakan at least, and he will save himself barely. Thankfully, next to the Zaya this time.
So, 4 times the charm. Denting blows plus Q. Maximum damage. I think he was just in time before the buff went back, because that's when they initially start slowly regaining health. That might have actually been the difference maker. Zeus is proxying tier 2, which he's applying pressure, you know? And I think he needs it because, as I was saying, Owner doesn't get the smite fight. And then, additionally, Poby was bullied so hard in the early levels that he had to TP already. So he should be fine. Is a Jax. So not too worried for him here.
Grizzly just going to ignore it.
Yeah. Does know that the ward is there, but...
Yeah. And Kingen, I mean, he's just hanging out. Kingen, by the way, 8-0 on Renekton. Renekton definitely... it just feels like a pick.
Just ban Rumble.
As long as Rumble's not in, we did find an answer to the Renekton. But, yeah, if Rumble's not in, generally you're feeling really good on this Renekton.
And they are tracking Grizzly. But unfortunately here, they haven't actually been able to slow him down, right? He got his buff, he got a scuttle. So Grizzly's just looking to get to 6 as soon as possible so he can start impacting the fights with his ultimate. Really going to be when you're looking to get a lot more active. And I think Zeus playing like an absolute maniac is actually the way to go here, because you need something, right? And you might get solo killed, you might get ganked, but I think it's the same reason why we see Keria and Guma play really far up. If you try and play evenly against this team, I don't think you're winning. And Jax is one of the picks that has the opportunity to really apply a lot of pressure. This will be pushing back into Zeus. He is down to teleport. So, unfortunately for him, Kingen is going to have the opportunity to shove this wave in, but is backing on a cannon wave and has Leap Strike, so shouldn't be the end of the world here as he gets his back in.
Kingen was going for a very passive kind of a play. You know, he was taking a big trade, but he didn't want to overstay his welcome.
Yeah.
Especially because I guess that Jax would have gotten his back in based on the fact that he didn't have teleport. So... wasn't sure 100% where the jungler was. By the way, we do have Owner down on the bottom side of the map here. Keria is going to flash away as Grizzly is also here, so they can't actually get aggressive onto this. Owner, keep in mind, also still does not have his flash. And now 2 T1 members on the bottom side of the map do not.
Yeah, Owner's level down. Also, his back a lot weaker. Owner sitting on the Kimball Jam. Grizzly on a Coalfields. Main issue there that I think they were looking for a bot side play, but then they spotted Grizzly just as they were setting it up. So Owner had to back off. Keria had to flash as opposed to just tanking it and then going in for the counter engage. And Humble Life applying the pressure very nicely. And now we have Grizzly actually ahead as we go.
Boy. Oh no, Poby. He does have the Spirit Rush though, as Owner's going to get his Q blocked, but Grizzly in a little bit of a rough spot as he will get in there. Poby now trying to continue, but will not be able to. As meanwhile, in the top side, Zeus going to go back in with the counter-strike. Kingen just going to dash away.
Kingen his flash.
Oh, he was looking for it, but the pings onto the Vi in the river will push him back.
And we are playing a dangerous game here. Both these two teams going in really hard. See if... doesn't know that the Renekton is there, but Zeus doesn't look like he should be using his skills, so should be fine as long as he has counter-strike. Doesn't have to be too worried. Spots Kingen now, takes the Q.
Yeah, Kingen doesn't want any of this. He's just, get me out of here. As now the stun's going to come down, though.
What?
I guess he thought he had his Q available, did not, runs back in, dies to the Jax, as Grizzly is just doing the Krugs. His first blood over to T1's top laner.
Oh, T1 fans, that's a sigh of relief right there, because you'll have some pressure at least in this matchup. Zeus definitely playing like a maniac, because that is a game-breaking moment. If he loses there and your Jax falls behind against the Renekton early, in a really tough spot, his Viper goes for an aggressive ultimate, and nothing happens. So it's you know, it's fine. But now you have a winning Jax in side lane, so that's something you can play off of. See if T1 is able to use it, particularly with Kai'Sa and Galio. I think that having a side laner that's winning is so valuable, because as soon as you get even a little bit of map control, the moment that Zeus is inside, like 2 people can just join him at a moment's notice. As point
1. He has it.
He has it.
He has it. Doesn't press the Q.
Wonder what
I mean,
could have been a kill.
Gotta press the button.
Yeah, flash as well.
I don't know what else to say. You gotta press the button. Yeah, pretty close. So maybe you wanted to press something else. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
But didn't end up working out. Poby having a tough time here in the mid lane, and this is going to remain a consistent issue for T1, unfortunately. As we have seen, not playing without mid prio is definitely a tough call, as Owner is going to start this up. Might just have a trade of objectives here. Keria was moving towards the mid lane to maybe aid, but it doesn't look like he actually wants to fully commit to one side or the other. Again, has his ultimate available, so diving Guma, not really an opportunity.
Yep. Just wandering on over. Tummel Esports trying to take down this Drake, but Owner already got this Rift Herald. As meanwhile, Keria, no flash, rough spot, but he is the Galio. Does avoid the root, importantly. If he does not avoid the root, I would guess he would be dead.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash, so Aftershock would time out and he would probably go down, especially with Life and Viper having sums available. Oh, Keria,
they
nice.
try for it, as now the charm is coming in, but Life is so low as the R button is pressed and Guma collects a free kill. As now Viper trying to get in there, wants to take the 1v2, does get the double root as the Q comes out. One more auto gets it done, and now Viper going 1v1 against Keria, has Grizzly come in at the perfect time as Viper and Grizzly outplay the bottom lane.
Okay, my answer is Viper. I've decided. Remember that question that you asked earlier? Yeah.
Game 1, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah. Best AD carry. Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. So Zeus,
he doesn't have flash.
He's dead. Yeah, he's definitely dead.
He has accepted his fate.
He has accepted his fate.
Question is, can they give the kill to Grizzly?
How much time
doesn't look like
can he waste? No, it's just going to be a recon kill. Oh, maybe, yeah. That guy, no, Grizzly got it with the smite.
Grizzly G-Riz steals it away.
And unfortunately for Zeus, who again is playing like a maniac, just proxying tier 2 just to try and have as much pressure as possible. There is no objective on the cross map. Dragon was already taken. And I want to take another look at this. This is actually exceptional. Like, sets it up, right? Puts down all these feathers. And then,
I can do this.
E flash.
I think I won.
1대2도 이겼고. 야, 카이사 오픈.
Kai'Sa flash.
Has his cleanse as well. So like he knew that even with the taunts, Keria wouldn't be able to like get in the final damage to kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty good at this game. I have the suspicion that he's put in a lot of practice.
Some might even say he could be good enough to win a world championship. As Owner behind them.
Oh, Owner, very nice angle, but again, this is Xayah as, the stun, the taunt onto Life is nearly enough, but the damage not quite there for the T1 bottom lane.
Xayah Rakan right there. So much innate safety. They do get a lot out of this.
Yeah.
But is it actually going to make a meaningful difference? We'll see.
That's why in the draft they had Renekton Azir, and they could have picked Viego or anything else that was strong, even the Poppy. Instead, they chose Xayah once they saw Vi and Ahri and Kai'Sa on the other side. They're like, no, we need this.
You do.
Sometimes you press R button and avoid it all.
Fortunately for Owner and Poby and Zeus, as soon as Guma gets free items, then, it's fine.
Yeah.
I really don't like the fact that this is a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Guma does have a sense of impending doom. I don't know why I'm talking about boats, but he will be fine as in they go.
He's getting steamboated, man. I don't know. Grizzly.
Yep.
I think he's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to have to flash, yeah. As Keria absolutely saw the angle. Pretty straightforward one. Grizzly was on vision the whole way, and then he went ahead and face-checked the Tri-Brush. Maybe a little bit of... Ooh. Okay, we got a fight in the bottom side here as Life. Just going to back away.
Go down.
But they really want to deny this. taunt, not going to hit anything. As now in we go, the Cyclone onto Owner, and the rest of the team is just leaving him. They say, no, we cannot win. Life is looking for a bit more, but he's only going to get a bit more damage on the carry here. As now we get a W into Viper, and the charge did come down.
And again, I don't think Owner is playing super well, but this is another example, like, the fact they can't commit there because Zeka is roaming. Zeka won the 1v1 against Poby, so he's already halfway through the river. So there is no opportunity. Owner should have probably flashed the moment that he saw the re-engage come through. And it's these type of responses that show such a marked difference with how T1 normally plays, because Faker is so reliable in being able to either make sure that the team doesn't go in, right, the moment that a play like this is happening and he doesn't have mid lane prio, or winning the skirmish and then being the first one to rotate over. And instead, it's Grizzly getting even more fed here. Although, I gotta say, in this one, does feel like he's just walking in, smiting people, picking up kills left and right, but it's the setup of the rest of the team that really is impressing me here. Hanwha Life.
It's just Wide Boris passing through.
Sure. He's just getting
what you gotta know. I mean, Wide Boris, he's on the path
he's
to
earned
victory.
He's earned his snackies, okay? He's hungry.
I mean, clearly.
He was hibernating.
Clearly, Wide Boris, he's already earned his snackies before coming into this one. And
hey, he still has 5 treats left on his jungle item. Hey, he needs more.
I'm just saying there can be more to come.
No, I agree.
That's good.
I do agree, fellas.
Things are looking up for Wide Boris. And for Grizzly, who is taking the LCK by storm. Zeka does have Crown, and he has a lot of teammates very close by. So, Owner, please be careful and don't go in there 1v4 alone. And he will back away. So this time to not get caught out.
See if T1 this time around can respect. Team fighting potential is here. They are going to commit. This is even when it comes to gold. All comes down to execution. Guma is pretty weak though. Only has a blasting one and a shiv.
All right, they're trying to get on top of Grizzly here. That is the wombo combo. And Grizzly gets his Cyclone off though, and they can't kill him. They can't take down the Grizzly, as they might be able to take out Life though. The turn comes in. The W is there from Guma. It's a bit of a turnaround, but now look at this. The 1v1 Zeka gonna scoop up the Ahri as the flash comes in. Viper will set it up, and he's probably dead, but Zeus now, can he get out alive is really the question. Hops away. And he's got Carrier nearby as Hanwha Life Esports looking to get in there once again. Zeka still full health, so is Kingin. And even though Zeus with the red buff, he's just going to have to run away. And this should be objective and kind of a wild fight both ways. This one going the way of Hanwha Life Esports.
And you see the desperation for T1 there. They go in with everything, but you're engaging on a Wukong into a choke point. Well, a Xayah is standing right there.
Yeah.
And Viper says, thank you very much.
You know why they picked Wukong?
The actual, which is, like, this is the irony of this T1. The execution on this play is clean. Like, when you look at, you got the flash charm from Poby, you got the knockup, but the target selection is all off. This is Grizzly in a choke point. And ironically, it ends up being not too bad for T1 because of all the exit kills that they get, right? Because Viper goes forward, does end up killing Guma, but also immediately gives over a kill to Zeus, and then between that and Life dying to a fadeaway W, it's a 3-for-2 trade. Dragon goes to Hanwha.
Yeah.
At the very least, T1, unlike in game number 1, is keeping up a little bit, but it's not looking pretty. Team fighting from Hanwha Life look miles ahead of what T1 is able to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hanwha Life Esports are a unit. It does seem like they are
the
best.
Have you seen those guys?
T1, yeah, well, that's a whole other story. But yeah, no, like they're playing as a team, right? And it's very clear that they're kind of they have very far surpassed T1 in terms of that level of play in their current form. So that's really good to see. As Life's been kind of like off the handle as well. He's like, you didn't give me POG in game 1. You gave it to the new guy.
How dare you?
I'm playing Rakan again. They gave me Rakan again after game 1. I'm going to take POG. Thank you very much. As okay, well, they have Galio again. Where is he?
GP coming in.
It's not there. Okay, well, Viper now getting engaged upon, does have his R button, but just cleanse instead and waits for it, as now Zeus gonna get scooped up into the turret. It's just a free kill for Grizzly, who is so good at last hitting, man. I don't know how he does this. 5-0 on the Wukong, who is pretty good at last hitting. Guma is alone in mid.
Well, not for long.
Yeah.
King's coming to say hello. Oh, they just...
He did say, yeah, he said hello, and then he said, well, I'm pretty busy. I'm a pretty busy croc. You know, I got to get on my way.
I got places to go. I got stuff to do.
You know how it is nowadays.
So trying to engage, again, the idea makes a little bit of sense. You're trying to force a 2v3 here with the teleport, and you also have the Galio ult, but you're engaging again on Grizzly, who can get very far away. And then here Zeus thinks that he is able to get the counter-strike before Viper can respond, but this is Viper. And more importantly, there's also a Nazir with an ultimate, which would have, you know, kind of become a problem nonetheless.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I think that T1 very clearly is kind of floundering and doesn't really know what to do, so we're just pressing our buttons. And against a lot of teams, I think that would be okay. Against Hanwha, though, they're going to make you look pretty silly. Because, like, we've seen, what, 3 engages on Grizzly? He's still deathless.
No, I mean, again, like, he had a choice. There were so many junglers that were banned away, like Poppy, Diego, Sejuani, Maokai, that could have been great into this. And they were all banned away, so he's like, what am I going to do? He goes for the Wukong that hasn't had a very high win rate, but if you engage... By the way, this isn't going to get any value.
No.
I mean, a second Rift Herald, but mid-tier 1 would have been pretty nice. But, yeah, I mean, you pick a pick that's like, if you engage on me, I press R and then your engage is kind of stopped, right? And it can build into a lot of health.
It's the disengage Wukong. I mean, so let's look.
And it has amazing counter engage as well.
Let's look. So, well, again, there is an endpoint to this. This is Crown.
He has Crown.
Here. Yeah, it's not happening. So, oh, no, please don't. Okay, so as I was trying to highlight, think you are T1, okay? You're playing Vi, Ari, and Galio. And you have Kai'Sa. You want to go in. Who do you actually engage on here? Your options are Renekton, which no, bad. Don't force.
No.
He has stopwatch. He's dominus. He's score drinker.
Very
no,
scary.
Bad croc. The Fed Wukong. No, also
good
no.
croc.
Well, he's a good croc, but
yeah.
to you, he's a bad croc. You know, it's all about perspective. Doesn't work. Zeka has Crown, has had his flash for basically the entire game, and has his ultimate, and also E. So very hard to engage on. Viper, self-explanatory, and then Rakan. It's just not loaded good options. And the one saving grace on this is just that you have Kai'Sa. And eventually, I really hope Guma just goes full poke and actually just builds Ludens or Ryla or
definitely
Leandres.
Should. Like, I think this is one of these ones where
100%, yeah.
He might just go Vince's because he's like, well, this is what our comp does. We're all going all in. I'm going to be in melee range. I need to be autoing.
No.
But I think in this case, in this game state, Kingen just going to get 100-0'd as even through Dominus, he's just taken out.
Okay.
As Grizzly's watching.
It's a good start.
Saw a gape over the wall. He's like, oh, God, you died really fast. As still, I mean, it is Jackson by. They will crash through that as now they get the pick on the Zeka. Down he will go. And that's a couple of picks here to the side of T1 as now they should be able to collect this dragon.
A little bit of a resurgence here from T1, showcasing what their comp is supposed to do. And when it works, it looks really good. I also really, you know, I think my Costa Curse, it
was beautiful.
I just want to call it out. The fact that Kingen dies with Dominus Flash and stopwatch up.
You're like, impossible to engage another croc.
You can't kill anyone.
Don't hit the croc, especially.
Impossible.
And then
started to zero in. Kingen getting a little bit overconfident here. And then that pick, that's still something that I think you can come back from with how far ahead you are. But then Zeka, Keria actually with a really good corrective play. We've not seen a lot of this Keria over the last couple of weeks, but is able to go in, procs the crown early on, and has the setup with the taunt after he lands the knock-up. And T1, that was very necessary. They're still behind. Still think the position that Hanwha have in this game is good. Guma's building, unfortunately, Ginsu's, but there's a chance. There's a chance at a 6-game day here, Valdez. I'll take it.
Absolutely is. I mean, I'd be really interested just for research purposes,
Yeah.
just to watch a game 3, because I am very curious if T1 actually
what that would
are
be
able
like.
to pull this across the line. I mean, that would definitely break my expectations.
Really big.
Especially after game 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zeus starting to win the side lane. This is eventually going to happen, but especially after you get the pick on to Kingen, will bring up some even more confidence. And with the Black Cleavers, just able to chew through that croc very quickly.
It's important for T1 to remember. You just because you can press your buttons doesn't mean you need to press your buttons. As now Zeus will be doing better and better in the side lane. It's only going to get better for him from here. I assume it's going to go Zhonya's next. Also to be able to go even more aggressive in his bot lane dive, or in his backline dive rather. And we're starting to see item finishes across the board. This dragon as well is actually really big, because if Hanwha Life can pick up Soul, that to me spells the end of the T1 comp. Because like, Ahri will not do any damage. And also, your win condition, I think, in late game is Viper.
Yeah, Viper on a ward, just 100-0. He did not see that one coming. And now, with TP coming in, they are going to start up the Baron.
There's no Viper there.
Ooh, a lot of poke from the Azir. I think Hanwha Life Esports will try to take this 4v5 as now this... Oh, he's able to get over the wall. The taunt not there on time. The crown is now gone.
I think they need to fight.
And here's Zeus looking for that backline, but the counter-strike is not going to hit, and he immediately gets blown up. The counter-engage is huge, but the damage is not there for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Zeus does go down, but it's in a trade as Povey desperately trying to run away from this gigantic crocodile. As Guma Yusi also on the run. The charm is going to actually be pretty big, but I don't know if Guma can get out of here as the W is going to hit.
As the sums.
There's the passive. The cleanse comes in, but the damage is not there, and the Azir will take him down. Hanwha Life Esports win the fight 4v5.
They turn it around. The flashes away from Zeus' Counter-Strike plus the amount of CC that Grizzly was able to do turns out to be enough, and they don't even need Viper. What is this team?
Donate the Xayah.
Who are these players?
Where's Pilshik?
What is happening?
Man, they are really, really good. So break this down for us, Chronicler.
This was awesome, okay? 100% like the Panic Cleanse amidst Vial doesn't do anything. And then, so T1 know that they need to do the Baron here. They don't really have an opportunity to go slow, but the taunt timing doesn't work out, so Kingen gets out. And then I want you to pay attention to the amount of CC that's about to come on top. This flash from Zeka ends up being possibly game-winning. And then look here, the damage, Grizzly getting the double knock-up, then the stopwatch, and it buys time for Kingen. They deal with Zeus in the back line, and then the Crocodile comes up huge. In these type of scenarios where there just isn't enough upfront damage to burst him down, Renekton gets so much value.
Yeah.
And
once again, Kingen is kind of the hero in this team fight on the Renekton, as has been so many times in the past. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like he is okay.
Baron now here for Hanwha, and that should also lead to a soul point there. And as I was saying, if you lose the ability to blow up single target members and the Mountain Soul Shield is going to absorb Guma's poke, that's just checkmate. Like, that's the worst case scenario, and I don't think T1 is really going to be in a position to contest here. We'll see if they can find a Miracle Engage, but it's not looking too hot right now, Valdez.
It definitely is not. I mean, this is the way that T1's comp works. As we have said, you have to press your buttons onto someone. They will get the Feather Storm out of Viper, as this time he says, no thank you. Yeah,
that ends up working out. And the Soul Point's going to get given over. And again, Soul Point you can recover from. This does take away a little bit of pressure from the Baron power play. Means that the gold lead isn't going to grow as much as it otherwise could. But Hanwha, they're also perfectly happy here, right? They set themselves up for a very easy Soul. They even have plenty of opportunities to trade cross-map, get inhibs, as once Kingen and Grizzly get GA, that's like as good as it gets. If you can somehow make it past that ST1, I think there's opportunities for you to maybe find an angle again with this Kai'Sa, but I just don't know how you're going to. It is going to be so tough to play out the fights when both Grizzly and Kingen can go in for reckless abandon.
Yeah, there's...
that was the window, that pick.
Not really much of an angle. Yeah, I mean, Hanwha Life Esports, they gave a couple of opportunities, right? They're like, hey, here's a free Xayah. Here is a couple of picks in our own jungle. Here's a dragon. And just wasn't enough. Humble Life Esports still very much in control of this game. And now just going to push as a 4-man unit into the bottom lane here. They picked up that Mountain Dragon, of course, and the Baron power play, it's not going to scale out of control as Zeka's going to walk through the winds of and lose his crown. Not ideal, not what you want to be doing. And that's okay. We'll get it up here before they fight next time.
Just imagining like the Emperor of Shurima walking, you know, like very majestically down the, I don't know, the Shurima capital. And then like this
red
wind,
carpet.
Yeah, wind blows by. Grizzly.
What's going on here, buddy?
Oh, he's dead.
Oh my god, he is so dead. Well,
so
they're gonna feed Guma another kill.
That's what the comp does. Thank you, T1. So, but anyway, imagine you're the Shurima Emperor, you're walking across the city of your capital, and then just a gust of wind comes by and knocks off your crown. And you're like, what is this? I shouldn't have to deal with this. Unbelievable.
Well, at least it recharges the crown.
Yeah,
it's a magical crown.
Hey, pick it up, you know, dust it off, put it back on. Can Guma carry this? Eventually.
I mean, we're getting to that point in the game,
close,
right?
And what I
definitely getting close.
What is so frustrating to me about this game is that you see glimpses of T1 like that. This is a peak example of what this comp is supposed to do. Grizzly just way too far out, doesn't have any pressure here. Feels safe because there's a decent amount of vision, but if anyone CCs you, 2 people will be on top of you at the very least at this point in the game, showing his inexperience there, getting taken out. Do see Humble Life setting up a trap that T1 doesn't end up falling for. But the fact that you can see the glimpses, but then it doesn't actually come together. I hate it when a plan doesn't come together.
Yeah. Everybody hates that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, Kai'Sa's gonna Kai'Sa, and she's getting close to actually Kai'Saing, which is actually 4th and 5th item.
Okay, going Void Staff. Love that. Very good. Smart choice.
Void Staff into Death Cap.
Yep.
I don't think you should go Zhonya's. Just do more damage.
Yeah, just kill them. If you're Zhonya Singh, you're probably... Things are probably not good.
Yeah.
Life will not be okay.
We need you to not be in stasis.
No, you need to...
Otherwise, the team loses.
You need to crank those numbers, man.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen like 1,600 DPM Kai'Sas.
Yeah.
Generally in longer games. So Humble Life Esports definitely have a bit of an onus on them to speed this one up.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to give Kai'Sa number 4 or number 5.
Again, my question is, do they get double GA when we... Oh, that's one. Thank you. When we get to this Soul fight. And again, they might not even have to fight for Soul. They can also just say, T1, you take this one dragon that we don't care about, and we will get Baron. And then we will siege you, we will take down your turrets, and then you don't have the gold to fight us at all, or the map control. We'll see what decision they end up making.
Certainly considering pressing some buttons, but T1 do not have vision in this river at all.
I think the problem with this as well is that you're trying to get side-laning pressure going for Zeus with your globals, but you can't actually because you don't have any map control.
All right, there we go. There's the flash. They try to get in onto Zeka. The crown is down, but he's got stopwatch, and the follow-up engage comes in. As have they gone too deep, though? The Galio up top, but Guma's getting solo, but he has the shield, and they are desperate to take him out, but they cannot, as Guma's just on the run, but unfortunately, the rest of them are also getting routed. Grizzly chasing him down, the 2 super low health members, gonna get a stopwatch here. Guma not quite able to trade one back. Humble Life Esports going to get this fight in a big way as Guma, he's like, do I stay for the W's or do I just go home? He's got to go home, I guess.
Gotta go home. Yeah, but that's going to be the Nash. So close. Guma, he's trying so hard, man. But it just isn't enough. Humble Life get the better end of them. Not even proccing the GA on King, and that's going to be Baron.
Yeah.
And surely that should also be the Dragon. I don't think they have the time here. Although Zeka is dead. They might actually be able to get the Dragon here, which I think is a perfectly fine trade here. From where you take it any time, because yeah, as you point out, Zeka's still dead. Even if he TP's in now, it would be too late. So
Life just bought an Abyssal Mask. That's what I was pointing at.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at Zeka's
Very
Death Timer.
interesting.
I
mean,
no. Well, it's also it will allow him to tank the W's more consistently between that and Gleaming Quail, as we do have the picture-in-picture. But again, look at how close Guma gets to dying, is able to actually get the Zhonya's off, that uses the E, plus the shields.
I love League of Stopwatch.
Yeah, plus the ults from Galio to stay alive and then gets the reposition. While all this is happening, like, Zeus eventually dies, Poby barely gets out. Obviously, Grizzly chases off 2 people. Mid lane inhibitor has fallen. Zeus is on the flank angle, but is in fact spotted here on the Jax.
Yeah. Let's see how this one goes. Zeus still hanging out back there.
It's so hard to engage onto this comp when they're grouped up.
Well, they're going to try. King and I think he smells something is up here.
Oh, Zeus is on the angle. They should not have vision of him right now.
You need to get someone. Grizzly, no more warrior. Trickster, this could be the angle.
There he
here
is.
Comes the Jax. The Featherstorm is down, but in he goes. Viper goes into the stopwatch. Perfect timing as down goes the Jax. As he's not able to do the damage. Owner trying to get in onto Viper and finally takes him out, but it is not enough. Guma, though, is still alive with full health, and the W's are raining down as maybe one more W, but he missed that one, so the cooldown is not going to get quite reset, and Hanwha Esports will reset themselves as, man, Guma he can't do it alone. Hanwha Esports too far ahead.
Doesn't have enough. Grizzly able to dodge that one. Second inhib is going to fall here, surely as well. Guma does have his ultimate available again, and you gotta imagine that they're going to look for something. Hanwha Life trying to end the game here.
Yeah, Owner tries to go in, tries to create some space. In goes the Kaisa, hits the W. Grizzly's clone goes down. And they're clearing the wave, so... Okay, that's a hit W. Guma gonna try once again, but yeah, you can't stick around here as Hanwha Esports. And we continue.
It's Grizzly making sure that he doesn't actually end up getting taken down with his clone. No Kaisa Ws for you there, Guma, as this is as good as it gets here for T1, and I think this is a relatively favorable fight. Owner forces the early ultimate from Viper, who with his stopwatch actually stays alive for really long, and then with the charm follow-up, they're able to actually take him out in the end. But because Hanwha Life is already so far ahead, they deal with the rest of the front line, so there's no one that allows Guma to walk up. Might have been able to do more there if he had another body in front of him. Not going to be the case for now. They got one GA. Kingens is down. Grizzly still not the case here.
Yeah, and T1 also got the red buff, but it's really not. I don't think that's going to really carry them over the line, especially because that's on Owner.
Zeus inside. I don't know if they have the wave clear here, although
he does
with
have
Shift,
TP.
Yeah, with Shift they might be fine. Void stuff done now for Guma. Can they actually hold on the turret here? Guma needs to get an auto in.
Over the wall. He's just challenging Owner.
TP!
Getting him away. Here's the TP. As once again we go into the thick of things as life is getting extremely low. And look at Grizzly on the top side. Not quite getting it done as the Jax here. And a huge sweep comes in. But here's Guma trying to take him down. Takes out Viper. But now he's got to do it all alone. Goes invisible. In goes King and the W hits. Down goes the Viper. Or rather the Guma. The Kaisa, he is taken out, and Keria is on the run, and he will be taken out at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, once again, it is a quadra kill. It is League of Bruisers here, as Hanwha Esports should be able to win this game.
And it looks closer than game number 1, but in the end, Hanwha Life are going to get it done here. Owner goes in, desperately trying to get anything going. He procs a GA, but not going to be enough.
He does some good damage. Hanwha should hit the Nexus, and that they do as we get the Monk of Talia, and that is going to do it. Hanwha Esports take it down 2-0 with more hugs to go around.
And it was these two. This game, that combination of Grizzly and Kingen in the team fights, where the previous game was just domination, start to finish. This time around, T1 fought so valiantly, but Hanwha Life just outdid them on every turn.
I see you staring at your POG paper.
It's tough.
Who do we give it to in this one?
I went Croc, but Crocodile or Bear.
I like it.
Like, I'm fine with either.
Oh, I
they
like
can even
the
go
King
Viper.
Vote. I like the King and Vote. And
production agrees, so I'm feeling good about this one.
No, his team fighting was insane, and he reached kind of critical mass where it was like the world was falling apart around him, but he just was still standing at the end of every fight. And even through GA, through Dominus, through everything, they could not take him down because all of their focus was into Zeka and Viper. on the Azir and Xayah that by the time that the team fight got late and they were around for 20, 30 seconds, then King is just cleaning up.
Guma also very relatable for everyone that has ever been in that position in solo queue where you're like, no guys, we can win this, come on, and he got so close, but in the end, wasn't enough. The absence of Faker being very, very sorely felt here for T1, and too much for Poby to shoulder. I mean, there's a reason why Faker is still there. It's too much.
Game.
It's too much. Well, it's tough, right? Because I don't think you can hold it against Poby at all. But you just notice the lack of what usually is there for T1. And
the unit's not really a unit right now on the side of T1. Whereas on the side of Humble Life Esports, many units to go around, and including their team fighting, which has been great.
And there were some great moments in this one. Right from the get-go for either team, really. Like it was messy, but this was a really fun game. It was very enjoyable. Viper at this moment, think about how many like Pog or Mad Movie moments we had in this one game. This is one from Viper here, and here we see T1 forcing, but it not really working out, them getting so far behind. And you gotta imagine, like, what if they had been a little bit more careful in this early game? What if Guma could have gone into this state that he got to eventually, while not being as far behind? But it's not what happened. Not the actual result here. All these messy skirmishes. And then this was the moment where I thought T1 was going to bring us to a game number 3.
Yeah, this was crazy. Really, really nice flash from Zeka. And once again, watch, like all the damage will go into Grizzly. They immediately dogpile him after this one, but King is just left standing. He's like, oh, cool. Oh, everybody's, okay, I guess I'll just walk right in, and takes down 2 kills. I think Zeka actually got both of them, but King is set up for them, and there he is on the left side, gets the stun on Guma. And over, there were just so many threats on Humble Life Esports that, yeah, you can kill Viper, you can kill Zeka, but you can't kill the Crop.
It's also one of the first good Wukongs we've seen in a really long time, because this champion has not been successful in the LCK for a...
Some Challenger League issues we saw, some small mistakes from King Grizzly, but overall, his highs are really insane.
Which is why I went for Kingen, right? Because Grizzly had the one pick where he got caught early on, but gotta say, I thought here that they were going to turn it, right? That Guma was going to be able to do it, but does actually gets knocked up and has to use his stopwatch very early on. And even with the flash cleanse, Kingen already gets the damage down, so it is not enough. Sees the target, no he has to take down. Level 18 Crocodile. What a kill at the end there as well.
Yep. And even here, they're like totally serious. They're like, oh, okay. Coming on this, you see like Life's got his hand on his mouth. He's like, I don't know. But after the turrets go down, things get a bit more
also
relief.
Really, credits to Humble Life's meta reads, because them being able to identify that Renekton blind is fine if you ban Rumble, that you can go for these type of team fighting drafts if you can execute on it, that the Wukong is still fine provided that you have the necessary backup, can all work out. Game number 2 left me wanting more, and Humble Life, I think, a very deserved 2-0 here tonight, but I would have loved another brawl. That was fun.
I mean, I'm looking at the schedule. I think that the only team really that Humble Life Esports have left, I mean, they have Gnome Shim, they have DRX, but then they have Gen G. Week 9, so that's going to be really interesting.
They might solidify third by that point. Maybe KT beats Gen G drops a little bit. That could be a great match.
That could be a really fun one. But yeah, Humble Life Esports continuing on their rise to the top. We'll see just how far they can go. But guys, we're done here on the caster desk. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Amazing cast on the day. And Humble Life Esports with a 2-0 in this one. Understandable given some of the situations that are going on over at T1, but I don't think the gameplay level that we saw, especially out of the rookie jungler, was what we're expecting. I think exceeding some expectations. Let's jump into the draft here, because we did have some shenanigans being thrown around.
Yeah, we saw the Galio support come out. This was kind of like the old school counter to Rakan when he was like first released, because a lot of champions struggle to like CC the Rakan when he goes in because he's so mobile. You know, like that's why Braum's bad into him. You can't stack up the passive. but the Galio's very responsive with the taunt. Like, you just stand on your AD, you taunt and can lock it up. And also, I feel like one of the things with Galio is I love when he's paired with Engage. Like, Vi goes in, and you have the follow-up to layer it. He's not great at his primary Engage, but good at secondary. So I think overall, like, considering you have the Kai'Sa, you have this strong combo in the mid jungle that, although Ahri has fallen off quite a bit, still has good synergy. I felt like T1 had the tools this game to find a win.
My issues with T1's draft are that you're relying on the Vi Ahri, which is a very strong combo, but it's Poby, right? He's a rookie player. He doesn't have a ton of experience with this roster. I think that synergy needs to be there if you're going to be piloting a comp like this. And while the Galio does kind of follow up on this hard dive, you're playing into Xayah, so you knew that from the outset. You're playing into Azir, and then this Wukong pick that came out was, I feel like, such a fantastic answer when everyone on T1 wants to be in about a Wukong Cyclone-sized circle in every single fight. It's not going to be great if he's got his R button available, and he often did when they decided to pile into those choke points.
Yeah, he did, and I was actually very worried when we saw the Wukong locked in. I think that Wukong has looked middling at best, and the nerfs really have kind of struck home. We saw a lot of players trying to make it work until most people just gave up. It kind of figured it out. There was a little bit of stealing away kills and things like that for Grizzly in this game, but I think that got him to the items that he needed in order to survive for that little bit longer. Let's jump into our first highlight here, as towards the bottom side, we're just reminded that Viper is really good at the League of Legends video game.
Yeah, and honestly, a bit of an overstep by Life there. Tries to ult to turn it around. And this is a twofold point. You know, Viper obviously going for this aggressive, fantastic play, but also Guma completely misreads it with the flash. Allows the trader kills here, and then just doesn't quite have the damage to finish off Viper. So super clutch moment there. And this wasn't the only time Viper completely outplayed Guma, you see.
Yeah, Guma here in this case as well just gets completely destroyed. Here's the ult comes in on top of Grizzly, and this is the choke point Cyclone value I was talking about. Like, literally 5 players just trying to push on top of that Cyclone, or 4, I guess, literally 4. But it felt like in every single team fight it was super easy, and then this play here, Guma's flash, definitely leaving a lot to be desired here. Thought maybe he could reach his way away. And yes, Viper goes down, but he had an incredible follow-up there. Deleting the enemy AD carry means when Xayah shows up, there's no follow-up damage.
Yeah, and this was off the back of Kingen dying in the 1v1 towards the top side of the map as well that we chose not to show. There's quite a few things that we couldn't actually show because it was a brawl. The casters were talking about it the whole time, like it was just constant action, constant fighting for both of these teams. But it did feel like Half Life Esports were just getting that little bit more out of it over and over again. And I think to like go on the point of Kingen really closing out this game extraordinarily well, yeah, he lost in that 1v1, but every team fight, the Renekton value was so high. And it's not something that I'm used to saying.
And I think, honestly, this is why Renekton's been such a menace, because obviously strong in the laning phase, but when it comes to these team fights, the way the meta is now is you obviously want to focus down the AD carry. You can see Viper getting a lot thrown towards him, but it means that in the meantime, the Renekton is just running rampant. Has that ultimate doing so much AoE damage, just picking out targets one by one and deleting them from the game.
Yeah, and also when you're piling on top of this Renekton, like his Q is going to get massive healing. His Gore Drinker is going to get massive healing. So even this Renekton ends up being pretty anti-T1's composition here, and the value is quite high.
Yeah, picks up the Quadra kill towards the end there as well. Ona denying him the Penta for a very, very long time. We decided to not show the entirety of the Nexus being destroyed, but Half Life Esports, like, you go then into the POG conversation that we're going to have around the corner, and it's going to be difficult to guess exactly who's going to get it, although the Crocodile is looking like safe money. Grizzly, he's going to pick it up, though, and I think Wolf stated it correctly in the scoreline, Steven, from last time around. This time, 7, 2, and 10. Looking fantastic there. And honestly, like, being able to make the Wukong work as well is a bit more credit even than game number 1.
When T1 sure wasn't that impressive, but he got the job done in so many of these pivotal team fights. And even though he is a known kill stealer, I think the scoreline here is 17 kills out of the total here. Quite a high KP, and I mean, he just didn't mess up, and he doesn't look like a player who hasn't been playing with this roster. It looks like he really is fitting with this team, as it will be a split vote at the end of the day.
Yeah, I actually really quite like the fact that there's a lot of people getting votes because I felt like it was a team effort in this one. But Grizzly, we now get to have that solo POG interview, which I think is what most of us were looking forward to.
You get to see all that Riz.
Yeah, and sometimes the G-Riz is all you really want to see, as I think that G-Sun will have that interview for us pretty quickly. But before that, some closing thoughts, gentlemen, on this particular series?
I think if T1 can play this close to a Hanwha Life that actually played really well tonight, I mean, there's still hope this team bounces back in a big way on Faker's return. So I think if you're a T1 fan, you don't feel too bad about a 0-2 here, especially when you consider that you definitely were the underdogs coming into this one and you play them this close.
I just feel like we obviously go on about it a lot, but Grizzly has been such a fantastic addition to this roster. And it's night and day how this team looked at the start of the split. I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, God, are we going to have to send this team to Worlds? Because they look like the top 4, but they weren't super convincing. Yeah. Now I feel like there's new life has been breathed into this team. And I love tuning in and coming to the days when we have Hanwha Life Esports playing. Whereas before I was like, oh, you know, I'm going to have to go through that, but now I'm like, let's go.
It's like Grizzly is actually the life insurance for the team. He comes in, sorts it out. It's just so beautiful. Anyway, let's throw it over to G-Sun for some interview translation with Grizzly.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the solo POG on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, Grizzly. Congratulations on the win and also advancing to the playoffs. Another solo POG, Grizzly. Congratulations on that as well. 4 POGs in a row. How do you feel about that? Like my teammates were like just feeding me all the POGs, so I want to say thank you to my teammates. You know, they were just like taking a really good care of me. So I've been checking some social media posts, and Hanwha Life, your chef actually made a special meal for you guys today. How did you like that? Do you think that helped you, win the series today? Of course, obviously, she's the best cook ever. And I think the resurgence of Hanwha Life actually has something to do with the good food at the same time. And she is giving all the buff possible. Kingen also mentioned that with this win up against T1 will begin our kind of graduation of our title of the East Slayer. How are you guys able to be so confident about today's series? Kingen, I mean, every time he's confident, regardless of the opponent. And today, we were really confident. All 5 of us were like, we can carry this series, so we were feeling good about the series. So game number 1, Grizzly, your Viego was popping off from the get-go. 8-0 and 1 KDA in the end. And then game 2, 7-2 and 10. You are a rookie player, you are a jungler, but how are you able to have such a fine KDA every time? I think I'm pretty good at skirmishes, but it's more about my teammates just like carrying me, so I'm able to kind of have a glow up of my KDA. Are you happy with your numbers today? Pretty much. So Viego is the most picked champion in your career, and I think you are pretty good at kind of capitalizing on the characteristic of that champion. Viego is not an easy champion to execute at the best level. How do you rate this champion right now? I think it's pretty much on top of the tier list, but you have to have the presence of mind when you play Viego. You have to keep calm. That's the key. So keep calm is the tip coming from Grizzly when you play Viego. We had 4 bans, kind of targeting you in game number 2. I guess T1 also admitted that you are the clutch factor on the side of Hanwha Life. How did you feel about that? I didn't see it as a target ban or like target towards me, it was just like banning some of the meta and first tier champions right now, so I was not too bothered by it. In game 2, it was more about the top side of the map. And we had a comment saying, Grizzly Wukong reminds me of Knavi's Wukong. What do you think about that? Like, there's no way some people can compare me to Knavi. Like right now, looking at our roster, Zeka and Viper are like hard carry damage dealers on our team, so I could rely on them. Grizzly, you are on the up and up, and we all love you. You are now one of the big characters in the LCK. Do you have any role models in mind? Well, personally, I just look up to Peanut, I think it's really cool. He's really good, but at the same time, he has so much stuff to learn from. So I can say Peanut is my role model. Hana Life Esports now secured a spot in the playoffs. And your upcoming schedule is Nongsin Red Force DRX and Genji and D+ Kia. What is Hana Life's goal this season? Beating all 4 teams remaining and heading into the playoffs, and we will keep working hard in order to display the best performance possible. Let's see if Hana Life can get the 4-0 streak in the upcoming schedules then. Before we go, is there anything you would like to say to all the fans? Thank you so much for coming and supporting Hana Life. I really appreciate it, and also I promise that we're gonna come back stronger in the next series. And this will be the end of the interview from Grizzly, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the outstanding translation of the solo POG interview for the brand new player for Hana Life Esports in Grizzly. Fantastic to hear that he's actually pretty good interview as well. We have seen some rookies come up and the interview hasn't been quite as strong.
Yeah, no, he answered the questions in, I think, a really positive way. He also knows that there's still improvements that do need to be made, and I love to hear that he actually looks up to Peanut a lot, a player who's been around for so long. When Peanut was, really making his start long ago on Rock's Tigers, Grizzly was super young back then. Has been watching him for years, now gets to play alongside him in the LCK.
And we'll get a face-up against him at week 9, I think it was.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll be a big one. I feel like coming in, obviously the confidence is building up over time. I think if we look at like this first series that Grizzly played, stuck on Maokai duty, caught it in the wrong places, like the change in him as a player is so big between then and now.
I really feel like it's the confidence that's been exploding. But now let's have a look at the standings and see how things have all settled on the eve of our Saturday showdown. Hana Life Esports will move up to that 3rd place, overtaking D+ Kia because they got the 2-0. D+ Kia weren't able to do so over Bro. And T1 now lurking towards 5th place. Of course, there is quite a gap between 5th and 6th, but it ain't over till it's over.
Yeah,
I mean, surely T1 make playoffs, right?
I think they will. I mean,
they don't have that PO next to their names just yet.
5-game losing streak for Kwangdong Freaks, who will of course be playing tomorrow, means that, I think your chances are pretty good.
Yeah, it's not going too bad. And our Saturday showdown tomorrow is the big one. Genji versus KT. Last time these two teams matched up was in week 1 of this season, and that had the Shiv incident, which we prefer not to talk about, but I had to mention it because there is that little bit of an asterisk, that hint of an asterisk, and we'll see whether that is going to be removed. Because if Genji manage to take down KT for the 2nd time, then they will be definitely the best team in the LCK right now.
Yeah, and they could actually have the undefeated season. I mean, this is their toughest opponent left.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Now challenging as well for T1 and their record as well. They could equalize with that perfect season. But that'll do it for us for this evening. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK and our Saturday showdown. Make sure you tune in.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.
젠지의 파괴력이 진주하면 KT 롤러코스터를 그냥 완전 브레이크 제대로 걸거든요. 페이지 입에다가 초기가 넣었는데요. 완전 쏙! 게임 자체 연속 신기록을 만들어냅니다. 젠지입니다. 썸머의 KT 썸머 화성까지 갑니다. 이거 맞습니다. 젠지 나와. 나이스. 고밸류의 젠지. 그렇습니다. 끝까지 가면 젠지가 이겨. 이것이 KT의 속도입니다.